lyrically.
Oh. Mama.
What up, everybody? It's 10 a.m. in the District of Columbia. Points north, south, east, and west. We're out west. Ashburn, VA, Commanders Park, as the Washington professional football team is getting ready for a Week 7 matchup with the Carolina Panthers.
The Panthers.
Not the sexiest matchup. Panthers are 1-5. Commanders are 4-2. But a lot of riding on this one. This is a prove-it situation for Washington. Show that they're a different team with a much bigger focus. Good morning, Brian Mitchell. How do you do?
I am fine, JP Finley. What's going on with you, brother?
Did you watch any baseball last night?
No.
B?
I got one part of my couch I got to stop sitting on.
I get you.
As soon as I sit down, I was like, I'm not sleeping. And I woke up 4 hours later.
Well, I talked to you at like 8:15.
Yeah, it was over after that. Oh, it was over after that.
Oh, awesome. Thank you. Thank you to Maya. So I had to go into NBC last night. We had the All Ears show, which was a lot of fun. I put together this presentation, and I'm curious what you think. Obviously Daryl Green's going into they're retiring his jersey this weekend, which is a really big deal to get your actual jersey retired. And it's deserved. I don't think there's anybody that's would argue differently. I think Daryl is among the best players to ever suit up for the organization.
Yep.
He deserves it. Dude, he's also getting a key to the city.
Yeah.
Which
I'll be at that one.
That's pretty cool. That's Saturday at Franklin Park. Daryl will be there will be 5 jerseys retired by Sunday. Sonny Jurgensen's number 9, Sean Taylor's 21, Sammy Baugh is 33, and Bobby Mitchell's 49. Daryl Green will enter that company with his number 28. It's really, really cool, but it kind of got me thinking, B. Yeah. I'm curious what you think on this. I think it's time to kind of update the Ring of Fame. I think my guess is there's been some folks that didn't think maybe they were going to move stadiums or whatever, but I don't know that anybody's gone in since London. I could be wrong on that.
I can't remember.
And London certainly deserves it. There's a lot of people that deserve it, but I think there's 4 pretty blatant names that need to get in there that are all done playing. I get like Trent's probably a discussion when his career ends.
Yeah.
You look back, I think one name that maybe could be in there would be Stephen Davis, but I think there's 4 very blatant names that need to go in right. Maybe not, I'm not saying this year, but like, let's get this process moving. I'm curious if you agree with me, but I did this. It's a television segment on the All Ears show if you want to watch it on NBC Washington or YouTube or whatever. But 4 names to me, and I don't think it's that hard on any of these. Santana Moss. Santana's 4th all-time leading receiving yards, and just the moments he produced are you just think about that Monday night. And
I think the Monday night game, everybody said cool.
Yeah, dude. Right. I don't think anybody's fighting me.
Yeah.
I think Ryan Kerrigan deserves to have his name up there.
Yep.
2nd all-time sack leader in franchise history. Now he's coaching here. Chris Cooley, 10th all-time receiving yards, 2nd all-time receiving yards by a tight end, 1st all-time receiving touchdowns by a tight end, and just a guy that made a huge impact here for a long time. And then Clinton Portis, 2nd all-time rush yards for the franchise, 2nd all-time touchdowns for the franchise. The only running back with better numbers than CP is John Riggins. Like, I just think those 4 for young guys like a Jeff Walker or something, there's a period of time really from when Vinny Serrato's dumbass chased you out of town until now, where those 4 dudes were kind of what the organization had.
Yeah, that's true. And it takes a long time sometimes, though, to be totally honest with you.
Yeah.
So, and maybe it took so long for a lot of people because of the previous regime.
Right.
This situation, I think you're right about those 4 names right there. But I'm sure some guys before them, too, that, people are saying, why aren't they in there?
Yeah, sure.
It's you start asking questions like, what are the criteria? What's the criteria?
So There really isn't much
That's
of
what
one.
I'm saying. So
It's funny because I was talking to Mike Goldrick.
I was shocked as hell when they called me.
You deserved it. I wouldn't have been shocked.
I was shocked. Oh, let me explain it.
I'm not, as a fan that grew up watching this organization, I'm not at all shocked you're in there. I think you deserve
no,
to be
not the fans. I'm not worried about the fans.
Yeah.
But it was a weird situation. So I'm sitting in this show. It's the last day of my contract with the radio station. And
this is when Red Zebra owned everything?
Right when we were about to start the air, I get a call that Dan Snyder wanted to talk to me. And then he tells me that they were going to retire the number. So I went back in. Coach Simon said, well, what was that? I said, well, I just said you're going to retire my number, but it's the last day of my contract and it's not being renewed. And I guess they think they're buying my silence, but that ain't going to happen. And we went on with the show and we had a good show. But it was strange at the timing. You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
That's the only thing that
Especially
that's why I was shocked.
That regime
did some
stuff.
Sketchy things.
Yeah. That's really interesting.
Yeah.
The only dude going further back, just looking at numbers and stuff and trying to base it on my own brain and what I witnessed, right? I think you can make a case maybe for Stephen Davis. I don't think Terry Allen had the longevity here. He was only here for 4 seasons, but damn, he balled out.
Oh, he did that.
But dude, Stephen Davis is 3rd all-time rush yards for the Burgundy and Gold. 45 career touchdowns. Davis was really good for a long time.
Big country.
Yeah, remember we had him on the show. He got all of the accent. I spent a little time on this because I didn't want to do a television segment making my recommendations without some real research to it. You know what I mean? There doesn't appear to really be any direct rhyme or reason as to who gets on there. On the website, it just says some of the most hollowed names in Washington history. I know some colleges, my boy Goldrick was telling me at University of Florida, you have to at least have been named All-American. There's a criteria before you can even qualify. I don't know that exists here. Yeah. And some of these names predate my ability to really watch football. I didn't see a lot of Eddie LeBaron, for example.
Yeah.
But I think you can add some names here. And I think Santana, Cooley, Kerrigan, Portis are deserving. And I think it would resonate with fans. And I think as the new organization when everything was shifting, right? And Dan kind of went into full, don't spend any money, pick the easiest name where we know there'll be no lawsuits. And they tried to almost eradicate is a weird word considering the connotation, but they tried to just ignore everything that had ever happened for 87 years and just be the Commanders and look forward. Yeah. Right. And that was a really dumb strategy. And as the new guys move forward and want to embrace the past, and still there's a way to embrace everything that's happened and still understand you got to move it forward. And I think some ties to the last 20 years are a good idea. That's my idea. Good morning to Jeff and Landfill in the aquarium. How you doing, fellas?
I'm money, baby.
I imagine both of you as younger than me. How do you feel about those 4 going in the Ring of Fame? I would think you'd both support it, but I don't want to speak for you.
Kerrigan, Cooley, Portis, and Santana. I'm all in.
I think it's home. I think those are I think it's low hanging fruit would be the name I would suggest. Speaking of low hanging fruit, did you see highlights of Dodgers Mets last night?
No, I heard about a big home run.
Shohei?
Yeah.
Bro, so that stadium is in Queens, I believe.
Did he hit it to Manhattan?
Yes. It was such a bomb, B. And so my boy Pop is a big Mets fan. I went over to his house to watch the game. And the at-bat before, Shohei fouled one off on his foot and looked like it would have hurt. And then the next pitch, he fouled one off, I don't think it hit him where you really don't want to get hit, but it was right next to it. It was It was upper thigh, inner groin. Like it was
out of area.
Yeah, dude. And he
you
just
don't want to get hit there.
No. And he just seemed very, not like shaken up, but like pissed off and kind of like staring at the ground. And it was just bizarre. And and I think, I don't know if that motivated him or what, but man, when he got a hold of that pitch in the 7th or 8th inning, he hit it until the absolute moon, man.
The dude he's so good. You're like, damn, was he created in the lab or something? Because this dude does everything well. He even do some things that little Noi didn't get off real quick.
Well, that's true. He is so good at everything. He was allowed to gamble on sports for years, rack up millions of dollars in losses, and everybody's pretending like it never happened. That's the truth.
Yeah, that right there. When you are that good, when that just disappears like that in this day and age.
Yeah, no, it was all that other guy.
That's crazy.
It was all the other guy.
That is absolutely crazy.
Okay, let's get down to business. And I don't know. Listen, man, there's going to be, like, I got asked last night, who do you think they're going to trade for? One, I don't know that they're going to trade. Two, there are 53 men on 32 rosters. Help me with that math. 1,500 guys? 50 times 30?
About 1,800 something.
Okay. So we're at 1,800. Practice squads are 16. So you got another 16 times 32. Call it 2,000 players in or at least adjacent to the NFL. There's probably about 2,000 guys that have been on rosters this year.
1696. And then you said 16.
16 times 32, right? I swear we could just rough estimate.
So it's 2,200.
Okay.
About 21, 2,200.
Okay. And that is, so if there's about 21, 22, maybe add another 100 of guys that have tried out, been in and around, right? So that's 2,300 football players at or near or in the NFL. Of that number, if, what'd you say, 53 times 32 is about 1,700, right? So of that 1,700 of guys that people would trade for is maybe 10, 15 deep per roster. So let's say there's roughly 350 players that would have some semblance of a trade market, right? You think that's too many?
That's too many. They're not even trading 3 per team.
I'm not saying that will be. I'm saying that people would call about.
Call about trading, yeah.
You think it's about 10 a roster? Maybe 5 on some rosters are bad.
3 to 5.
Okay. So say there's about 100 guys around the league that would even be trade temptable, right?
Yeah.
Like, all right, I'm tempted to call about this.
Yeah.
Of that 100, maybe half of them are available. And of that half, maybe 20, maybe another half, 25 of them, contractually it would work. Terms could be worked out, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So the odds of massive trades are fairly slim. If you and I are saying maybe there's 25 tradable players out of 2,200 in the league. Okay, so just try to like let the big numbers make sense in your head. Like the odds of knowing who these people are going to be are incredibly small. But more and more, you see guys asking to negotiate. And the newest is the Tennessee Titans are allowing Jamal Adams to be released. He asked for his release. They're letting him go.
Jamal Adams was in Seattle?
Yeah. And the Jets prior to that.
He's been banged up a lot. What are they going to get for him?
So they're letting him go. So
they're letting him go. Oh, they're like, bye-bye.
Yeah.
Well, he can sign anywhere he wants now.
Sure. Per Schefter, Titans are honoring the request of former Pro Bowl safety Jamal Adams for his release. Per source, Adams is healthy and looking forward to his next opportunity. Adams' agents, Kevin Connor and Robert Brown of Universal Sports Management, confirmed his release. Whenever Schefter's saying the agent's name, where do you think they got that information?
From the agent.
Yeah. I mean, gosh, be more transparent. Jamal Adams, 6'1", 215. Today's actually his birthday. Happy birthday, Jamal Adams. He's 29 years old today. 3-time Pro Bowler, made an All-Pro team once, was the 6th overall pick out of LSU in 2017. I got about a zillion people tweeted me, yo, Jamal Adams is going to be available. Had 3 really good seasons from 18 to 20, where he made Pro Bowls, was the All-Pro in 2019 with the Jets, got traded to the Seahawks. When do you think the last time he played a full NFL season?
Before he went to Seattle?
Yeah.
I don't think he ever played one in Seattle.
No.
He was hurt every year.
His first 2 years in the NFL, he played full 16-game seasons. Then he played 14. Then he played 12. Then he played 12. In the last 3 years, 2 in Seattle, 1 with the Titans. In 2022, he played 1 game. In 2023, he played 9 games. In 2024, he played, so far this year, I guess, he's played in 3 games.
He's already missed half of the games.
Yeah.
Guys that have that look like him and stays hurt.
Yeah, and I don't know. He has a reputation of being very outspoken. And that doesn't mean good or bad. I'm not applying like a pejorative to outspoken.
When you're outspoken, you got to be playing and you got to be very good. You can't be outspoken and not being on the field. Confirm?
I think that's pretty fair.
Yeah.
He's upset he wasn't playing much in Tennessee, right? And if they're willing to release you, to me, probably
6 games into the season in his 7th, 8th year?
Yeah.
If they're doing that right now, your time in the league is slim. The remaining time left.
He didn't get signed. So he was a free agent. And he didn't get signed until the night before training camp.
Okay.
Now he's been released week 6. They say he's healthy. I think I continue to get this question about why Forbes and Davis aren't playing. And I think at some point, like, the results are the results. And if you don't want to understand what the coaching staff is telling you, that's up to you. If you're a Commanders fan and you're like, I just don't get it, man, this guy could play, what are they doing? Either you think everybody in the building's wrong or you're wrong.
The way I look at it is like this, and I'll say this, and I'll tell fans caution. When guys are constantly being released, you caution having them on your team. If you saying they could play, and the people that make those decisions are letting them go constantly, they must not be able to play up to the ability that they want them to play up to. Or they might be a pain somewhere. You know what I mean? It's just, I said it yesterday. We got to stop wanting everything that somebody else discard.
I think
we are not the trash can. We don't need all the trash everybody else throw out.
I think this one in particular, that's a no for me, dog. Like that is not one that
I'm at a point now where for years, yes, we would ask questions about who they were bringing in and who they should bring in. At this point, I no longer care because I know the people are going to bring in the right people. They're going to do the right things. Before, you didn't know what the hell they were going to do. You know, we bring in a guy and we offer him 80, and then nobody else offer him at all, and then we offer him 100. We bring him in and he sleeps on the damn field during the game. He lays down. I just, I don't understand that type of stuff. I don't think that is going to be happening again. So I'm not sitting up here worrying myself over who comes in and who doesn't come in.
Well said. I don't think this one's happening. I don't think people should be too concerned about it. Just because you've heard of a dude doesn't mean he's still good. Going forward, Barry Svrluga is going to join us at 11. Kyle Bailey from Charlotte's going to join us at noon. We should hear from Cliff Kingsbury and Joe Whitt around 12:30. We're going to bring those to you live. We are here in Ashburn to bring those to you live. 1 o'clock is going to be Bleep You Thursday. 1:30, our friend, Mr. Peter Rosenberg, will join us. Our thought now, Brian doesn't want me to say it, so I'm not going to say it, but I'm going to give you the opportunity to say it. The Panthers are 1-5 and have been quite bad this year. I think they have a operational offense coming to town. I don't know what they have defensively. The Commanders' offense has proven to be damn good. Their advanced statistics are off the charts. Do you think the Commanders will blow out the Panthers? 800-636-1067. Nobody go anywhere.
Hey, it's Brian Mitchell here. Get ready to tackle the NFL action with FanDuel, America's #1 sportsbook. Because right now, new customers can bet $5 and get $300 in bonus bets if you win. You can build the same game parlay for Thursday night football game as the Broncos take on the Saints. Listen, Alvin Kamara is unbelievable. You can take the over rushing yards with him. Bo Nix over 1.5 passing touchdowns, and Rashid Shaheed over receiving yards. Just visit FanDuel.com/Brian to make every moment more this season. FanDuel, an official sportsbook partner of the NFL. FanDuel Sportsbook is official partner of 106.7 The Fan. You have to be 21 years old and present in Virginia. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as a non-withdrawable bonus bet, which expires 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
This sports update driven by the Ted Britt Automotive Group, home of Ted Britt for life. The Dodgers crushed the Mets 8-0 to lead the best of 7 NLCS 2-1. The Liberty win 80-77 over the Lynx to grab a 2-1 lead in the best of 5 WNBA Finals. Now tonight, Virginia Tech hosts Boston College, a 7:30 kickoff here on the Fan. And the Capitals welcome the Stars to D.C. Puck drop at 7 on the Team 980. For 65 years, Ted Britt has set the bar for the best car buying experience in the D.C. area, hands down. Ted Britt Ford Fairfax, Ted Britt Ford Lincoln Chantilly, and Ted Britt Chevrolet Sterling. All home of Ted Britt for life, lifetime vehicle coverage. Just a click away at tedbritt.com. From the Crop Metcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
B. Bishop Finley, 1067 The Fan. I don't know if you saw this, B. You know our guy, Moises Linares.
Yeah.
Moises does the Spanish language call for the Commanders games, works for the Commanders. He's doing hockey and basketball now for the Altcasts in Spanish. So Mo got an interview with Jaden Daniels yesterday for, I think, Hispanic Heritage Month. And he declared Jaden Daniels is now an honorary El Salvadorian. Congratulations, Jaden.
Yeah, man.
You got to start making pupusas now, man.
Now you got to come hang out in my house, in my neighborhood, hang out with Sammy.
Sammy's might be the king of El Salvador. And Landfill likes to point out that I am close friends with the president down there, or that we exchanged tweets one time about pupusas. You don't want to hear this, Brian, so I'll go to Jeffrey. Jeff, you think they're going to blow out the Panthers? B took his headphones off.
I don't, and I don't even want to say yes. I think it's going to be a good game, but I wouldn't even say yes because you know how it go, JP. The last time we thought we were supposed to blow out a team, what happened? The Bears came in and put belt to bottom.
I think we did it twice. JP did it twice that year.
What about you guys?
You guys
talking about practice? I'm talking about this year with no fade, Jaden.
We know when you go and start doing stuff, man.
I'm just saying they blew out 2 teams this year.
Okay,
like it's already happened,
but we didn't expect it. Yeah, I was gonna say we didn't expect them going in.
Cleveland,
don't start doing it.
Cleveland, I laid the points. Cleveland, I was like, they should win this thing.
You didn't go to talking about it though.
It's a difference from should winning and blowing out.
I'm asking the question. I'm not telling anybody anything.
No.
Okay. You're trying to lead the witness right now. You're being a lawyer in court trying to lead the damn witness.
I'll tell you one thing that made me nervous. Tim Murray texted me yesterday. I think this was via the BetQL network. There's a dude on yesterday saying how the Commanders have become like the public darlings, that the betting public loves Washington. Landville, Jeff says they're not going to blow them out. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I mean, look, the Panthers are terrible, and the Commanders have shown a couple times that when they play a bad team, you know, they annihilate them. I really do. I expect them to go out there, and I expect them to win by double-digit points. I don't expect it to be competitive.
Landfill, you better hope they win. Because if you fall into the same, JP.
I haven't said anything. No,
JP is setting you up to make you be the one that they're gonna blame. You gotta stop listening to
I'm
JP.
pulling my best Doc Walker right
I'll
now.
take the blame.
Just let everybody else say it.
I'll even say
he does that a lot. You never noticed that? He's the white Doc Walker.
I feel like Marcus Mariota should invite his family on Sunday because he'll probably get to play.
Oh, Landville going for it. Let's see what Toothpick says on line 2. Pick, blowout city coming.
What up, JP? What up, D-Mitch? Listen,
What up, bro?
How are you, bud?
if you really asking this question, man, you need to check with 6 members of the offensive line. It depends on how they feel. If they want to keep Jaden clean, if they want to open up huge, humongous holes for the running back to run through, that's who you need to check with. Don't check with JP. Don't do that, man. Just don't talk to them offensive linemen, get their temperature, and then you'll see what happens on Sunday. Come on, JP. You know better, man. Chicago should have taught you something last year.
How are you blaming me? I'm not on the field.
I told you when you said it last year. Well, I said, bro, I hate you. I hate hearing you say that. Then you backed it up with the Giants game.
All right, but it is a different team, different organization.
I understand still. I just don't like what it said, man. It's like sometimes we got to get
now, but you said when you were on really good teams, our expectations is to go kick somebody's ass.
Yeah, we expected to win.
Thank you,
You
Pick.
didn't hear me saying it over the radio and the TV and everything else. And then I'm a player on the team. I should expect to win.
Sure. My suggestion would be I'm not entirely positive that what I say on these airwaves impacts Sunday's contest.
It may not impact it, but you know what? I know you've said stuff before, and then after you said it, and then they went the other way. You said, I should have never said that. You still feel the same way I feel. You can't. Sometimes you start to boil a little bit, and you can't keep yourself under control. You gotta fight sometimes. Fight your urge.
I did have this thought. 87% of bets. Now, this is right now. This can always change by game time, right? By kickoff. 87% of bets are on Washington -8. 88% of the money is on Washington -8. So that's a lot of action on the burgundy and gold. The over of 51.5, 52, depending where you're shopping. 73% of tickets are on the over. 88% of the money is on the over. So just consider the magnitude of all that. And I have a bald-headed friend from Louisiana that has told me numerous times there's a reason they build the big buildings out there.
Yeah.
If this game finished 30 to call it 28-21. And Washington wins, doesn't cover, doesn't go over, but it's a fairly comfortable dub. Couldn't you see that?
It's possible. But this is the thing. This is where I want you to go at. You say nothing you do and nothing you say affects the game. Why the hell will people bet on affects the game?
I don't think it affects the game, but I think Vegas, however they arrive at their numbers, are so sharp that you can look to those as at least a guidepost for where things could finish.
Because everybody in the NFL does the same things for the most part. 32 teams basically run the basic same defense, same offense. They got that same dumbass card in their face that everybody go on.
Like the receiver route tree is the same for every team.
Do everything the same, then
the A-gap is the A-gap in Denver and in Dallas.
I could guesstimate something a little different. You know that in college football, things don't work always the exact same.
Sure.
As good as it does in the league.
Yeah. Let's go to G in Lanham. G, you think there's a blowout coming?
No, man. I'll be honest with you. I'll just be happy with the win. I don't think there's a blowout coming. I got to give Andy Dalton just a little bit of wherewithal with the secondary, being the way it is, man. I don't think it's going to be a blowout. No, not at all. And I do think we're going to win, but not a blowout.
How about this? You brought up the secondary. Are you more concerned about the secondary or the defensive line? Maybe John wasn't playing to the value of that contract, but losing John Allen's a big deal.
Here's my deal. I think we do have some good DTs, and to me, we have some great coaches. I believe these guys can be coached up on that line, but you can't teach the things in the secondary that's going on, man. I mean, some of those things are speed related and wherewithal. The rookie from Michigan, I believe in him.
Samerstill.
The rest, I don't know. I don't know.
Thanks, G. Good call.
All right, bro.
I think that is a pretty reasonable question, and I'd love to hear your answer. B. area of more concern, the secondary or the defensive line, now that they've had.
You should know my answer. I always tell you, D-line depicts what the secondary does anyway. If they get better pressure and more consistent pressure, a secondary that's not good could look great. Because I keep going back to the Giants when they beat the undefeated Patriots.
Sure.
Their secondary was not very good.
Sure.
But their D-line was outstanding.
I also think last week, some of that was Derrick Henry related, how they had to defend the line of scrimmage because of Derrick Henry and Lamar Jackson's ability to run the ball.
Mhm.
I think really impacted the coverage scheme. And Zay Flowers was just wide open for a lot of that early, but then they did. I mean, I don't know that he had a catch in the second half. But unfortunately, then Derrick Henry
They started running
chewed him up.
But think about it, though. I can't sit up there and say, oh, Derrick Henry, Lamar. When they played against the Kansas City Chiefs, what Chris Jones did was whip those guys in front of him. They were moving him from side to side. He whipped the guy's ass that was in front of him. He sacked Lamar, and he stopped Derrick Henry. And he did it a lot by himself. Okay? You have to be able to do that. We shouldn't have to come up with. If we got 4 guys that we really believe in, then they got to be able to make some plays, man. Point blank.
That's a good conversation topic for us to circle back to. I want to go through some injury stuff. I specifically want to talk about Brian Robinson. Nobody go anywhere. It's B. Mitch and Finley. B. Mitch and Finley. Barry Svrluga is going to join us in about 10 minutes.
This sports update is driven by Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria. This sports update is driven by ride Oarsman together. Chrysler Dodge Jeep. The Commanders putting defensive lineman Jonathan Allen and Javonte Jean-Baptiste on IR. Allen will be out for the year with a torn pec. Jean-Baptiste expected to return, but out with an ankle injury. So Washington signing defensive lineman Jalen Holmes while also elevating Sheldon Day from the practice squad. They then signed D tackle Carl Davis to the practice squad. The 4-2 Commanders host the 1-5 Carolina Panthers Sunday at 4. Now tonight, the NFL week kicks off. The Broncos are at the Saints at 8:15 kickoff. We have college football on our airwaves. Virginia Tech hosting Boston College. Coverage at 6:30 for the 7:30 kickoff. Listen to it here on The Fan. And the Capitals welcome the 4-0 Dallas Stars to D.C. Puck drop at 7 from Capital One Arena on the Team 980. Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria keeps their customers happy by offering great deals on the area's best selection of new vehicles, each backed by the Oarsman Lifetime Edge, with up to $1,500 in extras. As they say at Oarsman Chrysler Dodge Jeep Ram Alexandria, let's ride together. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
The Hold Steady. Boys and girls in America. When you hear this indie rock ballad, only means one thing. Barry Svrluga.
Barrel.
Washington Post sports columnist joining us. Hello, Barry. What up, man?
What up, B?
How are you guys?
Man, we are fantabulous.
You are, listen, you're clearly very smart. You went to Duke. All right, we'll start there. I would say you're a wordsmith. You've written books. You've written columns. Your column after the Nats won the World Series is one of my favorite I've ever read. How would you describe the home run that Shohei Ohtani hit last night?
Oh, man. I mean,
Just
there's a reason.
Rocket.
I mean, people are asking me, you know, I'm going to cover the World Series. Who do you want? And it is just clear to me that sign me up for Dodgers and Yankees, because this sport needs stars to be in the spotlight. That dude against Judge and Soto and Cole, I mean, that's appointment TV where baseball is not often appointment TV nationally. Sign me up, man. That'd be a show.
Yeah, dude.
He mashed it.
He mashes. Quickly, I obviously want to talk football, but I've been really intrigued by these playoffs so far. You think we're getting Yanks Dodgers?
I mean, the Yankees look overwhelming for the Guardians at the moment, and it's hard to take anything from an individual baseball game because so much depends on, you know, who gets the ball the next day. But it's hard for me to see now. Cleveland has to win 4 out of 5 to beat the Yankees. I just don't see how that's possible. And I thought last night was huge for the Dodgers because they that series felt like it had tilted toward the Mets significantly with that Game 2 win, in which the Dodgers, you know, bullpen game did not work out at all. So I thought that was huge for the Dodgers. And yes, I think the Dodgers are the better team. We know one thing about the baseball playoffs is that the better team over 162 is not necessarily the better team over 7. But I do think it swung back to the Dodgers' favor last night. And you know, not in small part because of the guy who hit that moonshot. He is an issue to deal with every single time he's up.
He's been I mean,
He really
I
is.
told JP earlier, man, every time he hits some balls like that, I start thinking that the guy was made in the lab some damn well.
That's what it seems like. And then and
he's unbelievable, man.
But think about this too. Like, he had the season that he had that everybody's talking about, the first 50-50 season in history. And next year he's going to pitch too. Like, you talk about made in a lab. Like, it's just that doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense.
Let me ask you a question though. You see how good he is hitting the ball, and you know if he pitches, he had Tommy John, he probably get hurt again. Would you keep pitching him as much as they were, or would you limit that and let him become more of a hitter?
So the Dodgers are precise in everything they do. They are analytics forward, but they also understand the human element. And I don't know what their plan is, but I can guarantee you their plan is not, let's just roll them out there every fifth day. Like, they will take care because, you know, if he has Tommy John again, you're not just losing a pitcher, you're losing your best hitter. It's a really, there's a reason why he's making $600 million, because he's two players, not one.
Right.
And he might be worth $600 million just as a hitter, Brian, like to your point. I think you're right. They will do something that's very careful that allows him not only to pitch through the season, but, you know, they get to the postseason every year, to pitch in the postseason when they need their starters are pretty fragile at the moment. They need another arm down there, and they've got one already on the roster. He's just not pitching.
All right, let's switch it over to football. Talking with our friend Barry Svrluga here on the BetQL guest line. You can read Barry's work in the Washington Post. You can follow him on Twitter and Instagram at Barry Svrluga, Svrluga. Jaden Daniels, we're 6 games into this thing. How impressed are you?
I mean, I don't think I could be more impressed. I think everybody has, you know, when you go into the season, even if you're watching in training camp and saying, oh, he's impressive and the ball's not on the ground much and his accuracy is good, his athleticism's good, there's always that caveat of, well, he's a rookie quarterback, there's going to be ups and downs. And while I still think that is probably true, like, name the ups and downs. Like, he wasn't great in the Tampa game. He ran too much. He didn't keep his eyes downfield. Fine. First NFL football game. Since then, he hasn't improved every week, but the lack of egregious throws. I mean, if you think about his quote unquote mistakes, the one that stands out is the interception in the, you know, inside the 5 against the Browns. But go through all his other throws, like what he has 2 picks all year. The other one wasn't even, you know, he airmailed it a little bit. I am just kind of blown away, because in 6 games, no one would say, well, he's played 6 NFL games, this is the finished product. Like, he's been really, really good, and he's probably going to get better. And every time I say that, I'm just kind of like, what world are we living in? Because this is not the experience around this franchise.
But man, like, you've been around the different sports, and there are people that come in and they actually put the work into it, and you see them get stuff like that from it, you know. And I think the thing about him, he's exhausted everything he can do to become the player that he's been.
I totally agree, Brian. And that's another thing we didn't know going into it, is like, this guy is infectious because he's not treating himself like a star. He knows to be a star, the work has to go in, and you don't hear anybody say anything other than that. I mean, I'm not going to name names here, but there have been people at his position in this town who were stars and didn't have that air about them, that did
want me to name them for you?
Different. Yeah, exactly. But you know what I mean? It's like, we've seen it.
Yes.
We've seen it. And to see the opposite of it is kind of astonishing. Like, the ability jumps off the page. Like, I can't get over the 66-yarder to McLaurin because it was a broken play. He's rolling out. He's about on a dead run, and he drops it in the only place he could put it. Like, that play will last with me. But the work that goes in to be able to make that play is as important or more important than the athletic ability. And so it's hard for me to believe, and everything is colored by, like, if he stays healthy, but it's hard for me to believe that if he stays healthy, you're not looking at the complete package for a decade or more.
Dude, you don't want to get ahead of anything, especially with a young quarterback kind of booming in the NFL. But I agree with you. It gets harder and harder to see the other avenues outside of like significant success. And I think that gets cemented every time he talks. Yesterday, so Jaden does his weekly media availabilities on Wednesday, right? And for months now, since we started talking to this young man on a regular basis, we just bombard him with football questions. And so yesterday I was kind of like, what else do you do? How do you unwind? And he said he likes to watch basketball. And, you know, when he puts the work in, he knows when he goes home, he can relax a little. And clearly he puts the work in. But Barry, I then asked him how used to the spotlight he is, because he is in the spotlight, dude. Anywhere you look, they're talking about Jaden Daniels. And he's like, yeah, you know, it started to turn up last year at LSU, but the NFL is that much more intense. And, you know, I still kind of feel a little awkward when people are talking about me, but I've gotten used to it. His maturity, Barry, at every turn, damn near blows me away. And I'm curious if you've had a similar reaction just when you talk to him and hear him.
Yeah, I have. And I think, you know, if I was just coming in off the street and listening to most of his answers, I think, you know, they're pretty bland mostly. And that is not a criticism. It's actually kind of a compliment. Like, he'll do the media stuff because he's the quarterback and he has to. But I don't think it's an important part of his day. Like, he needs to get through that so that he can get to the important stuff. And I think that's really to be admired. And then I'd say, guys, and I you know, everything here is a risk of overreaction, but I don't consider myself like a hot take person. If you look around the division, I mean, this is just staggering for me to think and to say, but if you go through the division, not only do I think Washington is now the favorite to win it this year, but if you look organizationally, and that's coach, quarterback, front office, you could argue that Washington and ownership, Washington is now, you know, the best advantaged team franchise in the NFC East. Now, Philly has had great ownership and great success for a long time, and they've won a Super Bowl in the not too distant past. But their coach is bringing his kids to post-game press conferences as a human shield and jawing with fans. And you wonder about the relationship with the quarterback there. Like, that seems tenuous. Jerry Jones is going on the radio in Dallas threatening hosts that he's going to get him fired. And Brian Daboll clearly doesn't want his quarterback, and he and his GM are on shaky ice up there. Like, Adam Peters is he's a very secure, strong GM. It would seem to me. They have their quarterback. The owner is new and putting resources into it. And Dan Quinn seems to have the players really behind him. Like, I don't think it's a stretch to say that this franchise that has been so unstable and such an S show for so long is now the best positioned franchise in the NFC East, which is just astonishing for me to think.
Does the quickness of all of that shock you?
Yes.
I mean, I know it happens over time, but it doesn't happen that damn quick.
Well, I mean, I think I wrote in the week one, you know, the Tampa game, I was like, you can't turn around an ocean liner in a phone booth, right? Well, they damn near almost have turned around an ocean liner in a phone booth. Like, I can't, the trajectory with which the quarterback has gone up, and then you assess Adam Peters' offseason with some evidence of what it was. And do they need help at cornerback? Do they need an edge rusher? Do they need another weapon on offense? Sure. But this wasn't going to be a 1 year complete roster rebuild. But name the bad move that he made. Name the bad draft pick. Like, they may have solved their left tackle issue with a third round pick. So I just, you know, I've been gushing about this in a way that is almost irresponsible. But I can't walk it back because you see what they've done and how it feels And it's just such a stark contrast. And as you've said, Brian, just so fast that I'm like, I don't even know where my headspace is. It's just odd.
You know, I've heard people say, you know what, we all in this together and we all are working for one common goal. But it literally seems to be happening with this team. I heard someone in their security department make that comment to me. I think it was after the Cardinals game. They were like, you know, when you have everybody working for the same, no, it was the Cincinnati Bengals game. When everybody's working for the same goal and everybody really cares for each other as if it's a family, this stuff comes together quickly. And I'd be damned if it's not happening exactly like she stated.
And I mean, I think we can't ignore the fact that, you know, because they won the Bengals game and because they started 4-1, like it's a lot easier to get people to believe and to buy in and to pull for each other when things are going right. So there's a chicken and egg thing there, for sure. But I was not an advocate of hiring Dan Quinn. I thought they should have gone for an offensive coach because you wanted the offensive head coach to be in lockstep with your quarterback, who, you know, you want those two to come in at the same time and be on the same page. But, you know, I was wrong on Quinn as a person and a motivator for sure. Like he says the right things, and even if it's a little slogany and jargony and catchphrasey, he's definitely got buy-in, and he knows how important buy-in is from, you know, it's hard in a sport where there are 53 on the roster and you're going to use 70 players over the course of the year to get everybody in lockstep. And he really seems to have gotten it that way in the early going.
Man, he seems to have more people than that because he got a lot of former players that are buying into his stuff too.
Well, that matters around here too, Brian. Yeah,
it makes a world of difference. And because
he's also embraced former players in a way other guys haven't.
The more I talk to the guy, I'm like, you know what? Because he has a little something where he knows how to deal with each person in an individual way. He doesn't feel like, oh, one way works for everybody.
I don't know. Are you ever going to tell the story about what Izzo's doing with the special teams?
One day.
Okay. All right. But Barry, kind of, because we live in a microwave society that's far too often dictated, at least for the fan base, by social media, the trade deadline is the top topic, right? Adam Peters honestly really hasn't missed. Like if you want to say the McManus thing, but McManus is now on a roster. Like clearly something occurred there, whatever. But Adam Peters really hasn't missed. If you're Adam Peters over these next couple of weeks, what are you thinking trade deadline wise?
I'm thinking long term. I'm not letting the results from 6 weeks, very, very positive results, take my eye off the fact that this really is.
Thank you, Barry.
Well, it is a long term. As much as it's turned around in a phone booth, like I said, it is a long term fix. And those picks that he's done a good job gathering, and a third for Jahan Dotson when two other, A1 receivers went for third round picks, seems like pretty good return at this point. I think those picks are valuable, and I think they're valuable for getting the 53-man roster to the shape you needed to get it to, not just to make it into, because this year is really about, like, are you going to make the playoffs? Are you going to win a division? That would be very, very positive, obviously, but I don't think anybody, even with how positive everything has been and how well it's gone, is thinking this is a Super Bowl contender, right? That's what you're trying to build. And I don't think he should say, oh, holy cow, we're 4-2 and up by a game in the division. Let's trade a third rounder for a stopgap thing. And I also would be cautious about, if the locker room continuity and everybody marching in the same direction is one of your greatest strengths, which I think it is, you bring in a big personality from elsewhere, Hassan Reddick or something else, you're risking a very real chemistry thing you have going for yourself. So I would just let the trade deadline pass and stick with what you've got going, and think that maybe that's enough to win the division, because I think it probably is.
Yeah, Barry, real quick, you've been around this town a long time, and you've seen Daryl Green perform on the field, off the field, and still here being a big part of this community. Your thoughts on him and getting this jersey retired this weekend?
I mean, my thoughts, Brian, are like, wait, his jersey isn't retired already? Like
yeah,
how
same thing
is
I would
28?
think.
Yeah, man, like that guy defined the position before it was a glamorous position. Like he was the fastest player in the NFL. Like he's pre-Deion, man. Like he allowed Deion to be Deion. Like he's such an iconic. Forget like this town, which is obvious. Like, you know, he's getting the key to the city on Saturday, and that seems like a cool gesture. But in the history of the NFL, like if you think of cornerback, like you think of Daryl Green in, if it's not first, it's second or third. Like that's the guy who defined the position for so long. So put the 28 up there, man. It should have been there a long time ago.
Yeah, I'm with you. I mean, Daryl Green made the all 100. You know, he's made every team there is. He's on it.
As good as he was on the field, he was that off the field. And I think that right there is something that, you know, many people aspire to do. But not everybody can.
Why don't the three of us have a real conversation for a second? Organizationally, they were hesitant to retire any numbers. And then over the last, 3, 4, 5 years, that has changed a bit. Mm-hmm. But Daryl never allowed Dan to push him around. However, Dan liked to interact with people, Daryl wasn't doing it. Mm-hmm. And I think there's a reason he's going in now, that Dan is gone.
Yeah.
And I think that's great on a million different levels.
I mean, players recognize players, I think, right? So I think that makes a lot of sense, JP.
Yeah. Barry, before college hoops starts, I do want to have a Cooper flag discussion. We don't have time to do it today, but I'll probably see you Sunday, man. Thanks for making time for us.
All right, man. Appreciate you, brother.
There. Thanks, guys.
All right,
appreciate it.
Man.
Barry Svrluga, give him a follow on Twitter, Instagram at Barry Svrluga. We got to go around the NFL. B, he doesn't miss very often, but I'm not sure Mike Tomlin is making the right call. Nobody go anywhere.
B. Mitch here. Big changes are happening in the DMV. And just like our upgraded football team, now is the time to upgrade the comfort in your home with a Rude HVAC system. I did, and the difference is night and day. My family and I felt the change instantly. And if you don't have a Rude system yet, trust me, you're missing out. Plus, there are tax-eligible options for you in the DMV. And if you're in Maryland, you might score some utility rebates. Head over to Rude.com, find a local pro partner, and get ready for winter. Always remember, if it ain't Rude, it ain't right.
This sports update is presented by IT Cadre. Trusted insight from trusted insiders. ITCadre.com. The Dodgers beat the Mets 8-0. LA up 2-1 in the NLCS. Game 4 tonight at 8. The Yankees and Guardians Game 3 of the ALCS today at 5. Virginia Tech welcomes Boston College at 7:30. Listen here on the Fan. And the Capitals look for a second straight win. They welcome Dallas to town tonight at 7. Listen on the Team 980. IT Cadre's trusted insight, helping leaders of the nation's most important organizations understand complexity, align efforts, and make the best data-driven decisions to achieve success. IT Cadre, your vision, our purpose. To learn more, visit itcadre.com. That's itcadre.com. From the Crop Medcalf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on the Fan.
Honey, check it out. You got me mesmerized. A little bit of breaking news on the Fan. Jaden Daniels just won another Rookie of the Week award. That's his 5th in 6 weeks. 5 out of 6, B.
Yep, that's real good.
Pretty darn good.
Real good.
I'll be honest, though. I thought Caleb would win this week because he threw for 4 touchdowns in London.
Who
Caleb
played against?
Jags. 23 of 29, 226, 4 touchdowns and a pick.
You might throw for 3 if you play against the Jaguars.
Yeah, maybe you're right. Damn. I mean, Jaden's running. It's funny. I think it was Nikki Jabala that asked him yesterday. Somebody asked him, I believe it was Nikki, what does he do? So every time you get Rookie of the Week, they give you this belt, like a WWF kind of belt. You know what I mean? Like a heavyweight champ belt. And I think when it gets spread out, if, there's 17 weeks in the season and say 11 guys win it, the belt might be kind of cool. Like you're a 3rd round running back that wins Rookie of the Week and you got the belt. That might be something you hold on to and, display.
We do rings and stuff in the NFL. We don't do belts. Give them something else. A belt is for wrestling.
So he got asked, what does he do with all the belts? And you could tell he was trying to be respectful, but he doesn't really know. He's like, yeah, they're in the house. I kind of think my mom's in charge of that stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to hang them up on something.
Well, now he's got 5 of them.
Hey, get some more. Hey, one thing I never had a problem with was getting awards.
Sure.
Keep getting them.
I wouldn't know. I don't get many. But for all the people holding Jaden Daniels tickets for Rookie of the Year, and a lot of people bet on him, you got to be starting to feel pretty good.
Yeah.
I don't know what will happen if Caleb gets hot down the stretch. Honestly, the Rookie of the Year stuff next week is going to be a big deal because they're playing head-to-head, even though they're not truly head-to-head. I don't know where Drake May is in this. We're going to go around the NFL real quick. Did you see he had to get a MRI yesterday?
Yeah.
He ended up on the injury report with a knee thing and went for an MRI yesterday. By all accounts, he's fine. I don't know. Seems a little weird, though. I wouldn't be thrilled if the dude plays once and then has to go get an MRI. But I wanted to ask you something, Brian.
This is the NFL, man. Everybody, I don't care how big you are. I hate when people are talking about the size of a person. Hey, big people get hurt too.
So you and I are both Mike Tomlin fans, right? I think Mike Tomlin's really good at what he does. it sure seems like they're going to bench Justin Fields to go to Russell Wilson. Pittsburgh right now is 4-2, playing really good defense, doing enough offensively to win games. Offensively, they rank 20th in points, 26th in yards. It ain't great. Defensively, they're second in points allowed, 8th in yards allowed. They get after the quarterback. They do the little things well and grind out wins. They are coming off their highest point total, but they're also playing the Raiders. But they're coming off a 32-13 win and might make a quarterback change. Justin Fields came out and said, hey, man, I get it. I didn't play well enough to keep the job. Fields, through 6 starts, is completing 66% of his passes for 1,100 yards, 5 touchdowns, 1 pick. He's averaging a little less than 200 a game. And then if you consider what Fields does with his legs, he's got 230 yards on the ground and 5 touchdowns, averaging about 40 yards rushing a game. He does have 6 fumbles. I don't know that those are all lost, but he's put the ball on the ground 6 times. What do you make of the move?
We were talking the other day, and you mentioned that Fields doesn't pass the ball as well. Russ is a better passer. This league is about passing.
Russ was the better passer.
No, I think he's still better passer than Fields.
Fields, I mean,
We're
it's
gonna
only
knock him
6
all
weeks.
over.
He's completing 66%
He's
of his
still a
passes.
better passer than Fields.
Okay.
We look at last year at Russ game, and we all knocked him last year. You look at his numbers. He was much better than what we thought. Russell is the veteran guy who probably can handle the ball a little bit better than Fields and things. But let's be real. Russ is on a 1-year deal. If you can get him to, since they started the other guy, if he comes back and plays better, you can get something great for him for 1 year for $1 million. They're not paying $30 million, but they're paying $1 million. And you can go back to Fields because Fields is a younger guy. He can learn something from him.
Sure.
So,
what about disrupting chemistry and just what they've got going?
I believe the fact that they're going to Russ, somebody has been complaining about something that's not working. Let's be real.
George Pickens?
Receivers might be complaining that, hey, man, we got to at least see if it, because, dude, I'm tired of running wind sprints. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So, like, the thing about Mike Tomlin is damn good at what he does.
Yeah.
For him to be making this change, he's not just going totally against everything. Something is making him make this change. And I don't think it's ownership. Okay? I think it's listen, bro, locker rooms talk. Mike understands locker rooms. Somebody saying something to say, look, man, let's try it out and let's see.
Mike definitely understands locker rooms, and you're probably right. What do you think happens with Russ at the helm?
Well, I think if Russ just goes out there and just keep his head above water, his defense is good enough to keep them in the game. You know what I'm saying? So Russ is basically in the situation he was in when he was a young dude. Goes to a team. They had somebody in front of him. His name Flynn. His name was?
Matt Flynn.
Russ gets into the game, and you got a defense that's remarkable that gives you the ball back and give you more opportunities. He might be able to find his old self again. Might go back to being a human being instead of the alien that you think he is.
He is an alien. There's some irony, I think is a fair word here. I believe Matt Flynn got paid in Green Bay. But Matt Flynn came in when Aaron Rodgers got hurt. I think he had like 2 good performances.
He had a great game
in the playoffs.
300 yards passing and stuff like that. Then that's when they gave him a $20-something million deal, something like that. Then they drafted Russ, and he was gone. Flynn was gone in no time.
Gone.
I have to tip my hat to the ownership over there in Seattle. We just gave this guy money. Like, no, we're gonna go this third here.
So Russ gets the job over Flynn. Flynn only got the job because Rodgers got hurt and he got to play for a couple games in Green Bay.
Yeah.
You know who the Steelers play this weekend? Sunday Night Football?
Are they playing against Packers?
The Jets.
No, the Jets. Oh, boy.
So, I mean, this is a turn back the clock
This is
matchup.
a defensive matchup right here, brother.
mean, it's going to be it sure seems like it's going to be Russ Wilson versus Aaron Rodgers in Pittsburgh. And
then again, I think that may be part of the reason why they're putting Russ in this week. It's the Jets defense, which has a lot of talent over there.
Yeah.
And they feel that Russ can probably better take care of the ball than Fields can, but we will see.
Sure will.
We will see.
Coming up at noon, Kyle Bailey from Charlotte lets us know what's going on with the Panthers, I guess. Nobody go anywhere. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Whitt is addressing the media here in Ashburn, where Brian and I are sitting. We will join it live in progress.
Opportunities. Sometimes you get your opportunity, you become a star. So I'm excited to see the guys that are going to come in and play. And we always talked about rolling with a deep crew. So they got to come in and be ready to rock and roll. So with that, I'll take any of your questions.
Joe, when you talk about like communication issues, is it what happens to them? Because sometimes it looks like maybe a lot of guys are playing the right coverage and maybe
there's one guy.
What is it? So is that a communication or is somebody not recognizing?
It's a little bit of both. Communication is sent, received, and acknowledged. So there was 2 cases. The communication was correct. That was sent. All right. It wasn't received by the person that needed to get it. And, bad things happen. One time, this communication that was sent was wrong. And the guy, he received it. And he played what was told to him. And we let a free runner go. And so either case, I got to do a better job of making sure that it's sent properly, it's received, and it's acknowledged, and we play it the right way. It's unacceptable.
And then you look at the defensive line with obviously John out, what have you seen from Johnny Newton the last couple of weeks that, he's getting more reps can be?
Yeah, he's trending in the right direction. He's a young man that has explosion, that can shoot gaps, that can play with big people, because he has power. He's a very strong man, and I'm just excited to see what he's going to be able to do with more reps. We're gonna probably move him more down the line like we've done with Payne a little bit in some of those spaces. So he's gonna get the opportunity to play more, and we need him. We need him to play well. I'm sure he will.
When everybody was putting the roster together back months ago and Frankie Luvu's name comes up, how much prior to that had you had a feel for everything he could possibly bring? And what was for you the process of being like, wow, okay, this is somebody that makes sense for us?
First, Frankie plays the play style that we aim to want to play, and so and I don't want to get into comparing players, but the way that we utilize Micah in Dallas is the way that we utilize Frankie here. We play him off the ball. We play him. You've seen him at the end. You've seen him at a 3 technique. You've seen him zeroed up over the center. So very, very similar to those things that we did with Micah. We blitz him when he's off the ball. He's a dynamic player. We try to get him on the back as much as possible. We try to get him on the lineman that we think he can beat as much as possible. So he's a stud that we tried to feed, and we have to keep doing that.
And with Duran, obviously with John out, I'm sure more is expected of him. I know stats don't always tell the story. In this last game, he didn't record a stat of any kind in the standard book. Is that a reflection on how he played in that game, or is that just an aberration in terms of how
sometimes that's going to happen. I'm not going to just dive into stats. Totally. He's given us what we want for the run game. All right, they ran for yards. It wasn't because of him. All right, it was some other issues that they ran for. So, he's one of our leaders, and he's doing the things that he needs to do.
You guys held the Ravens pretty well at the early,
We started off the game the right way. Yes.
So was it solely just communication that changed from that point on, or were there other things that?
Well, first off, they're a good team. Okay, so let's make sure they were going to get some yards and get their. Some of the contested catches and some of the, scheme runs where, Lamar, we might have been in a single high defense and he ran the ball. All right. He got 12 yards. Some of that's going to happen against them. They're good. The issue is when we make a communication and we give up a free runner because they don't need help. All right. And if we do what we're supposed to do, they might score 20 right there. Okay. All right. And with our offense, 20 wins the game. But when you give up those explosives, you get 30 put on you and you lose a game. Again, a game that you should have won, that we should have won, but we didn't. Shoulda, coulda, woulda. All right. So I'm very frustrated about it because I'd rather a team come out and just beat us. All right. And then I don't know if I can live with it, but it is what it is. But it's hard to deal with when you help a team beat you. And so that's the answer there.
And this may be a dumb question, but what are some of the challenges when, you go from playing more zone to playing more man for the guys on the back end? What's sort of the challenge in adjusting?
When you playing more man?
More man coverage on the back end.
I mean, it's now you have your guy. Your discipline is on. All right, what's that man's skill set compared to your skill set? What routes does he run? If you're pressed up, inside, outside release, what are you getting? When you're playing more zone-listed coverage, now you can see the formation. You can play looks to own, which you really don't play as much when you're playing man. You're locked into your individual guy, and we do a combination of both.
Coach, do you feel like your second, third level defenders are attacking outside D-gap runs aggressively enough right now?
That's a good question. I think at times we have, and at times we haven't. From a crack replace standpoint, sometimes I believe that we've been a little bit late at times, but sometimes also we've gotten upfield too much, and so it's been I want to say popcorn where all right, the end might get upfield too much, and now it's a crease, or we've shut it down with the end really well, and we've gotten cracked with the backer, and now we got to have support from the outside. So we have to take that popcorn away and just play solid.
And then there's some defensive coaches who will be okay giving up 3.5, 5.5 yards on a run here and there to prevent the big chunk play in the passing game. As long as you shut them down, obviously in the red zone, force field goals, get takeaways. Are you in that school of thought, or do you have a different view on it?
It depends on the opponent. If we feel like they have a guy that's on the outside that can really get vertical, okay, all right, we're going to have to cover them up sometimes. And if they hit us for 4 or 5 yards there and there, but we can't let the explosive out. That's what can't happen. If you're in a shell defense, if they get 4 or 5, okay, you can live with that. They can get 12, and we're letting them get 12, and so that's what we got to do a better job of. And so that's where it is.
Coach, when you're describing some of the miscommunication challenges, is that kind of, when you look back at the film, was that some of the challenges you saw in the coverage of the Ravens wide receivers? So Zay Flowers.
Oh, Zay just had a good day. Zay just had a good day. All right, he hit the screen early on. We misfitted from a standpoint of should have had one outside and inside, and then the big guy's coming. But I can't think of any of the plays that were the four that we really had communication issues. There were none with Zay. Zay had a good day.
And what challenges do you see looking ahead to this coming week? What challenges do you see that the Carolina Panthers offense could give you all?
Oh, well, the first thing, what's his name? Jackson, the young man, number 5. He is Johnson. So I hadn't seen him, and so everybody had been talking about how good he is, and I hadn't seen him. And then I put the film on, and I was like, oh my goodness. This kid can separate. This kid can play. He's been at Pittsburgh. I hadn't been around him, so he's dynamic. He's a dynamic young player that I enjoyed just watching. So the running back runs hard. He's really good. He reminds me of the guy from Arizona. Runs downhill. He's a puncture runner, sets the edge, and then he tries to get back down. They have 2 really good guards that can block and move people. So. Quarterback that plays on schedule as much as possible. That's been in this league a long time, been against him a couple of times, and he knows where to go with the ball. He knows how to get the run checks along with the pass checks. He's very smart. So they're an offense that has weapons, and we have to make sure that we control them.
It's the NFL. Everybody's got weapons. Kyle Bailey joins us next.
This sports update is brought to you by Reynolds and Power Home Team, Keller Williams Realty. What a day ahead. First playoff baseball, the Yankees are up 2-0. They battle the Guardians in Cleveland, a 5 o'clock start. It's a must-win for the Guardians in the ALCS. The Dodgers 8-0 winners last night in Queens. Game 4 with the Mets this evening in New York City, an 8 o'clock start. The Dodgers are up 2-1. College football, Virginia Tech looks to get above the 500 mark. The 3-3 Hokies host the 4-2 Boston College Eagles. Coverage starting at 6:30 for the 7:30 kickoff. Listen to it right here on The Fan. Thursday night football, Denver will head to New Orleans to face the Saints. That gets going at 8:15. And the Washington Capitals are home to take on the 4-0 Dallas Stars. Puck drop at 7. Listen on the team 980. Want to hear the fastest way to know what your home would sell for? Reach out to Empower Home Team. Simply text your address to 800-763-3000. No phone call, just text your address to 800-763-3000. That's 800-763-3000. From the Crop Bed Calf 5-Star Sports Desk, this is Adam Pohl on The Fan.
What a banger. Just all-time banger right here. You can play this at the club, Jeff. Don't tell me otherwise. It is high noon in the District of Columbia. Joining us now is our guy from Charlotte, boots on the ground, giving us a Panthers preview, Kyle Bailey. Of course, you can hear him afternoons on WFNZ in the Queen City. Kyle, how you doing, buddy?
What's up, brother?
Doing great. Now, before we start the conversation, I do have to start things with an Hokies, Hokies. Let's go Hokies, baby. Can't wait for tonight.
We got a Terp over here. You're going to be mad.
in the post-ACC Big Ten world for my Terps, a lot of my animosity has changed. I'm cool with the Hokies. Good luck tonight, man. I mean, when they dropped that Miami game, Beamish and I were watching that together out in Arizona. When that kid didn't score on the pick 6, I knew they were going to lose, and I just felt bad for him.
Yeah, I mean, look, I went from hating you in the conference to hating you for leaving the conference to not caring anymore. So I get it. So I hope you're doing well, guys. I appreciate you having me on.
No, of course, man. If you want to listen to the Hokies tonight, you can listen right here on 106.7 The Fan. They're playing Boston College at 7:30. Dude, I want to start on a personal level. I know how bad the weather was, those hurricanes, everything it did to Western North Carolina. You get through everything okay? How's just the state rebounding?
Yeah, it's actually a great question. Very timely because our radiothon today here in Charlotte started at 6 a.m. this morning. Of course, the Western North Carolina mountains are about 90 minutes to 3 hours from here, depending upon where you're going. So not far at all. But our entire cluster of stations today is raising money and sending food with the Second Harvest Food Bank to make sure that folks out there who are obviously still just starting to rebuild and will be for some time are at least fed and continue to get the resources that they need out west. So for 13 hours today, we are doing our part to do that. I mean, Charlotte, we were certainly we felt the impact of the storm. There was a lot of local flash flooding here and things like that. So things got a little bit hairy, but certainly not near to the level of destruction and devastation out west. So, somebody who grew up in the Blue Ridge Mountains of Virginia, I understood then how dangerous mountain flooding could be. And you were just hoping for the best, but unfortunately it turned out to be the worst for so many people. So I appreciate you asking.
Yeah, man, that's great. You guys are raising that money, and I got people down there, and man, just such a scary. Some of the videos you see are just devastating.
They were bad.
All right, let's get down to business here. Carolina Panthers visiting Northwest Stadium. Make sure you have that on your flip card, Kyle. It's Northwest Stadium. Coming to play the Burgundy and Gold, and Carolina's not as bad, maybe as that record, but they're still not very good. Get us up to speed on all things Panthers.
It feels like we've already played an entire season down here again. That's how things go. 6 games in, Bryce Young gets benched after 2. And actually before that, they hired Dave Canales coming up from Tampa. He's worked with Baker. He's worked with Geno Smith, helped Russell Wilson to some of his best years in Seattle. So, young, energetic, good-looking quarterback whisperer gets hired. He's coming in to fix Bryce Young, and it takes 2 games before he's benched. They go to Andy Dalton. Andy immediately gives them a boost in Vegas. They go out there and, get an impressive win. You could tell the team was energized. And then they come back and they face the Bengals, and, they played well offensively. But as has become the story, a defense that was already kind of thought to be maybe middle of the pack this year after losing Burns and Luvu, who I'm sure we'll talk more about. They start suffering massive injury after massive injury. Derek Brown goes down week 1 against the Saints, done for the season. They've lost Shaq Thompson for the season, obviously. DJ Wanham, who they signed in free agency, still hasn't played a down yet. Jordan Fuller's been injured. Josie Jewell, the other linebacker, both their starting linebackers are gone at this point. They've been churning the bottom of the roster, trying to find depth. And the defense is just really, really bad right now. They're on pace to give up the most points in a season in the modern NFL in the Super Bowl era. It's really bad from that respect. Offensively, the offensive line's been really, really good, and it should be because they invested more money than anybody else in the NFL into that position. They've been able to run the ball. And Andy Dalton, as Brian and I talked about yesterday, is a professional quarterback, so he has kept them on time. He certainly made some plays. I do think offensively this weekend, and I'm sure we'll talk about it, I think Carolina's going to be able to move the football, but I don't know if they're going to be able to stop. I don't know if they're going to be able to hold Washington under 40 points.
Wow.
Well, we hope you're right.
Yeah.
Since Andy has come in, and sometimes we saw it last year. We had Sam Howell, and I mentioned this to you. Jacoby Brissett comes in, and you go, wow, that's how the offense is supposed to be run. Has it allowed other things to happen for him because you're not, trying to do so much to make sure Bryce look good?
Oh, absolutely. And I think you saw that. You certainly felt it after the Chargers loss in week 2, 26-3, where they just could not move the football. And there were comments after the game by some of the veterans, like they brought Deontay Johnson in here from Pittsburgh, a guy who, might have been, kind of disruptive in the locker room at times with the Steelers. And, you got some vets in here that really want to win. They want to be given a chance to compete. And they just didn't feel like they had that after 2 weeks. And so, Andy coming in, you could see it right away in Vegas. He starts to unlock Deontay Johnson, made some big plays. The rookie Xavier Legette, Adam Thielen had a big touchdown grab in that game. Unfortunately, he got hurt on that play and has been out ever since. So, the offense has certainly looked a lot better. They've suffered a couple of injuries over there as well that have, caused them to struggle a little bit at times. But, it was night and day difference offensively right away, taking out a second-year guy in Bryce Young and putting in a 5-time or 3-time Pro Bowler in Andy Dalton, who's led 5 teams to the playoffs. So, obviously it was going to look better and different, but, man, it was stark.
Yeah, it started bad. It seems like they're going to have to trade or get rid of Bryce Young, right? Like they seem, I don't know. It seems kind of broken. Do you see that as well?
That's the problem is that you just, I think, used the best word to describe it. It's broken. Who's trading for something that broken? And, I talked to Jake Delhomme about this couple of weeks ago. Jake and I both.
And he's going to be on the show on Monday.
Hey, that's awesome. Jake and I both saw some of the same things last year where Bryce, if you go back and watch last year's tape, Bryce did some things really well that gave you hope that there was something to build on there. But, man, he came out in that very first game against the Saints. And speaking of Jake, they come out first play of the game against New Orleans. They throw the football, interception, right? And it kind of felt like that moment where Bryce just collapsed into, oh, my God, here we go again. And there was this shell-shock nature to the way they played, the way that he looked. He's running out of clean pockets. He's running from things that aren't there. And, that's a sign of a quarterback who, as we've seen in the past, you take enough punishment, you suffer enough failure earlier in your career, it can stick with you when you can't shed it. And I'm afraid I saw right away. I thought that's what it was. Jake said the same thing. I don't know how you fix that. I mean, maybe B. Mitch has some thoughts on that, but, I don't know how you fix that.
I told you yesterday. When he was coming out of college, JP knows I said this.
Yeah, he wasn't high on.
You're that tall, you're that small, you don't have a lot of speed to be a scrambler. It's hard as hell to be a pocket passer in the league because they're gonna get.
Oh yeah,
yeah,
for sure. Well, let me ask you this because I think it's interesting too. People say, well, he can't see over the line of scrimmage, and we all understand that college to pro is definitely a different game. But height is height. And, the guys that played in front of him in Alabama, on the offensive line were all 6'3" to 6'7". So, that's one of those things that I think some people are also here trying to figure out. All right, how much of a difference is that? Is that the biggest thing, or is the game just faster and he hasn't figured it out yet? But either way, it looks awful when he's out there.
I believe that the thing for him, he is like a Tom Brady without the height. You look at Kyler Murray, you look at Russell Wilson, you go with other guys that are not that tall, they can get inside the pocket. That's what they do. They can run, and then the guys know if you get out of the lane, they get through the gap. They can take it. He doesn't do that. So what they now do, they rush him as a passer, and he's in the pocket. Get hands up. It has to affect him.
Oh yeah. Well, that was one of the things that was also a selling point on him too, though, as you probably remember that. His ability to play off script, throwing on the run, moving the pocket, that was one of the strengths that we were sold on. And man, that hasn't come to fruition either. So he came in mop-up duty against the Bears a week and a half ago, made a couple of nice throws, but of course there's nothing on the line at that point. They're 1-5 right now. I do think they're getting better as a football team, but I don't think it's going to matter toward the postseason at all. So there will come a time probably around week 11, 12, 13, where I think they go back to him at least one more time to see if sitting and watching from the sidelines, was any benefit to him. I know Steve Smith, Panthers legend. He comes on with me every Monday, and Steve's still a big proponent of, hey, the best thing for him right now is to be sitting on the sidelines, clear his head, let him watch it from another vantage point, let him see that this offense works, and then when you go back to him, hope that some of that sank in.
I'm talking with Kyle Bailey here. You can listen to him afternoons down in Charlotte, WFNZ. Give him a follow at Kyle Bailey Club. Let's switch to two guys that have been helpful in Washington. One significantly so in Frankie Luvu and Jeremy Chin. Are you surprised at the success those guys are having here?
Luvu, no, not at all. Fantastic football player, built and made of all the right stuff. Absolutely loved him. Was devastated when he left. As a football fan. Jeremy Chin was a little bit different. Chin had gone through, a handful of different defensive coaches, a couple different defensive coordinators. And after a really strong start down here, it just didn't seem to work. It just didn't seem to click. There was no playmaking out there to be seen. It felt like to some of these coaches maybe that he was a bit of a tweener. And this obviously comes down to using a guy the right way. But, by the time that he left, there was sort of this sense of, all right, this many coaches haven't been able to figure out how to use him. You're obviously not in a great position to pay him too. So, this is one that I think was kind of expected when he left. I'm happy to see him playing well. I was very excited about him when the Panthers drafted him a couple of years ago. I hate that it didn't work out. But I'm especially, like a lot of fans, especially, upset to watch Frankie Luvu playing as well as he is in another uniform because I just love watching that guy play football.
Well, you said he has everything. He does all the right things. What was it about him that had you so excited when he was there? Because right here, when he's here, he's an actual motivator, and that dude runs around like a maniac on the football field.
Well, that's it. You just said it. Like, he's one of those guys. He's just a football player. And, he has good instincts. He's not afraid to stick his head in there and hit anybody. He wants to be a leader. He is vocal, but he also backs it up with his play on the field. He's a tough, hard-nosed guy. And I just think, you need as many of those types of guys in your locker room as possible. And we felt like all offseason that if they could afford to bring him back, they would try. And they certainly did. I mean, they offered a little bit more money than the Commanders did. But obviously he made what he felt was the best decision for him. So, everything about him as a football player, I think it was the best piece of pro scouting that the previous regime did before they were ultimately ushered out the door, I felt, because Frankie's a football player, and I know y'all are happy to have him.
Oh, yes, we are.
Hey, Kyle, one last thing. I don't know what's going on down there. I know you got a new young head coach, and maybe ownership's actually going to let him take the time he needs to rebuild that thing. Who knows, right? But everybody up here is obsessed with the trade deadline, and one name we keep hearing is J.C. Horn. What is Horn like as a player?
No, can't have it. No.
So I guess he's good. Now he's dealt with a lot of injuries. I assume they've picked up the 5th-year rookie option. Just get us up to speed on Horn, and then if you think they are a seller at the trade deadline.
Oh, they're a seller. I just don't think they're selling J.C. Horn. This team has watched. And look, we talked about this on the airwaves for months on end. People are tired of watching talent run out the door here because the front office can't properly manage its roster. Or doesn't make the right moves in a timely manner. J.C. Horn. The only real complaint about J.C. Horn is that he's had a tough time staying healthy the first couple of years of his career, and it's a big one, right? You have to be able to stay healthy. And he's always going to be compared to Patrick Surtain because those guys, were taking a couple of selections apart. But like J.C. Horn can play, and not only do we want to just see J.C. Horn stay healthy for 16 to 17 games down here, it would be nice to see J.C. Horn paired with a consistent pass rush. And while nobody thought this pass rush was going to be elite this year, if you kept Jadeveon Clowney, Derek Brown, A'Shawn Robinson healthy, and DJ Wanham, who hasn't played yet, was out there on the field coming off of 8.5 sacks, you felt like you had a chance to at least be disruptive, which of course helps your back end. So JC's a big physical corner. He can run with and cover anybody in the NFL. And I think they'd be insane to go trading him at the trade deadline. And I don't think they have any interest in it, to be quite honest with you.
All right. So we can all shut up about that one.
No, listen, I've been wrong before. I mean, next week you can be laughing because this guy in Charlotte said they weren't trading J.C. Horn, and here he is. So, I mean, it happens. But, like, I don't think they have any interest in trading J.C. Horn.
Okay. Well, then let's wrap it up relatively simply. What do you think happens on Sunday?
Commanders win a shootout. I'm hopeful. I guess never hopeful to lose, but last week against the Falcons, I predicted the final score was 38-24. It's not often I predict NFL teams to score close. Yeah, I mean, but this defense just is what it is, guys. I mean, you got guys getting after the quarterback down here that nobody's ever heard of. The starting linebackers are hurt, and one of the backups, Claude Sherrillis, who's actually he's a player. I mean, he's a really talented guy. He's banged up this week and didn't practice yesterday either. So. Ejiro Evero is truly being asked to make chicken salad out of what, and I just don't know how he's going to do it. Now, the good news is they should be getting some guys coming back healthy over the next couple of weeks. I just don't think it's going to be in time for this Sunday.
It's the highest total on the books this weekend, or tied for the highest total on the books this weekend, depending where you're shopping. Pretty damn interesting, man. I don't know that Washington. How good is Chuba?
Good. Chuba. Very good. Very good.
Yeah. And with a good
really good. Hard worker, tough kid. Yeah, and that's the thing, too. I mean, I go back to the Panthers invested more money in the offensive line than anybody else. They signed Robert Hunt from Miami. They brought Damian Lewis down from Seattle. They kicked Austin Corbett over to center. And, they've had 2 guys go down. Corbett's out for the year with a torn bicep now. And Taylor Moton, who had a 104-game Ironman streak, he saw that snapped on Sunday because of a tricep injury. But, Brady Christensen and Josh Neisman just stepped right in, and they continued playing well. So, I mean, this offensive line has been a real bright spot when they stick with the run. That's the one way that, I think maybe the Commanders could find themselves in trouble late in this game, is if they stick with the run and they continue to run it well, because they are moving people on the line of scrimmage. Brian Baldinger has a great breakdown, one of his Baldy's breakdowns on this from a couple of days ago. He's insistent that things are going to turn, quote unquote, as he put it here in Carolina, because he loves what they're doing along the line of scrimmage. And I tend to agree with him. So I think they can run the ball on Sunday, and maybe their best chance is to keep Jaden Daniels off the field.
Robert, y'all like those Raging Cajuns. Robert Hunt, another Raging Cajun.
y'all got a proud legacy down there. You got a proud legacy.
Yes, indeed.
Are you coming up? I don't know. I know you do all the Hornet stuff, so maybe traveling's not on the books for this one.
No, not right now. I also have 3 kids under 3.5 years old. So,
doggy.
I don't.
You might want to find another hobby, Kyle.
I got a hobby for you. It's a vasectomy.
Well, listen, hey, Blue Chew is one of my big sponsors on the show. So
oh my Lord!
We got love for Blue Chew, man.
You and JP.
Dude, 3 under 4. Goodness gracious. Good luck.
Yes, sir.
You're a busy man. Get some sleep. Thanks for making time for us, brother.
Thank you, fellas. Good to catch up.
All right, take care.
Kyle Bailey, Follow him on Twitter at Kyle Bailey Club. Same thing on Instagram. That dude's a riot. That show is really good. I've listened to it before. Speaking of really good, Cliff Kingsbury's offense is cooking. You'll hear from the offensive coordinator of the Washington Commanders next.
This update brought to you by thewindowman.com, the educational window company. Washington Commanders against the Carolina Panthers on Sunday, 4 p.m. from Northwest Stadium. Jaden Daniels has been named Rookie of the Week now 5 times, and head coach Dan Quinn says we can still get better.
I think there's a lot of room to grow in a lot of spots. We've liked how we've used safeties and nickels and linebackers in different spots. You know, sometimes you see Frankie on the edge and sometimes behind the ball.
Tonight's Thursday Night Football, the Denver Broncos against the New Orleans Saints at 8:15. The Titans are honoring 3-time Pro Bowl safety Jamal Adams' request to be released. Dallas Stars against the Washington Capitals tonight at 6:45 on Team 980. Boston College at Virginia Tech tonight, 6:30 on The Fan. Winter is coming, and so are cold drafts right through your old vinyl windows. Save energy and add comfort with superior fiberglass windows from thewindowman.com. Now, $250 off every fiberglass window. Visit thewindowman.com for your free consultation. $250 savings per Infinity replacement window only. Minimums and installation apply. Byron Kerr on The Fan.
Your mama too.
B. Mitch Finley, 1067 The Fan. We live out in Ashburn, VA. The boys have a long practice on Thursdays. That's what I've learned through 6 weeks. And then they get this hour-long recovery period. It means I'm in Ashburn until like 7 o'clock at night. But that's cool.
Have fun.
I like it out here. I'd move out here. I would move to Loudoun County. Shout out to Loudoun County. Dude, I would live in like Leesburg. It's nice out there.
You would do a lot, but you're not doing it, so don't worry about it.
Right.
Talk about it.
My wife's in charge of everything.
Ain't gonna
and
happen.
She won't do any of it. Cliff Kingsbury, Washington Commanders offensive coordinator, running a hell of an offense, top 5 in the league, spoke to the media.
Area for him.
Yeah, he continues to work really hard, and he made those in college, and that's what we saw on tape was the ability to play on time and make accurate throws where the guys can catch them in space and continue to run. So I think all his work is paying off in the fact that the game's starting to slow down a little bit each week, more and more each week, and hopefully that continues. But he's definitely working at it, and he had some big-time throws that converted some big-time third downs the other day.
What would it mean to get Brian Robinson back this week?
He's a big part of what we do. I mean, both emotionally and physically. The way he plays the game, the joy he plays with, what he brings to practice, that's a big deal for us as a unit. And obviously he's a tremendous player, pass game, run game, pass pro, so it would be a big lift.
Of the plays you called last week, the flea flicker to the running back screen is one that got a lot of attention, and people are like, well, where did that come from? So,
yeah, I got to cite my sources always. It's a Jeff Brom play. He did it at Purdue, and obviously we have David Blau who played for Jeff Brom. So David Blau had brought that one up, and they threw it to a tight end. We ended up sneaking Austin back there, and it ended up working out. The guys executed it perfectly because they brought a pressure, which even made it better. But yeah, that's shout out Jeff Brom for that one.
And then to marry it, the next play with Austin going out into the flat, even acting as if it's coming to him, and then here comes Diambi. How much, I guess, was it purposeful to marry it to each other, or is that just sort of the way the
it just worked out? Like in you have those scenarios in your head where you would sequence it, and then sometimes it hits. But if that screen didn't hit, then yeah, we weren't getting to that one. So it just kind of worked out. We had that personnel group we could line up and get rolling again fast, and so it played out in our favor that time.
Good afternoon, Coach. Jaden's been one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL so far against the blitz. Can you just talk about maybe why that's happening?
Yeah, it starts with the offensive line. They've done a great job of going to the right guys, and so he knows where his problem areas are, and he trusts it, and so he's been able to hang in there. And then the wideouts have done a good job, seeing the pressures and doing their side adjusts and being where they should be. And then, his preparation and the hours he puts in studying the tape and understanding protections and understands the pressures of the week. It's kind of a combination of all 3 of those things.
And then maybe not specifically in your scheme exactly, but just kind of around the league, there's been an increase in at snap motion being used. Can you kind of talk just from a football theology standpoint of why that might be?
Yeah, I think the game is just cyclical, and people will see certain teams doing it that have had a level of success, and then it's like, oh, okay, well, we could add that, and we could do it this way and add this wrinkle. And so I think that's what you're going through, and I'm sure it'll transition to something else here in a few months. But yeah, it's definitely picked up. I see a lot of people doing it, and I know it's a challenge for defenses. I think you talk to those guys, that's probably where everybody's kind of getting that information, is their DCs are like, hey, this is a tough look here, that's a tough look there.
Hey there, Coach. Your thoughts on Jeremy McNichols so far this season? He's
been great. Was impressed with him throughout training camp, a guy who stood out, who always knew his assignment, practices hard, play hard, whether it's special teams or running back, and just to have the limited practice reps he's had and be able to step in and perform at the level he's performed at kind of tells you all you need to know about him as a professional.
You couldn't really get the run game going too much against the Ravens. Was that more about, obviously missing Brian Robinson's a big part of that. Was that more about kind of game flow or game plan?
Yeah, they've been really stout against the run. We would have liked to run it better. There's no doubt. We needed to run it better to win that game and possess the ball more than we did. We had our defense out there a lot because we weren't able to establish the run game. But just a combination of things. I got to call a better game. You know, Brian's a tremendous player, but they're also very good at stopping the run, as you can tell through their first 6 games. But we got to be better establishing that, and that's kind of set up everything else for us throughout the season, and we weren't able to do that last week.
And if you look at a Ravens team that's been one of the best against the run, you now have a Panthers team that has struggled. I think the second most yards they've given up on the ground. Is that something that you want to target, attack, kind of get better at as you get to the season?
I think overall we just want to get back to how we were playing, and that was a more balanced approach, you know, so hopefully B-Rob will bring some of that, and we can just build off the run game like we did the previous 5 weeks.
You've been around Terry long enough now. Have you seen him kind of change? I know he's, pro coming in, but just in his work with Jaden, have you seen that connection kind of grow? Yeah,
just I think comfort level, them understanding each other and what they're trying to get to. And, the last touchdown on the 4th down was when they had just kind of talked about in the huddle and planned it out together. And that's what you hope happens as they get rolling. And Terry's a guy who every day he puts in the work, and if the ball's not coming to him, he doesn't say a word. He continues to work hard without the ball, with the ball, practicing hard. So he's a real tone setter for the entire team. And to see him, get in the end zone the last few weeks like he has been awesome, and hopefully that continues.
Luke McCaffrey coming in with only 2 years experience at the position. How has he kind of developed so far?
He continues to get better. My biggest thing with him is his work ethic, and his fearlessness is through the roof. Like, he's out there on Sundays. He wants the ball. He's not afraid of the moment. And then every day of practice, you almost got to slow him down because he's going so much and wants every rep he can get and won't come off the field. So that's a good starting spot. And his knowledge, having played quarterback growing up, obviously, the pedigree he has helped him. But he really works at it, and you can tell he's going to make himself into a really good player in this league.
How much more can you do with Jaden than even compared to week 1?
I think just overall offensively, we are figuring out, what we can do and who we are. And we've been fortunate to be relatively healthy outside of B-Rob, and that helps, that continuity week in, week out, getting on the same page. But, he's a guy who, whatever you throw on his plate, he's going to study, he's going to work hard at it. And he's allowed us to expand a lot faster than I thought we'd be able to at this point in the season. Yeah, it starts with Jaden. I think he's a guy, as a young guy, pushing the tempo, being able to handle that operation, especially in no huddle, and then command that from, 10 other grown men. It's like, that's not what they're accustomed to. So for him to really buy into it, which he's played at, that kind of tempo in college and believes in it, that really set the tone for the entire group. And so the guys have seen some of the big plays we've had off of it, and how it can sometimes really simplify a defense by keeping them on their heels. And so that's been a good change up for us, and we'll continue to use it.
Did you expect him to be able to handle it in the way he has? I mean, I know, like you said, he did it at LSU, but
yeah, I didn't know how, the extent of his work ethic. I knew the stories at LSU, but just to see it in person, I mean, he puts it in each and every day, all day, to be able to be out there and not have to think and be able to command and get it lined up the right way, which isn't easy when we're playing at that pace.
And last one, I know we've asked about the left tackle rotation there. It's now week 7. At some point, is it just, hey, this is who we are, what we're going to do, or is there work that changes?
Yeah, we'll continue. We like what we've seen from both guys. I think that's really the best answer I can give. Both guys deserve to continue to play at this point, and we've been having success offensively, which has helped. But I like what both guys bring. I think you can never have enough of those guys as you get into the back half of your season, especially up front with tackles. And so to keep 2 guys that we feel like are playing at a good level rolling, I'm perfectly good with.
Kind of weird, right? You can't just one position where you're starting for bench and there's no real in between, so that's the way it is.
Yeah, I think so. I mean, it's unique. I get that. I've never done it to this extent, but it's basically, if it's not broke, don't fix it at this point. And like I said, Luke's done a tremendous job since we got him here of working, and so has Brandon, and it's been a nice compliment to each other so far. Thank y'all. Appreciate it.
B. Mitch and Finley, that was Commanders offensive coordinator Cliff Kingsbury. Cliff is a chill dude that I think recognizes he's at the controls of a machine that might be able to go really fast.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
It's like the great horses, Seattle Slews and all those, the jockeys say all I did was ride them.
Right.
They didn't have to do anything else. They knew where they needed to go. I think Jaden is that type of guy, and Cliff is a jockey. He's sitting back and letting them go.
And everybody's so convinced he's going to bounce. Bro, he's getting paid from Arizona, and he's right. Like, to your point, I mean, he's got an opportunity here to.
Yeah, but when you're running your own show, that's a different thing. And
Sure.
He has to be looking forward to that chance again.
Absolutely. I'm just not saying if you're Kingsbury at this stage, you might not be looking at the first opportunity. You're looking for the right opportunity.
The best. Yeah. He
He
already went through one.
Right. Speaking of the best, speaking of the right opportunity, not the first opportunity, not the easy one, perhaps. You want the best, you go to Orsman Automotive of Virginia. They got 7 dealerships all over Northern Virginia. They got all the brands you're looking for: Buick, Chevy, Chrysler, Dodge, Ford, GMC, Jeep, Kia, Lincoln, Ram, Toyota. I got a Toyota. B's got a Kia. They'll take good care of you. There's a reason me and B keep buying our cars there. It's because of the people and the service and the Orsman Lifetime Edge.
And that Lifetime Edge is unbelievable. Like JP said, they take care of you. They take care of you from start to finish. But once you get the car and you go back, they'll give you up to $1,500 in extras, including the complimentary car wash with every scheduled maintenance. They give you a loan of cars with every major maintenance and a lifetime engine guarantee. If you're trying to sell a car, you can go to Orsman. They'll give you up to 125% of the Kelley Blue Book value. Everybody else want to go 100 or less, regardless of its make, model, or year. And it's very simple at Orsman. They like to keep their customers happy. And take it from JP and I to beyond satisfied Orsman customers, and let's ride together. But it was kung fu fighting, fast as lightning, a little bit frightening. Funky China man from funky Chinatown.
I don't think I've ever paid attention to the lyrics. B. Mitch and Finley, 1067 The Fan. We're going to open the phones up in about 10 minutes. But I got to check in on the boys in the aquarium, okay? In the last hour, we've gone to Charlotte to talk to Kyle Bailey. You just heard from Cliff Kingsbury, Commanders offensive coordinator. But I don't know what's going on because my man Matt Valdez just posted a video where I think he went in and trolled Jeff, and then the B. Mitch and Finley account, of whom I still don't know who runs it, I think it's Landfill, posted that the haters are out in force. Professor Landini, can you get us up to speed, sir?
Yeah, so Jaden Daniels, who we all know, the rookie sensation, quarterback of our team, greatest thing to happen to this franchise in a very long time, is
Sunny.
He's dominating, and he won the Pepsi Rookie of the Week again. That's 5 out of 6 weeks. And the Jaden Daniels haters aren't happy. And we have two chief Jaden Daniels haters here at the station, Matt Valdez and Drab T-shirt. So they came in to try to troll Jeff. And you know, Jeff's not going to sit there and take it, so he fought back.
There you go, Jeff.
I'm guessing Jeff will have a Bleep You ready in about 10 minutes.
Probably.
Can we play this audio, Landfill? Because Valdez posted the video, which is kind of funny.
No audio.
Why?
I said some
They were
things in
cursing.
there.
Mm-hmm.
In the video that's on Twitter?
Yes, there was some derogatory language and derogatory terms used.
Okay.
Did you call anybody a yacht?
No.
Not yet. Okay. So have we updated the Jaden Daniels haters list?
I mean, they were already on it.
I was gonna say they was already on it.
Are they now at the top? Have they
Yes.
beaten out the guy from Cincinnati?
And their names are Balk and Skull.
I don't know that reference.
Just search Balk and Skull from Mighty Morphin Power Rangers.
Power Rangers.
I got to be honest, I'm not going to do that, but I'll just take your word for it. All right, Bleep You coming in 10 minutes or so. I got a feeling where this is headed. B?
Yes.
Broncos Saints tonight.
Mm-hmm.
Saints are without a lot of players.
They don't have a lot of flavor.
Nah, man.
They started off on fire. Now they just bland as hell.
For New Orleans, they like flavor down there.
Yeah.
The injury list is pretty significant. I think Olave's out. Obviously, the quarterback's out. Denver is incredibly boring to watch play football. Bo Nix isn't the answer. They got a good defense, and Sean Payton's kind of just grinding wins out of this team.
Is that the Balk and Skull he's talking about?
I guess.
That's not Power Rangers.
I don't know, baby.
That's just one dude look a little thick and one dude look a little weird.
Yeah, those the guys from Power Rangers.
Denver
man,
comes into this. I think the Broncos are 3-3, and New Orleans has lost 4 in a row. This is the type of Thursday night game that I think, whenever that is, a month, 2 months from now, when they're allowed to flex them, I think this joint would be getting flexed out. What do you make of this matchup, B?
Tonight?
Yeah. You gonna watch baseball?
I'll watch the game. I'll look at some of it. I'm not gonna watch the whole thing. I keep going back to our text thread with my guys from college, and it was a lot of yapping the first 2 weeks of the season. Now they're putting little kids on it in shirts singing, like talking about who gonna beat them Saints. Everybody. I mean, I don't know, man. New Orleans is not impressing me at this point. It's in New Orleans. Maybe Denver goes down there and eat too much food because the food is better in New Orleans than in Denver, and maybe they just a little sluggish and the Saints trying to get them. But I put my money on the Denver Broncos tonight.
Here's something interesting. In college ball, the Hokies are hosting BC, Virginia Tech, Boston College in Blacksburg, and then Marshall is hosting Georgia State. Now, I don't know the geography of West Virginia that well, but isn't Blacksburg like right next to West Virginia? I guess Marshall's on the.
I don't know about that, JP.
Marshall's on the western side of West Virginia, whereas
When you go over towards Marshall, you're going upwards over here, and Michigan over there.
I got the map, baby. Blacksburg's right by. Yeah, Blacksburg's only. I mean, it's right close to the West Virginia state line, but Marshall's got to be a couple hours over. I was thinking you could try to do a doubleheader, but I think it's too far.
You mean doubleheader doing what, driving?
Go to the first half in Marshall, second half in Blacksburg.
I can do that on my TV. I got the Fire Stick. I can watch both of them at the same time.
As a matter of fact, I will do that tonight. I will.
No, I'm not.
Honestly, dude, we got a loaded sports night.
I have no reason to want to go.
2 college football games.
No offense, man, Kyle, but I'm not going to Blacksburg.
I got to be honest. BC plus 7.5 sounds kind of tempting. I haven't hit a bet since Saturday, if anybody's keeping track, and it's not
like Jeff said.
It's not for lack of trying.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't be worried, JP. I ain't hit one in 2 weeks. We good, bro.
Well, Jeff, for our bets at the end of the show, for her to hear first, I have hit a few of those, but the actual ones I put in for real money, those are the ones I'm not hitting.
And that's the one you need to be hitting.
Yeah, those are the ones I care about.
Since he always tells how much he knows how the market works.
Waves at the beach, comes and it goes. Dude, this is a really good sports day for a Thursday in October. You got Yankees Guardians at 5, Dodgers Mets at 8, Broncos Saints at 8:15, Marshall versus Georgia State at 7, BC versus Virginia Tech at 7:30. You can listen.
I'm watching all of them.
You can listen to that right here. And the Caps play tonight. Caps hosting Dallas tonight at 7. I assume you can listen to that on our air too.
I'm just gonna
we got
say,
a busy station tonight.
Brendan Giuseppe, where are you, dog? Hit me.
How many
play
TVs
some golf.
does
Let's go
Giuseppe
get
have?
nine. I'd rather go play golf than watch any one of them games that early.
Yeah, but the only game that would be on early enough during golf hours is baseball, and you could watch the end of that.
Camus after we play golf.
There you go.
Yeah,
Giuseppe, hit me up too. I might squeeze 9 in.
No, you're not. You won't leave here till it's dark.
That's unfortunately true. 800-636-1067. Time to come together as a people, as a community, in fellowship, and let the world know who has wronged us and what we're mad about. It's Bleep You Thursday.
This update brought to you by Prince George's Community College. Washington Commanders and Carolina Panthers on Sunday, 4:05 p.m. from Northwest Stadium. Quarterback Jaden Daniels has been named the Rookie of the Week now 5 times. Head coach Dan Quinn on Panthers head coach Dave Canales and his running game.
Those are some things that jumped out to me was the strength of their run game, their ability to cut it back. I was certainly impressed in studying them. I'm not surprised by Dave and the staff that he put together that's a strong part for them.
Tonight, Sean Payton pays his returns to New Orleans, Louisiana as the Denver Broncos arrive to take on the Saints at 8:15 on Thursday Night Football. The Tennessee Titans have honored 3-time Pro Bowl safety Jamal Adams' request to be released. Washington Capitals looking for 2 in a row after taking down Vegas. They'll face off against the Dallas Stars, 6:45 tonight on Team 980. 2 Major League Baseball postseason games today at 5. New York Yankees at Cleveland with the Yankees leading 2-0. LA Dodgers at the New York Mets at 8:08 p.m. Dodgers up 2-1. Shohei Ohtani hit a 3-run homer as the LA Dodgers took care of business against the Mets 8-0. Game 4 is tonight in Queens. It'll be Yoshi Yamamoto against Jose Quintana. And college football tonight on the Fan at 6:30, Boston College against Virginia Tech. The Prior Learning Assessment Network allows you to turn your work and volunteer experiences into college credit. Finish your degree faster by making your skills count. Visit pgcc.edu to learn more. PGCC, freedom to learn. Byron Kirk on the Fan.
Ain't that some? Mitchell Finley 1067. The Fan Thursdays at 1:00. We open the phone lines up, and we like to give people a chance to get some stuff off their chest. Just let the world know, what's wrong, and it's therapeutic, certainly. You get to release some stress, okay? And we call it Bleep You Thursday. And the phone lines are open. Kicking things off, my guy Rusty in Delaware. Rusty, who you mad at?
What's going on, fellas? How's everybody today?
We're good, dude. How are you?
Good. Little windy day here in Delaware. Hopefully you can hear me okay. My Bleep You. Okay, cool. My Bleep You is for the Ravens Nation. Not the whole nation, but in particular one fan, Mr. Jack. I forget his last name, Callis or whatever. Everybody's seen the video. Everybody knows what he's done.
Yeah,
looks like from the social media. Yeah, man. Like from the social media stuff, it looks like his life, if he has learned anything, to this point, is probably ruined. And I hope he's cried at least 5 times minimum since Sunday for a guy that does not lose.
Good call there, Rusty. Thanks, buddy. That guy sucks. Maybe he can grow up.
The hitting people guy?
Yeah.
He lost a lot, didn't he?
Yeah.
Hey, that's what you get.
Yeah, exactly.
You little dumbass should have thought about that.
Exactly. Is G-Men or G-Man in Landover Hills? Who are you, G?
G-Man, JP, what's up, man? What's going on?
How are you, bud? What's going on?
I'm good, man. Yeah, man. I want to bleep the morning show, man.
We can't have all this inter-party beef. What are you mad at them for?
Often time, man. They don't realize what they got now. Good quarterback. Often time, they talk about Sam Howell still and Eric Bieniemy, how he ruined them. Like, just move on. You know what I mean?
He was already ruined. Hell.
That's fair. Listen.
Yeah.
The Jug's been on the air for 30 years. They know what they're doing. We're not talking about Howell or Bieniemy. Bieniemy, it's not going great. Howell's not even playing. And you got Jaden. No faith in Jaden. Thanks for the call, G-Man. Landfill, it's my understanding you're upset about something.
Yeah, I got to say, bleep you to people who ride these electric scooters around. They pay zero attention to where they're going, just driving out in front of cars. I mean, if a car hits somebody on one of those things, that person is done. Like they're hospitalized, bare minimum, probably dead. I was driving the other day. I was going like 20 miles an hour in a 25, about to get to my house, and some moron on one of those electric scooters just drives out right in front of me. I had to slam on the brakes to avoid annihilating the guy. Bleep you to all those stupid scooters.
I'm with you. Yo, I got one.
Bleep the people, not the scooters. The people on the scooters. Pay a damn attention.
The other day I'm leaving the station, and you know what's the street where the CVS is? Is that K Street?
Sure.
Yeah, I think so.
So so I'm on South Capitol, about to go up the ramp to get on 395, and K cuts across there. That's a pretty heavy duty intersection. Like cars are moving on South Cap, right? And these 3 or 4, and they look like high school kids. They were young kids. They weren't even on scooters. I had never seen this before. They were on like a unicycle, but like a motorized one-wheeled vehicle. I don't know how to describe it better than that.
Sitting there. Yeah, they got those.
And they were moving pretty fast as those little motorized one-wheel vehicle can go. They were going that speed, and they just ran the red light. You got traffic coming off a highway ramp, and people haul ass on South Capitol. Yeah. And these idiots just went across the whole intersection. It's a miracle they don't
have a light to go.
No.
Yeah, but see, that's the whole thing about it. They think everything is a little damn game. Okay? I tell people all the time, you sit up here and want to challenge a damn car. You can't win if it hits you. And if you keep doing it, you will get hit. And I hope to God that the people come out, don't sit up here and try to make the driver be liable. The fool going across the road when he shouldn't be, he's liable.
Totally. These people are idiots. Let's go to Carl's in Bryantown. What's up, Carl?
Hey, gents, how's it going? I want to bleep the town of can you hear me? I want to bleep the town of La Plata Police Department for conducting an internal investigation into one of their officers and not even interviewing the person who filed the complaint and determining nothing was wrong. And then the body cam footage disappears.
Yeah.
Yeah, you know how that happens, man.
That's
the problem with people having. I mean, there are great police officers in the world, but the fact that you do something like that makes people question everybody.
Thanks for the call, Carl. I've gotten a bunch. There's a bunch of people sending me bleep yous. We're gonna try to get to all of it. A lot of folks are upset. I do want to give my man Jeff an opportunity. I know he's juggling the phones, but Jeff, I do imagine you have something to say to the haters. You tell me when you're ready.
Oh, I'm ready right now. Hey,
there he is.
Bleep you to all the haters, because the thing is, it make you look bad. I ain't worried about it, but the proof is there. We at a time, Washington fans, like I said in the song last week, you get a hater, tell them left hand up, Washington back. We at a time where people are coming up talking trash to us because we're winning. Let's keep it up. Let's keep it up. We just keep going. I'm going to bleep the haters every week. Other than that, I'm good.
All right. Jeff's good. Except
Got
for the
you,
haters.
bro.
Let's go to Damon in Oxon Hill. Damon, what up? Who you mad at, dude?
Ooh, good afternoon, gentlemen, and thank you for taking my call first. Second, I want to wish a happy 67th anniversary to my mom because today is that day for her.
Oh, that's great.
And third, I want to bleep you to my brother and my sister. They called me 4 months ago, said they were going to take my mom to Italy to celebrate her birth anniversary. Yet, a week before the trip, my mom got sick with dementia about a year ago, so my brother's been cared for. However, a week before the trip, they decide that, it's best not to take her now against my advice 4 months ago. And so they try to dump her off on me. I'm like, nah, I can't handle it. Then my other brother takes care of her. So these fools go to Italy, but they take they take the support money that I give to my brother to support my mom for the month and go on vacation to Italy with it. Bleep you to both of them. And when y'all get back, I will deal with you.
Yeah, you should. That's type when that's when you put hands on your family then.
Or call a lawyer, get your cash back.
I mean, I'm not gonna pursue any criminal activity against them because I wouldn't feel cool with it, like just me and my conscience. However, consequences, there are consequences to their actions. And like I say, I'll deal with them when they get back.
Consequences
All right,
and
man.
repercussions. There you go.
Thanks for the call. Good luck with that. That's serious business. That's not us complaining that Wawa doesn't have the right Gatorade flavor. Somebody on here is saying bleep me on the chat. Somebody said bleep you, JP. Stop with the jinx. What have I jinxed?
Everything.
I don't think that's true. Now, if Jeff
everything.
bets on a team, that's a whole different ballgame. But just merely bringing things up, no jinx, sir. Let's go.
Jinx.
800-636-1067. 800-636-1067. It is Bleep You Thursday. The phone lines are open. Right now, we'll go to Co from the phone. What up, Co?
What's up, fellas, man? Y'all must be in my goddamn brain, man. Bleep all the daggone electric scooter, motorized bikers out here in these streets, man. Man, I had 5 of them just drive past me like we in daggone San Juan somewhere while y'all was on the phone talking about it. Man, it's crazy. At least the bicycle, I used to say bleep the bicycle, but at least they gave them their own lane. These jokers here, they run red light, stop signs, turn in front of you. You get a heap of traffic. They come and cut through your door. Man, sometimes I just think I might just want to open my door by accident. You hear me, fellas?
I do, but I think you just really screw one of those dudes up. Like, they are ridiculous, and the lack of accountability is remarkable. But I think there's a lack of accountability on all things road driven that used to exist that just kind of no longer does. I know this. I know pre-COVID, if you parked on a major thoroughfare during rush hour, your car would get towed. That's just how it worked. If you were parked on Connecticut Avenue in the morning, your car was going to get towed. Sometimes they take it all the way to the impound. Sometimes they just tow it around the corner to keep traffic moving, and you'd get a boot. Like, I'm saying this because I know from experience. In the early 2000s,
in other words, yours got towed.
Your car would get towed, right?
Yeah.
Nowadays, I when I'm driving downtown, I drive down Massachusetts Avenue. This is well documented. We've talked about it. At the corner of Mass and Wisconsin is a big intersection, and there's a car parked there every damn day, and nobody does anything about it. There's a lack of consequences, and when you have that, people act like jerks.
You almost went there, Jay. Just don't add the hole on the end. You can say it.
Donut holes. Pat is in Mechanicsville. Pat, who you mad at?
Man, I want to bleep you to the University of Maryland football team for being the fraud that they are. Every year they get your hopes up, man. They play the cupcakes the first 2 or 3 weeks, get into the Big Ten, and they don't do squat. So that's my beef, man, and y'all have a good one, brother.
Yo, all right, baby. I appreciate you, Pat. I appreciate you calling. I've been hearing this, and I'm going to respond. I'm a Loxley guy, okay? If you look at the University of Maryland, they've been to bowl games the last 3 years. They've won bowl games the last 3 years. They had a quarterback that probably set some school records, right? He graduated or left or whatever he did.
Talia?
Yeah, Leah,
Talia, whatever you said.
Like, they're allowed to have a transition year, dude. They went to bowl games the last 3 years and won them. They went to Nashville, Tennessee, and kicked Auburn's ass. Let's try to have a little bit of perspective. I understand getting drilled at home by Northwestern ain't exactly ideal. I understand that. But I think we need to take a deep breath, understand what I think expectations should be for the University of Maryland football team, or that we go to bowls 7 out of 10 years, 4 out of 5 years. And there's going to be some reset years in between. Let's turn the heat down on my man Locks. Do you think that's fair, or am I being...
I think you're being a little too sensitive, JP. This is called Bleep You. People got the right to bleep who the hell they want to bleep. I don't care if it's a show before us, after us, whatever. They won't bleep them, bleep them. They won't bleep block, they'll bleep block. This is what this is all about.
That's true.
Somebody has ailed you, and you want to tell them about them damn selves.
All right.
So I say let everything flow. I could care less.
All right, let's let it flow. Roscoe's in Georgetown. What up, Roscoe?
Buddy, I am sending a bleep you to every single,
What's happening, fellas? I gotta
What's
say
up,
that
man?
first.
You're good. Keep going.
Hey, every single pedestrian in Georgetown that feels like they can walk across the street whenever and wherever, green lights or red lights, and cause me to miss a green light for a red light.
It is bad.
Bleep you pedestrians.
They don't even
I
look.
can't stand it.
Bleep them. You know, there's a couple places that are really
They
bad.
don't even look.
When's the last time you were on Nebraska Ave when Wilson High School's getting out? Like 3:00 in the afternoon when high school is over.
Nah, I'm not over that way.
B. Holy moly, these kids don't give a rip. They just walk wherever they want. They're on their phones. It's unbelievable.
Well, this lady walked across the other day when she shouldn't have been walking. And I'm talking about slow on the phone.
It's unbelievable.
So you know what I did? Just blew the horn. Scared the living crap out of me. Got across the street then.
Now we have a musician on the line. Greg, our guy Greg Dodson. What up?
Okay.
Greg,
What's
who you
up?
mad at, buddy?
What's up? I'm mad at Jeff Walker, man. You won't play my new Commander song, Bombs Away, man. I was hoping y'all would do it, man.
What the hell, Jeff?
Yeah, Jeff, we haven't even heard you say it.
Look, bro.
He's keeping it quiet.
This is a sports station, right? The only
That's what he
person
told me.
this is the only person whose song is obligated to come over these airways is Jeff Walker's. I work to get here. That's my contribution to the show. That's the only song that better play every week. This is not that. This is a
I
sports
did have
station.
a dude at MGM the other night hit me up about playing his song. Hold on, Greg. While we have you though, perform it live. Give us Bombs Away live on the MGM National Harbor listener lines.
Well, I'm actually on the road Ubering, so I
don't care. Sing it for them. This is your chance.
Hey, it's Bombs Away, Jaden Daniels. Man,
I
with
love
the
it.
Gifted on. Hey,
Banger.
hey, yeah.
Jeff, play that joint. Send us a copy, Greg. Thanks, buddy.
I would not do that.
Jeff, thank you. I
not
see
do
what
that.
you said. JP is terrible. You're damn straight.
He's terrible, man.
JP is a damn troublemaker. That's all he is.
Jay is
he made me start trouble, JP, to turn into damn Michael Jackson when all of a sudden the heat coming on you. Moonwalking.
Jay is in DC. What up, Jay? Who you mad at?
Hey, what's up, fellas? How y'all doing, man?
We're doing good.
First, I want to piggyback them dudes who had the bleep views for them scooters in them backs. I'm with y'all.
Yeah.
But my bleep view, I got two bleep views, and they both for you, Jeff. Jeff, you normally my man, huh? But,
Wow, everybody got
I like
smoked
this. Everybody's
today.
coming at Jeff.
Yeah, normally my man, but I got two for you. So a couple of weeks ago, I called in and dropped the stat about the divorce rates, right? And so I didn't hang on. I heard Dress like, man, he must got dumped. So I was calling back. So I'll call back the next week to bleep you because hell no, I ain't get dumped. I'm happily married, man. I had my wife right there ready to sign off.
Nah, hey, look, don't beat me up like that.
Hold on, before you get a third bleep you. Hold on, man. So then, while I'm on hold last week, call back. Jeff left me on hold. Then he let me go and say my piece that I wanted to bleep him last week. So bleep you again for leaving me on hold last week. So he's missing the whole bleep you, huh?
That's messed up, Jeff.
No, to my defense, hey,
JP only goes
I
to
was gonna say,
the things, bro.
the phone is JP.
JP left you on hold.
Now the divorce rate, that was just a joke because that was a random fact that I didn't know. So I was like, dang, he must have got dumped and was looking up the rates. My bad, bro.
Thanks for the call, Jay. I tell you what.
That's why you get to bleep you, man, for thinking wrong. All right, fellas, have a good one, man.
You too.
All right. Next time I see Jay on the line, we'll go to him first. Ernest is in West Virginia, B. Mitch's favorite spot. What up, Ernie?
Hey, what's up, guys? My bleep you goes to that morning show. Don't defend them, JP, but my bleep you goes to them. I enjoy your show. I enjoy Grant and Danny's, but I had to almost just stop listening to their show because of that couple weeks ago when they did that toilet thing. And it pissed me off. I mean, I was so upset. And to hear that, and I wanted to hear from sports, and they bring on that crap. And, I had to call them about it. And I was just hiding. And then the guy who answered said, hey, we don't care. And I'm like, you got to be kidding. You don't care. So that's my serious bleep is that morning show. I will
You
not
should
be
write a
listening to
letter, a
that.
strongly worded letter to Drab. Jeff, is
Oh,
Drab
the
in
whole
there?
the whole thing just went to the toilet. Nasty, doodle brown.
Jeff, is Drab in there? See if Drab wants to respond.
Hold on.
Stay on the line, Ernest. Oh, Ernie's gone. See if Drab's gone. If Drab's there, he gets to respond as the toilet kisser of the station. It's pretty remarkable. The Junks last week had a toilet kissing segment, and today the mayor was on. That shows they got some distance. They got some range, baby.
I hear you.
Nobody go anywhere. You're listening to B. Mitchell Finley.
This update is presented by Baldino's Lock and Key, your one-stop shop for auto keys and fobs. Previewing Commanders versus Panthers and their new head coach Dave Canales, Sunday 4:05 p.m. from Northwest Stadium. Head coach Dan Quinn, the process to improve each week is a long one.
Another 4 or 5 weeks from now, I say, okay, that's when I started that, and now I'm getting better at it, and that's where our challenge is. We've got great regard for Dave and Carolina and everything else, but it does come back to us saying there's a lot that we need to get stronger and improve upon, and like we are going to work really hard to do that.
Tennessee Titans have released Pro Bowl safety Jamal Adams. Dallas Stars in town taking on Washington Capitals, pregame 6:45 on Team 980. Boston College at 4-2. They've had 12 days off since their loss to Virginia. They're back in the Commonwealth, taking on Virginia Tech tonight at 6:30 on the Fan. This update presented by Baldino's Lock and Key. They make car key problems look obsolete with 9 area locations throughout Virginia and Maryland. Stop by one near you today, or for more info, visit baldinos.com. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
My life, grinding all my life. Not to pay the price.
B. Mitchell Finley, 1067 The Fan. Fired up to get to the BetQL guest line. Talk to our guy, Mr. Peter Rosenberg, one of the hardest working dudes on the East Coast. Peter, what up, man? How are you?
Hey, guys. How you doing?
We're good, man. So I got to see you last weekend in Baltimore. Obviously, that was a good, fun game to attend. The Ravens Stadium is quite dope. You were in a very nice suite.
It was lovely.
But they lost, right? How do you come out of that game? Where's your head at?
I feel great. I feel great. There was the only scenario that I was prepared to be unhappy about would have been like getting trounced. Like if they really looked like they were just completely outclassed, if Jaden looked lost, those scenarios would have upset me. But losing by 7, obviously, we get some bad news out of the game. But in terms of the game itself, losing by 7 and not giving up like 40-some points. Obviously, they had solutions for our running game. We didn't have B-Rob, all things that you kind of would assume would be problematic. I don't see how you could come away not feeling pretty good about that result.
I tend to agree with you, man. How did you feel defensively? Where we heard from Commanders defensive coordinator Joe Whitt a little earlier, and he basically said there were like 4 plays that really kind of skewed that game. Do you feel like defensively they were pretty close to a really strong effort, or they had to get a stop and they couldn't?
I sort of split the difference there. I probably lean towards the latter. Like you can make it, you can describe it in a way that makes it sound like it was a great effort. But guys, let's be clear. Lamar seemed capable of doing what he wanted to do. Like I never felt great about us getting a stop. Now, stops came, and we did get some stops, but we also caught some breaks. Obviously, the interception on the first drive was a huge, a lot of luck involved there. So it could have been worse. I want to give credit where it's due. They certainly played a decent game, but if we're now getting to the standard of like we expect this team to do something, guys, if you're talking about winning games in January, it would still need to be better than we saw on Sunday.
When do we get to that point? When do you cross the threshold of, hey, it's cool they showed they can compete with Baltimore. Baltimore is one of the best teams in football, to, yo, beat them. That's the expectation. And I'm asking that, like, not – I'm
They're
not
growing.
asking that rhetorically.
This is the first year of this thing happening. They're growing. So, you want to beat them no matter when. But I think after the game is over, you have a level of respect to say they did not go out there and look like they didn't belong.
Totally.
I think that's the ultimate thing. But ultimately, you want to beat the hell out of them anytime.
Well, yeah, and I think, we spoke earlier in the year, guys, like this defense has a couple of pieces, and we've seen now little by little, them just strip away sort of all the remnants of the things that, they didn't want to see. You're seeing the healthy scratches, right? We see who they're putting on the pine and who they're getting to play. So they're trying to make the most of what they have. But clearly, I would think that moving out of this season, the biggest priority is beefing up defense. You certainly see an offense that's incredibly potent. So I don't have expectations that this year, guys, we're going to win games because of our defense. I don't know that that's a realistic expectation. I think you should be looking for bright spots on the defense, pieces that you want to see, like, the great things from the rookie, like get things that you love, move forward with those things, and add next year. The idea that this year we're going to have a stout defense, I think that's an unrealistic expectation.
I agree. Yeah. Now, everybody down here, we're talking with our friend Peter Rosenberg. Give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio on Twitter and Instagram and all the things. A lot of folks down here want to talk about the trade deadline, and they want to talk about it kind of all the time. Do you want them to be aggressive? Do you want them to chill? Like, if you could call your shot, what would you want to happen?
Well, can I ask you a question? Let me respond to your question with a question. What are people saying? What are people thinking they should be actively pursuing?
Corner's the top of the list. Maybe a pass rusher.
You know how it is, though.
But
Peter.
then you got people that want them to add a receiver and a running back and all that.
Those who start a season with one mindset, they win a few games, and they want you to go chase the Super Bowl. And I think if they were a Super Bowl contender, one player, two players away, yes, go be aggressive. But right now, you're not that at this point. You got to basically continue on the path, and if you see something, yes, but it's not necessary, I don't think.
Yeah, I'm in lockstep with you. I don't have a Super Bowl expectation, so I don't know what. Listen, we all get excited, guys. We're all excited. This team has a chance to make the playoffs. Maybe win a game. They could compete and win a game in the playoffs. I think that's on the table.
They could go to the second weekend of the playoffs.
They could. And that
I think that's almost a reasonable expectation.
You could
not
really,
expectation, but
yeah, but at least it's something you could reasonably hope for. Okay. And as someone who remembers so well when the best case scenario during the best year was to just like lose a playoff game badly to Seattle. And that was in the best years. The worst years were just, 4-12 and 3-13. I'm not even kidding, guys. I have not thought about the trade deadline once. Why? Like, only if it was something. So if there was someone with a contract that you liked moving forward, and it was someone you were already interested in anyway, and you had a play to get them now, sure. But the idea of like making a move right now, guys, do you want to do something as desperate as the Jets did this week? I mean, like, that to me was like, I knew they were going to do it, obviously, right? Like Devontae and Rodgers wanted to play together. But that's a team making a move who is desperate to keep this thing together, because if it doesn't work out, the whole thing is getting blown up. That's literally the opposite of where we are. The Commanders, I've never been happier to be a fan of this team. We don't need to do anything desperate at all. Just let this season play out, man. If we make the playoffs, that'll be sweet. If they won a game, even better. But are you thinking that there's a chance we're not going in the right direction? Stay the course. I'm not worried about a trade right now.
I think that's well said. The Jets are clearly a train wreck. The Giants might be a train wreck.
Giants are weird. The Giants are a strange one. I'll tell you this, B. Mitch, I don't know if you feel the same way. The Giants are doing just enough that I still worry about playing them again.
Yeah, every time we play the Giants, I worry about it, because that's a team that seems to play us well. No matter who's at the helm, they always play Washington well. So we had the thing a few weeks ago talking about the biggest rivalry and all that. The NFC East. That's what I'll say.
Maybe, and listen, maybe it's only a few weeks away. Maybe Kayvon will still be out, and if with Kayvon and Neighbors out, I feel pretty good against the Giants. Those guys back, it still concerns me. I'm sorry, you were saying, Jay.
Yeah. No, I how big is the split between how low fans of the Jets and Giants are versus everything going on with the Mets and Yanks up there in NYC?
Oh, it's pretty quiet for the football teams at this moment. It's actually, can I tell you guys, it's the best thing that could have happened for the Jets right now. Because as big a story as this weekend was, and I think they got, I saw the local ratings. I think the Jets got the biggest rating by like 30,000 people. Like, that's how close it is. They barely outrated the Mets. So the fact that there are so many eyeballs on the baseball absolutely helps this Jets team. But, man, the pressure is mounting. And in this week, it seems like every week is must-win for them. But last week was bad enough, right? That game seemed handed to them against Buffalo. Now they're in another tough spot this weekend. Pittsburgh on national TV. Aaron Rodgers got his toy. I mean, he's like the little kid who gets every toy that he asks for.
Right.
Is he going to be able to do anything? Because, bro, if that offense doesn't get better now with Devontae, I just don't see it happening.
Yeah, I'm with you on that.
I agree, man. Who you think the Mets can bounce back, and do you think the Yanks are going to the World Series?
I think the Yanks are going to cruise into the World Series. They didn't even play 2 great games, and they're up 2-0. Like, they really haven't even gotten going in a real way. Nothing's been great. Cole wasn't great. Obviously, Judge finally got a home run in game 2, but he's been slow. Now, I think the Guardians, sadly for Cleveland fans, and I'll be in Cleveland this weekend for the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame inductions. I think it's going to be a quick – Tribe's going in this weekend.
Oh, that's awesome. I did not know that.
Good stuff.
Yes, I'm making the trip I've never done this before, to go see a group get inducted to the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. But, yeah.
That's so cool.
I think that thing's going to end quick.
Go to a post-game party with Q-Tip or something?
Yes, I'm going to be in a good situation. I'm going to go. I think I'll be backstage for the show, and then they're having a party with, I believe, Cool and the Gang, who's also going in this weekend.
Okay,
that's awesome.
So it's going to be a good vibe.
We need a full report on that trip to Cleveland. That sounds epic.
Yeah, I thought you'd appreciate the Tribe piece of it, but yeah, I'm not going to make.
For sure.
I'm not going to make the baseball game, and I don't think there'll be a lot of Cleveland baseball after this weekend. Can the Mets bounce back? I feel that's all they do. That's what this team does. I expect them to bounce back tonight.
Yeah, it is what they do. That home run Shohei hit last night was unbelievable.
Bro, you want to know? Hold on, you want to know, Brian? You'll be proud of this as someone who's old and washed like myself. You'll love this. I was at the game. All right.
Hold on, P. You just called me old and washed.
But I said like me. Did you hear that? Because that's the like me. I already know what. Maybe you won't even agree. You know what? Your kids are grown. You might just stay out and want to party. But listen, so I'm always trying to get out. Like, I don't do parking lots. I don't. And I went to the game because I wanted to take it in. And I pull for the Mets. They're definitely the team up here that I pull for, not the Yankees. But I'm not a hardcore fan, right? These playoff games are endless. Endless. Screw all the rules, the pitch clock. When you get to the playoffs, the games are endless. So I'm watching the game. It's 4-0. And we get to like the bottom of the 7th. And I'm like, I got to get home. I make the move. I hustle out. I get to my car. As my car is pulling in front of the stadium, I look up. You can see the scoreboard from the parking lot. I see Shohei rounding the bases to make it 7-0. And I was like, oh, this is one of the greatest exits in my sports history. I was gone, bro. Gone.
I love it. I wonder. So B-Mitch,
I thought it was about to tell me that the
ball hit his car. B always gives me a hard time, Peter, because I always leave early. I wonder if there's something in the BCC curriculum that we're unaware of that teaches you to get the hell out while the game is good.
Yeah, B-Mitch, you're not a leave the game early kind of guy, huh?
Nah, I wait till everybody gone. I leave late.
That's because you're in a suite drinking for free.
I'm about to say, that's how you know you're really living life. If you're the kind of guy who stays till the end, that's because that's B-Mitch knows he's safe. If I'd stay to the end of the football game the other day and not get out like 2 minutes early, I could have been the Commanders fan who got knocked out by that psychopath in Baltimore.
That guy's
you
going
walk
to
up
jail.
on me, he the guy that got.
He deserves
Exactly.
to go to jail.
Yeah, no,
Thank
put
you.
him under the jail. And by the way, so unrepresentative. The Baltimore fans were so lovely in my experience. It was
That's what I'm
chill.
telling JP.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, when I was walking around, people were quite pleasant. That guy sucks.
He
him,
sucks.
Get him to jail. Peter, thank you for the time, brother. Always
Appreciate you, bro.
it.
Let's go beat this terrible Panther team. And let's cover the number, too. Have a great weekend, guys.
Thanks,
All right, man.
dude.
Peace.
Peter Rosenberg, give him a follow at Rosenberg Radio. When we come back, we got some bets to make. A little news out of Charlotte, B. Joe Person, I believe, covers the Panthers for The Athletic. Yeah. Joe Person just tweeted out from Carolina practice, have not seen Deontay Johnson or Jadeveon Clowney. Both also missed yesterday.
Whoa. But what's called did say something about that.
Yeah, Kyle.
Yeah.
So something to keep an eye on there. Something to keep an eye on here. Heard it here first.
Ha ha.
Actually, I saw somebody in the chat wanted me to start saying Jeffrey, like the butler in Fresh Prince. So that was my best shot at it.
Okay. That was terrible.
That was give me your
terrible.
best one. Well, it's kind of weird because I don't remember how Uncle Phil said it. Like the dude with the accent is Jeffrey, so he wasn't saying his own name in an accent.
Yeah, it was just terrible.
Will just called him G. I'll call you G if you want, but your name starts with a J because we're J Dogs forever.
J Dogs forever. But your Jeffrey was horrible, just like the show's bets last night, as nobody hit nothing last night.
Damn, for the show is tough.
I'm 0-3 on the week. JP, you're sitting at 1-2. Landfill is sitting at 2-1. B is sitting at the top 3-1. Tonight, give me the Broncos.
Saints it is. All right. What do you like, Landini?
I mean, I was taking the Saints before Jeff made that pick, but now I'm definitely taking the Saints.
I'm just listen. I'm not taking the Saints, but it is a system pick, Landfill. So if that hits, you be sure you credit the system. Okay.
I mean, this is tough for me. I usually fade the system and Jeff, but I can't do both here. So I don't know. I guess I just got to take the Saints.
I want the Saints, and I want Alvin Kamara anytime touchdown.
I like Boston College, dude. Don't know a single thing about them. Give me the Eagles plus 7.5. I can't tell you the coach.
What a hater.
Quarterback. Listen, man. I remember I watched that Hokies game against Miami. We watched the whole thing. We were in Arizona. Came on at like 3 p.m. Virginia Tech played really well.
Parlay that with the Guardians, man.
Guardians gonna lose tonight. We know that for a fact.
Jeff's trying to sweet talk his way into a Yankees being up 3-0. Some good baseball, some good football. We will be back mañana. Grant and Danny coming your way next. Thank you to Barry Svrluga for joining the program. Thank you to Kyle Bailey for joining the program.
Even in the text me, they go fade Saints in the points.
Thank you to Peter Rosenberg for joining the program. Thank you to everybody that called in. Pack show coming your way tomorrow. Can't wait. Grant and Danny next. Made it as far. I owe you a beer.
Good Thursday afternoon. Welcome into Grant and Danny on the Fan. We are giving away Caps tickets today at 4 o'clock ahead of the Beltway Blitz. And at 6 o'clock, we'll talk to the Birdman, Ian Eagle of CBS, who will be on the call of Commanders-Panthers with our buddy Charles Davis this weekend at Northwest Stadium. What's up, Danny?
Hey, buddy. Full-fledged fall, 39 degrees this morning as I'm walking the kids to school. It's bundle up time.
That's the way we like it.
Hands were cold. So was the top of my head. Put a little hat on there. Totally fine. We made it through. It's okay. Nobody sweat. Nobody sweated? No one was sweating?
There was no perspiration.
Yeah, no perspiration, but no one sweated. Is that the right? Would you say that?
Nobody broke a sweat?
Yeah, no one broke a sweat.
What I do is when I'm not sure, I don't learn. I just make it
You
more
work
comfortable.
around. Yeah,
Exactly.
I'm a big work arounder.
So sweat versus sweated, I don't know what to do there.
Yeah, I did that in Spanish class where it was like, you can't speak normally. I got to do this one workaround to get to the one way I know how to say the verb.
I definitely did that in Spanish class. That and using a lot of websites that translate things.
Indeed, like hold it up.
Right. I actually saw a story that a family, these parents were suing a school because their kid got in trouble, or the allegation was that he cheated and he used some AI website. I wonder what is going on at the high school and college levels now with all of the AI stuff that you could do. Because I don't know how to use any of it, but if I was a student, I might know how to use some.
I'd learn real quick. I mean, for us, it was we called them the Clavens, but the Cliff Notes, right? So
what was your website?
We didn't have one. Think about that. Like that the web was like two dudes at an Earthlink site where you could go like, welcome to Dave's page, and like a guy with a thumbs up.
What
like,
year did you graduate high school?
97.
Wow.
So we didn't have, I mean, there was the internet existed, but it wasn't like, but it wasn't like the resource that it is now.
You were dialing up.
Oh yeah. Just hoping for a picture of Alyssa Milano. You know what I mean? Like you couldn't get much.
2006, when I graduated high school, the site was called Spark Notes. And there's a lot of people my age nodding their head.
People know
on
the
that.
Spark Notes.
Because by the time I was there, it was still early on in the game, but there were some classes that came before you that were reading the same books as you. So anything that you were assigned, you could punch the title in, and basically it was just detailed summaries of each chapter. And instead of reading the 15 pages, let's say, you might have to read 4 paragraphs or whatever.
So I utilized the Cliff Notes, which were hard copies, those yellow books. For every 5 pages of real book, it was usually about 3/4 of a page. That was your ratio. So for some of them, I would actually read it, which is very rare. But like when it's Canterbury Tales time from Chaucer, when it's not even English, let's go to the Cliffs. You know what I mean? When Shakespeare's like telling me stuff and there's 900 metaphors, and it's like, is that a tree, or is that like somebody's soul that became the tree and it's rebirth because it's springtime? Let's go to the Cliff Notes.
But as a show, our stance is, kids, do your work. We don't believe in shortcuts on this show. We believe, now that we got through it with shortcuts, that you walk the furthest way possible.
Yeah. Do the hard stuff. Do it.
It was just a different time back then.
Yes, it was.
We went to school 5 days a week.
Oh, there was so much going to school.
You remember all the school days?
We went to so much more school than them.
If it didn't snow, we were in school. That was basically how it went.
Well, the bit at the St. Albans School for Boys in Northwest Washington, D.C., they took great pride in this, which I actually happen to find a little outrageous, just as a quick side item. The mantra of the head of school was, the only thing open in D.C. is St. Albans and the jail. Like, that was a bit like, we stay open.
We do it.
That's nice, but it's actually dangerous on these roads coming from Northern Virginia.
Public School Peter over here.
Yeah.
Just a little engine who could riding our yellow buses to and from.
Mm-hmm.
We got a lot of days off in the winter.
Get them snow days.
If the snow was present and or in the forecast, there's a good chance we might have a 2-hour delay.
Huddle around that radio.
But otherwise, if it wasn't snowing, is it a Monday? Or is it a Friday? Or is it any day in between? If the answer is yes, we will be in the classroom.
Go to that school.
The good old days. All right, let's get after it on Grant and Danny today. As we told you, Caps tickets to give you at 4. Fired up to talk to Ian Eagle. I've been catching up with our guy, Charles Davis, who he works with from CBS on the phone the last couple of days. Good to have them come into town. They're flying in. They'll be out at practice on Friday. Maybe we'll see them tomorrow. I think I'm going to swing by the park, because it is 15 minutes away from where we're broadcasting.
I was going to say, like, we're not going to be close to there. Oh, yes, we are.
We will be
That's
in
right.
Leesburg at Spanky's Shenanigans tomorrow.
Oh, indeed.
So if you want to watch or take part in or heckle us during the show, you can come on out. 2 to 6:30 on the Fan. We will be live at Spanky's in Leesburg. But I think I'm going to make a pit stop at the park and go see those guys and go check out practice and get in the locker room and see what I can find out. So that should be a lot of fun tomorrow here on Grant and Danny. But did you see the news of the morning? A congratulations is in order. Ladies and gentlemen of the nation's capital, Jaden Daniels, for the 5th time in 6 weeks, has been named the NFL's Offensive Rookie of the Week.
Weird. Huh.
It's funny because one of the, fan accounts had tweeted out a few days ago, like a side-by-side of Caleb Williams and Jaden Daniels numbers from this past week. And they're like, obviously Daniels will win Rookie of the Week. And Darius and I were looking at it and we're like, this doesn't make any sense.
It's not that obvious.
Caleb Williams had 4 touchdowns and 4 incompletions that weren't batted at the line. He might get one, not to mention he hasn't won one yet. Now, what I honestly didn't know, and I'll just raise my hand and plead ignorance here, I didn't realize this is a fan vote. I thought this was actually something that the league picks and they actually pour over the numbers and the performance and pick it each week. I didn't realize it's just a popularity contest, basically. So Daniels, who played a hell of a game, I'm on record. I'm saying right now, listen to me loud and clear, this is the second most impressive game he's played, in my opinion, behind the Bengals game. I actually really, really liked the way he played, and he is deserving of any award he gets. I was very surprised that Caleb Williams didn't win it, though, and it's very obvious. Commanders fans, you guys got to vote out.
Yeah, and our guy's more popular than their guy, which is fine by me. Now, I would, if I had a vote, you know what I mean? Like if it was like a real thing, voting, not just popularity.
You do have a vote.
I would have given it to Caleb Williams this week. He was splendid in that game for that, and he earned it. That doesn't take away from Daniels' performance, but Caleb Williams was awesome. But it's fun that everyone likes our guy.
Yeah,
everybody's in, and he just keeps playing well. Each week there's some new impressive feat or a new impressive thing, and a new little stone done turn, and you go, oh wow, that's awesome. We have that in the bag too. Everybody, please be jealous of us.
Our guy is the popular guy.
Yeah,
it's a really fun place to be, and I haven't been here in a while. I'm not really sure where to park or what to do with my hands or where I'm supposed to go, but I can get used to sitting here for sure. So that means 5 out of 6 now for Jaden Daniels. The only game he did not win Rookie of the Week for offensively was week 2. They played the Giants, and he had a really good second half in that game, if you remember. They narrowly beat New York. Didn't have a great first half. I think he got sacked 4 or 5 times. But Braylon Allen had a big game for the Jets, caught a touchdown, rushed for a touchdown, and he won Rookie of the Week. But otherwise, I posted this on Twitter at Grant H. Paulson. It's like one of these is not like the other. This is just a Spider-Man meme with a bunch of Spider-Men pointing at each other. The winners, weeks 1 through 6, Daniels, Allen, Daniels. Commanders fans don't need political ads to get the vote out, my guy. They are stuffing the ballot box in week 6. So even if you throw 4 touchdowns, Caleb Williams, even if you have a career day.
Could you have thrown 5, though, buddy?
You're not going to win Rookie of the Week. Not up in here.
That's because number 5 plays in burgundy. And that's not really burgundy. It's kind of like this new USC sort of alternate red.
Yeah, the color that they chose that's kind of like burgundy.
Yeah. It's like, am I watching Arizona State or Washington?
These new uniforms are growing on me as they're winning.
That's the plan.
I just wanted to irritate you.
That's the plan. No, it doesn't. Okay, it's the uniform itself doesn't bother me because, as you know, uniforms, they're all fine. Everyone should stop complaining about them.
Here's why I think it's such an easy fix. Go back to the old uniforms and take anything that says Redskins off and put Washington on, and there you go. Boom, you've got awesome uniforms.
Pretty simple. The part to me that I care about is the betrayal. Like I care. Like I was told, we were all told, it's going to be X and it's not X. That's the part I can't get over. But maybe I'm just a weirdo. In fact, I'm sure I'm the weirdo.
I need you to think less about that.
Okay.
And more about 4-2 and on your way to 5-2.
Yeah, it's fun.
Can I get you to do that?
I'm in. Let's go.
4-2 on your way to 5-2.
Who's first place in the NFC East right now?
That would be Washington.
There you go. What record?
That's 4-2.
Who do they have this weekend?
The lowly Carolina Panthers.
Short favorite, big favorite?
Pretty big favorite.
Let's go.
I saw Deontay Johnson was not practicing. He is one of the only scary players on that Carolina offense. They're one of these teams that ranks poorly in everything. They're just not good. But they do a couple of things in a way that I think can be frisky. I've been saying this all week. I will say it until I'm blue in the face. They're going to run the ball successfully against Washington, especially with this D-line now in flux. The John Allen injury hurts. Javonte Jean-Baptiste, problematic without him. I don't think Dorrance Armstrong's going to play, but I guess it's possible that he does. If he does, I'm not sure if he's 100%. So you might have 3 new defensive linemen over the last week plus that are playing big roles. And Carolina was moving the Falcons around in the running game. And Chuba Hubbard is a good player. he is a top 10 running back, I would say, in the NFL. If you look at his last month, he's been excellent. He's run for 114, 104, 97, and 92 yards, and he's averaging 5.6 a pop. So I know they're going to be able to run the ball. I just don't think that that's going to matter that much if they can't make explosives in the passing game and make things happen down the field. And if they don't have Deontay Johnson, good luck. They've already been playing without Adam Thielen.
Yeah.
Their quarterback room was the worst in the league when it was led by Bryce Young. Now it's just kind of regular bad with Andy Dalton making them a more professional operation. But you're going to try to keep up with this team with a bottom 5 defense in scoring and yards allowed. You're going to try to go tit for tat and big play for big play with Washington in Washington when you don't have maybe your most talented and dynamic wide receiver. They better have Deontay Johnson available. He got carted down to the field today just to be at practice.
They've given up 34 points or more in 4 of their 6 games. In one of those that they didn't, it was a game where the Chargers won 26-3 and could have scored 70 had they felt like it. The Chargers in week 2 ran for 219 yards. Does that sound familiar to anybody?
A little bit.
So their one win, of course, is Bryce Young gets benched. They play Andy Dalton. Everybody, dead cat bounce. They played the game of the year. They beat the Raiders on the road 36-22. Since then, it's been the other team gets to score a lot, and they score a little. Like, that's what it's been. This sets up very well for Washington. Like, this kind of game, I will take my chances basically because Carolina is just a much worse version of what Washington is, right? Not a good defense. An offense that can move the ball and score a little bit. Fine. Do your best there. That's a track meet.
Yeah.
We've got 4 guys that are much faster than your guys. Let's go.
So I know that they played 6 games and 3 times they've scored 10 or fewer. But I think you've got to throw out the first 2 weeks of their season, to be honest, in any kind of
it was non-competitive
of their offense because Bryce Young gave them no chance. And I don't know what they're going to do. My guess is after the bye, which for them is in week 11, they've got 7 games left. And you probably just have to give Bryce Young right now a little pep talk where you say, listen, buddy, we're coming out of the bye week in week 12 against the Chiefs. Your time starts then, and you will have every game from then until the end of the year. We will see if you're the guy or not because we're going to be picking really, really high again.
Yeah, good luck to you because it's Chiefs and Bengals. I mean, it's Chiefs and Buccaneers right out of the bye week.
Yeah.
But enjoy. But yeah,
If
I mean,
they
seriously,
want
that's what you
to,
do.
They could start him against the Saints and the Giants if they want a softer landing spot.
No, but I'm with you.
The point is, though, eventually you got to go back to him because what really are you doing?
Right.
You're playing Andy Dalton. You're better. Obviously, your O-line, your wide receivers, you get better evaluations of those guys. They benefit from his presence. But winning 2 or 3 more games and getting to 5 instead of something embarrassing like 1 or 2. So what? All you did is lost a few draft spots, and Andy Dalton is not your answer.
Right.
If he's there, he's a backup next year. If he's gone, then you never see him again.
Yeah, 99.9% of the time, I go, there's no point in being 1-5. I'd rather be 0-6 with a kid quarterback. 99.9% of the time.
It's so bad. with
Those
him.
first 2 weeks were so non-competitive. I break my rule for that, right? So it's a rule most of the time. Unless it's something like that where I don't have another term for it other than they were non-competitive. Like it was the most basic fundamental pass that like my 6-year-old son and his buddies are going to try to do this weekend on their flag football game against the 49ers. Big matchup, by the way. If we can't do that, we can't even have a game.
Well, there's something to when it gets to a point where it's not fair to the other guys on the field, you got to do something. And I know you and I largely will belittle, especially you, the idea of like, how do you look the other guys in the face? What do they think? They all know he's not the best player on the roster. You basically say, I don't care. This is about next year, whatever. I'm not as adamant in that regard as you are. I think there's some truth to that. Haven't been in a lot of locker rooms around the NFL. That said, though, it was so bad with Bryce Young, Danny, that it was quite literally not fair to the guys bleeding, sweating, blocking, holding up with every ounce in their body to just not get mauled so that he could not find anyone or the receiver that ran the route perfectly and got open.
It was not NFL caliber.
Exactly. So you got to just hope that he's better when you see him again later this year. But that all said, since the Vegas game, when Dalton's helped them score 36 and a 2-touchdown win, they have been a much more professional, just normal bad team. 1-3, nothing to write home about. They only scored 10 against the Bears. That's a really good defense. Otherwise, they've scored 24 and 20 against Cincy and Atlanta in losses. But they're normal, not embarrassing. You need to play well and protect the football or they can hang around kind of bad. And that would be what I would say to Washington this week is protect the football. You don't need to play an A game. Play a B or C game. And don't beat yourself, and you're going to beat them. You give them a chance if you fumble the ball all over the place, you don't take them seriously, you're dropping
commit your
passes,
penalties, et cetera.
Don't do that.
Yeah,
and you win.
They moved the ball. Again, this is one is the dead cat bounce sample, the first game with Andy Dalton, but they moved it for 440 yards against the Raiders.
Dude, they were so good that day.
Yeah, followed up against Cincinnati. Now, we all know Cincinnati's defense is atrocious on stilts, but still, so is Washington's, moved it for almost 400 yards of offense in that game, in what ended up being a 10-point loss when they lost that shootout to Burrow and company. That's kind of the blueprint for me. Not a little bit less because, Burrow and company, they want to sling it, but a team that, you put up a fight for a little while, but we all know, right? As you don't have quite enough gears, not enough horses to match one of these really good offenses that's going to, fire up and down the field at will, and that's what Washington should be able to do to a bad team. That, to me, is a big deal, by the way. I was talking to my wife about this, where she actually was asking me, like, how good is Washington really? Like, what do you actually think, after they lost to the Ravens this past week? And I'm going, they're past the threshold of they can take a team that isn't very good, that's going to pick in the top 10 and beat the bleep out of them. Like, that's better than it's been. And that's not everything. That doesn't mean you're a Super Bowl contender. It doesn't mean there's no parade for that. There's a ring. But that feeling of comfort and confidence that comes from, they're better, I'll take my chances, is a major step forward.
Who is going to step up on defense with John Allen out? I want to get into that next here on Grant and Danny, and we can open up the phones for you at 800-636-1067. A lot of injuries on that defensive line. One of the key players over the years defensively, John Allen's going to be out for the year. What defender do you think steps up starting this weekend, elevates their game, and really carries this defense? Grant and Danny on the Fan. Live on G&D. You're listening to The Fan. Phones are open, 800-636-1067. It's a Thursday before a Commanders home game over in Landover, Maryland. I think it's going to be a fun environment on Sunday, by the way. You've got homecoming, number one, which always leads to a ton of former great players coming back, spices up the environment. You've got Daryl Green's jersey retirement and all of the hoopla that's going to come with that. The mayor calling into the station today to say they're giving Daryl Green the keys to the city. He was in studio with the Junkies. If you missed that when we're done, you can grab that at thefandc.com. But honoring one of the greatest players in team history and all of the dignitaries that'll be here from around town and from the organization back in the day to take part in not only his celebration, but the homecoming. You add that to bad team versus good team, which we haven't gotten to say for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
Heavy favorites at home and a chance to get to 5-2. And we could be in what is, for the first time, home field advantage territory where there's a lot of burgundy and gold, and there are a lot of people that are feeling good about themselves at kickoff.
Again, that 3-word phrase, foreign around here, data says that, your eyeballs say that, the sound on the broadcast says that, your experience in the stadium says that. It used to be a punchline, and it's not. That's again, refreshing. These little milestones, these little individual moments where, just tuning into the game on Sunday, no longer a chore, something people look forward to, et cetera. But those little things I'm not taking for granted yet. There may be a time, if I want to get to the point where, for years before the Caps broke through or the Nats did, where it's like, another playoff defeat, and like you're all upset and irritated. That's 1,000 miles away from where we've been only like a year plus ago, right? So won't take it for granted just yet. But you're right, man. The momentum is very, very real. This could go a long way just to kind of cementing that. Just again, you put it a little bit more hay in the barn. 5-2. You had a very profound quote last week that 5-1 is different than 4-2, which I thought was I was like, whoa, I was blown wet. I was like in the Matrix, like dodging bullets like Neo.
I had to confirm that with some people before I said it because I didn't want to get in trouble.
Well, it's like it's a philosophy, it's a lifestyle. But in all sincerity, you get to 5 wins now before the halfway point of the season. You are now you could be middling the rest of the way. No one will notice. You know what I mean? You could just be okay and you still have plenty of wins. You'll end up at 9 or 10 just because you got to 5 before you got to 8 total games played. I don't know if that math made sense, but it goes such a long way to your home fans seeing you win, and they'll have done that a few times now.
Yeah, the best way I can describe it is I'm excited to be at the game. It has been a long time since on a Thursday I was legitimately looking forward to going to a game. And that's where we are. I've always gone to the games. Now it's not the game's on Sunday.
It's not duty or work.
No, it's not a have to. It's a get to. I am excited to go cover the game on Sunday. And I think a lot of people can probably relate to that as it pertains to the work that you put in as fans, the money you're spending on a babysitter, let alone the seats and the food and the drinks and whatever time you're sinking into in terms of tailgating and, being tired the next day, dragging because you were drinking and hanging out all day or whatever it is. You used to do that because it was part of the routine. Now it's something you look forward to doing, maybe a little bit more, which I like. But let's get to the defensive line and the defense. So John Allen's out for the year, and it looks like at least 1 month without Javonte Jean-Baptiste, and maybe a game we'll see without Dorrance Armstrong, although good news today seemed like he was down around the practice field getting some work in. Who is going to step up on defense moving forward? That's the question at 800-636-1067. Who do you anticipate breaking out for the rest of this year and really carrying more weight than they have?
So the easiest answer is the other guy that's been a Pro Bowler, the other guy that's making a ton of money on this defensive line. But I'm going to leave that because to me, this might be super hipster. This might be stupid. In fact, Grant, you could probably play this audio and you could mock me later on, not too far down the line. But I feel like there's going to be an opportunity for Jamin Davis to get on the football field. And I've been critical of him in the past as a linebacker, mostly because I thought it was a terrible pick that Rivera and the Martys made, but that's water under the bridge. He's here. I think as somebody that's explosive, fast, and can get upfield, there's a use for that. Now, it may not be every down. You may not want him fighting, tackles or pulling guards or get, a double team by tight ends and tackles. But to me, in a passing situation, and there'll be plenty of those, he could be someone that could help them. So that's my answer. He's been inactive. He's been, a non-factor for a little bit. I got Jamin Davis all of a sudden having a role going forward.
I do not dislike that one at all. I want to go back to Daron Payne, though, because first and foremost, before we talk about guys that have to now start making an impact or that are getting more playing time or the role elevates and you become a starter, you said it's kind of an easy answer, a cliche. You need Daron Payne to play like a big boy here. He makes all of the money.
Yeah.
He is 27 years old. He's going to be the foundational building block on the interior of this D-line moving forward in life without John Allen, presumably, if Allen's not back next year. The only thing they could do is bring Allen back, even though there's no guaranteed money, and maybe flip Daron Payne if they feel like that there's trade value there, depending on his season. But he had 11.5 sacks a couple years ago. And I'm not going to use sacks as the end-all, be-all. But
it passed the eye test, man. He was a force.
No, he was a beast. That year he had 20 quarterback hits.
Mhm.
Last year he had 11.
Mm-hmm.
This year, through 6 games, he has 2.
Yep.
He is on pace right now to hit the quarterback essentially like 6 or 7 times. Now, the 20 quarterback hits in his career year, which was his contract year, by the way, when he had 11.5 sacks, that is an all-pro caliber season. That is a fringe dominant, one of the best players in the league kind of year when you hit the quarterback 20 times as a D tackle and you have right around a dozen sacks and almost 70 tackles. That is some really impressive water you're swimming in. But that was the only year he ever had like that.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not saying this to pat myself on the back because we get more wrong than we get right.
You're right about this. I was wrong.
But the reason I did not want to pay him that crazy amount of money is, number one, I just have a rule that I don't pay guys who have one great year in their contract year that look nothing like the rest of their career. And in the years before, 11.5 sacks, Payne had 5, 2, 3, and 4.5. Then he had 11.5 in a contract year. Tackles for loss for his career, 6, 3, 7, 6, and 18. Which one was the contract year? Quarterback hits, 8, 4, 8, 15, 20. Which one was the contract year? He was just a different player. But it is time right now where you really need him to start looking like he did going back to that breakout 2022 season. That's not that much of an ask for a guy who's one of the highest paid in the league at his position.
Now, again, there may be some things we don't know. What's he being asked to do? Did his role change? Is he now supposed to take on double teams?
Well, he's at a position where you're going to take on doubles.
Yeah,
but 6 weeks at a time is a pretty good sample to say hit the quarterback more than twice.
And that's where I was going. Yeah, I mean, to me, this is pretty clear cut. Like you get at the time close to the top of the market money. Please behave like it on the field. And this isn't to rip him. It's not like he's screwing around off the field and kicking his feet up and not doing his job. But when you pay someone big money, you need big money production.
The example I'll give on, you can be really good without counting stats. The first 2 sacks of the season for Washington, they had one in week 1 and one in week 2, was Clelin Ferrell. And Clelin Ferrell got both of those sacks on Payne plays, where the best play was made by Payne.
Mm-hmm.
He won the play. He blew it up.
Disrupted, quarterback moved, and there you go.
Quarterback kind of runs into Clelin Ferrell, and he has 2 sacks. And on neither of those 2 plays am I overly impressed with him. The takeaway when you watch that play is, dang, Daron Payne's really good.
Mm-hmm.
Like, what a beast. And so there are plenty of those. I'm not saying there aren't. This is not me saying he has played badly. Don't mishear me. What I am saying is there's a lot more room here for him to go out and be the premier player on this defensive line and one of the really good players on the defense. And he's mostly been very quiet so far. You don't pay him what you pay him to be quiet. And at this point, John Allen not being there only means that you just need more out of him. That's all.
I need one of those. I overtalk about it, but that Denver series, Daron Payne first down, Daron Payne second down, Daron Payne third down, punt. You know what I mean? Where just, oh my God, that guy's unblockable.
Yeah, first down, TFL. Second down, stop at the line of scrimmage by himself. Now it's 3rd and 11, and he gets home for a sack or hits the quarterback as he throws for an incompletion.
He's like 10 guys could have just taken the time off. Just sat down on the field, crisscross applesauce because 94 is out there.
On that drive, you had him, so nothing else matters.
Yeah, so that's of course unrealistic every down. Nobody does that, not even the best players in the game. But the occasional streak of dominance, the occasional big play happening, the occasional disruption, drive stalling type plays haven't really been there near as often enough for my taste.
So this will sound like way too simplified, but he does better things and plays at a higher level and is noticeable in doing those things when you study it more than just an average defensive tackle, whoever that is. Let's just say Fidarian Mathis. But it shouldn't be that big of an ask that you hear his name called more than Sheldon Day.
Mm-hmm.
Or any of those other D tackles. The disruptive plays is what he gets paid for, respectfully. I mean, the taking on double teams and some of the stuff you can do quietly without your number getting called, your name getting said on the broadcast, that's important too. But the guys that get all the money, look at the D tackles getting paid what he gets paid. You hear those names called constantly, over and over and over again by making the plays. The other name I'll give you, because you went off the board with like a deeper cut, you said Jamin, yeah?
Mm-hmm.
This one won't be a surprise, but I am such a big believer in this kid that I want it to happen right here and right now. And I don't think he's all the way back yet. I don't get the sense that he is the same player right now that he was the day he played his final down in college. I think there's still some like rehab and development, even though he's healthy. But Johnny Newton, 22 years old, only 47 days of being 22 years old, by the way. He's a baby.
Mm-hmm.
Johnny Newton, who they drafted essentially in the first round, 36th overall. That's 4 picks after a guy that was taken in round 1. You're about to get a lot more work, more snaps, more reps, an opportunity to be a factor every single week. He has only played defensively in 38% of snaps. That's about to go up by 12 or 14%, I would guess.
At least you think, yeah.
Go make plays, kid.
Mm-hmm.
He had one play against the Ravens where he shedded the center, who's good, and he made Derrick Henry basically cut, jumps on him and grabs him and pulls him to the ground individually right at the line of scrimmage for like a loss of a half yard. Those are great. The more of those, the better in the run game. But I want to see him getting up the field and rushing the quarterback. That's what he did at Illinois.
Mm-hmm. Just or anything, even if it's not the quarterback sack, that's like the ultimate, right?
But just push the pocket
but
and
push the
create
pocket.
penetration.
You don't allow the quarterback to step up or make him, disrupt the rhythm and timing. You get your hands up. Again, I with all the short passing in the NFL, and it's happened to Jaden Daniels a couple of times. I feel like Washington never bats passes down. Now, maybe that's my own, bias against it, but I feel like that's such a disruptive play, where you force someone to have to wait an extra tick to go around the window that you're creating or that you're eliminating because your arms are up in the air, for example. Things like that. Those can be disruptive enough. Draw some holding penalties. Be a problem. And that's ultimately what you're looking for, right? From a highly drafted or highly compensated defensive lineman. The sacks are wonderful. Those are the ones you see. That's the highlight, especially defensive end comes firing around the edge, and the tackle can't keep up with him trying to slide and pass protect, and he bends like he's going around a motorcycle turn, and he hits the quarterback. Those are the glamour ones. You can picture all the stars who have done that over the years: the Bruce Smiths, the Derek Thomases, the Lawrence Taylors, everybody in between. But down in and down out, not letting them do what they want to do, and like everyone else is dependent. Safeties, linebackers, corners, you're kind of dependent on what the offense is doing. You have to wait for them to come to you and sort of figure it out. At that defensive line spot, especially if you get the right down and distance, you just go ruin it. You go bother them. You go disrupt the timing, and even that can be invaluable.
We'll take the calls that you are lining up on this right now at 800-636-1067. Who is going to step up on this defense? Plus, I saw a sports tradition I had never heard about today that takes place every single year in a city. And it's one of the coolest things I've ever seen. I love it so much. I'd never heard about this, and I don't know if anybody else has. It's kind of under the radar. I want to talk about that next as soon as we return. Grant and Danny on the Fan. with Danny Rouillet. I'm Grant Paulson. This is The Fan. So before we get to the phones on the Commanders, I tease this. I want to pay this off real quick. Have you ever heard of a tradition in Pittsburgh where Pirates fans all get together every year on the exact same day, and it's October 13th, to celebrate the anniversary of 1960 when Bill Mazeroski hit the greatest home run in, you could say baseball history. It was a Game 7 World Series winning home run, but certainly in Pirates history. But they go to the location where their old ballpark was. It's like in this random little park, basically this street corner under some trees. And every year on the same day, they bring these huge speakers and they blare the home run call from 1960. And all these Pirates fans in Mazeroski jerseys and their gold and the black, they stand there to celebrate the anniversary in Pittsburgh every single year with the speakers blaring, and then they all clap and hug and then go home. Isn't that awesome?
That's incredible.
I don't know if this will pick up. I got this off of Instagram. They're all just cheering, they're like steamed up for the call, and they just play it right off the radio.
And they're all like, yeah.
They all cheer, and then they all just kind of go home.
Most of those people were not alive.
I think
Probably.
that to me would be the equivalent of, in like 50 years, Capital One Arena, it won't be in Virginia.
Come on. Stop being funny.
But
Come
there's
on.
another
Seriously, get
building
serious.
somewhere in D.C. where the Caps play, and we all go to 7th Street, and someone plays John Walton's call of Yevgeny Kuznetsov's goal. Or we all walk over to the banks of the Anacostia, where old Nats Park was in the Navy Yard, and we all stand there and we listen to the Juan Soto hit against the Brewers, and then we all high five and then go back to work. I just think it's the best thing I've ever heard.
Or, the radio call of 4th and 1, hand it off to Riggo. You know what I mean? Like in 7-8 years from now. But that's 1960. That's incredible. That's 64 years ago. I just did my quick math, man. How about that? I also feel bad that Pirates fans haven't had that much to cheer about since then.
No, you got to throw it back to 60 if you want to celebrate, probably.
That's the tough stuff.
That was a moment, and that has not happened since Game 7, decisive walk-off home run. Can't beat it. Let's go to Shane in D.C. Who's going to step up on the Commanders' defense with the injuries on the D-line?
Hey, Commander Danny, Grant, how y'all doing today?
Good, buddy.
The obvious is Deron Payne, but that's because we're paying him the money. And look, he came in here as a high draft pick, and now that Jonathan Allen's out, which that injury is going to hurt. That what you see down the road, that injury is going to hurt this team. Not only that, just because of what he brings to the locker room. But but outside that, it's got to be St. Jude's. Like, we got to have somebody step up in the secondary. Our secondary is absolutely garbage right now, as you saw against the bottom. Lamar Jackson looked like Peyton Manning out there. And the thing about it was, I don't know what we got to do in the secondary, but it's got to be St. Jude's right now. For me, Deron Payne's the obvious pick, but you got to have somebody step up in the back to
Well, St. Jude's has been their best corner. Pretty decidedly at this point. They have moved Mikey Sanristil out of the nickel outside, and they are now playing Igbenogany in the nickel, and both of them have been fine, but they're not asking a ton out of those guys. St. Just is the one that they're saying, hey, number one, you got him, let's go. And that's just not a fair ask. I'll go back to what I call the old Reed Doughty assignment.
Mm-hmm.
Reed Doughty's playing in 13 games. It's not his fault.
And he does not deserve any blame for being Reed Doughty.
You paid him to play special teams.
No.
You signed him to play special teams. He was the 5th safety when camp began. It's not his problem that every single year he ends up starting 13 games. Don't blame Stefan Heyer for being Stefan Heyer. You hired me. I walked through the door. I think that's kind of how I feel about BSJ, who is a 3rd-round pick, who is long and physical and around the ball for the most part, and who is probably a solid corner 2.
A decent player, yeah, for sure.
But they're asking him to be a corner 1.
Mm-hmm.
And I'll be honest, he's not going to win, even as a corner 2, corner 3, against smaller, speedier wide receivers all the time. Zay Flowers is not going to be a good matchup.
Again, more in fairness to him, a lot of guys are going to struggle with that now with the current rules, right?
Sure.
Like the smaller, quicker receiver is back in vogue. You can't get handsy all that often anymore. Like the Legion of Boom days where you can clutch and grab and just, realize that they're not going to throw a flag every time. That's long gone.
great corners could have held up well in that situation against Baltimore, where you put a bunch of guys in the box. Like some of those Zay Flowers plays you remember, where he catches the ball crossing the field, hits the brakes. St. Juice can't get him down. He kind of goes forward for another 5 or 7. Go back and watch that play. To say he's on an island is not even really fair. He's the only guy on that half the field. Now he's chasing a speed guy across the entire field. There's 5 to 7 corners in the league that are going to consistently do that at a high level. That's not an easy assignment. But I get it. You're saying someone in the corner room, someone in the secondary's got to be better. And he's probably the most talented guy.
Yeah.
So maybe that's the ask. Gary, Fairfax, who on defense do you want to step up post John Allen here?
G&D, what's up, fellas?
Hey, dude.
Danny, you're a funny dude.
Well, thank you, sir.
Hey, Grant, I'm 100% with you, man. I've been so disappointed with. Really, I don't want to bag on a guy because he's hurt, but Allen and Payne in the Cincinnati game, I can't remember if it was Troy Aikman or Joe Buck, but they called them out. They said, the 2 All-Pros, we haven't heard from them. Haven't heard their name called, and that's pretty much been the story all season. I just haven't heard their names called, and so I'm going to hope. I really am going to hope that as a tribute to his running mate, now that he's out for the season, that Daron Payne will take it upon himself to say, look, I'm going to show these people who I am and who I can be. Because I don't want to hear excuses about being double teamed on all these different plays. He's not Aaron Donald. Nobody's double teaming him every snap. So and even Aaron Donald made plays.
Well, I will tell you,
their opportunities being played.
Aaron Donald is getting double teamed on every snap. Sometimes you just beat it. Sometimes that means the rest of the defense should be really, really good.
Offenses know where Dexter Lawrence is. 7.5 sacks this year. You know what I mean? Like people are familiar with his works.
Yeah.
I'm sorry you're the top of the scouting report. You got to do something, man.
I need you right now more than I've needed you all season. I need you this weekend against Carolina. See that guy with the red hair and the football in his hand? Go hit him. You've hit 2 quarterbacks twice all season. That's the count. 2 QB hits according to PFR. I want you to go hit that guy twice as many times as that this week. Let's figure this out together. Grant and Danny on the Fan. Let's kick off next hour with a conversation on the Bengals stadium. You're saying why? Well, supposedly they want to add a dome to what is a really beautiful stadium. We were just there. It seems like we're trending towards stadiums all having domes moving forward in the NFL. And one day, supposedly, we might have a new stadium here, so that seems related to us. We'll get into that as we continue on Grant and Danny here on the Fan. Welcome back. Grant and Danny all over D.C. on the Fan 106.7 and in Richmond on the Fan AM 910 FM 105.1. And wherever you are via the Odyssey app, take us with you. You can pause, rewind to the show. Easy to toggle all the different functions on the Odyssey app. Watch us on video. We are streaming on the 106.7 The Fan YouTube page. And the show is brought to you by the law firm Condori and Murad. They can help you update your last will and testament. They will set up a trust for you and your family. Schedule a free consultation with their estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Tell them we sent you. You will get a discount. That is kmlawyers.com. The Caps play at home tonight. In fact, I'm going to the game. I'm fired up about that. Ryan and I are going to go over to the Caps game tonight, Mr. Shohei.
I heard about this. So I picked Ryan up today. I'm not sure exactly what's going on in his life, but he asked me for a ride. I gave it. Happy to do it. I know he's got
You
a lot.
didn't grill him?
No.
I like that about you.
He's juggling a lot of things, and he seemed very stressed out. And I said, no problem. I'll pick you up at the coffee shop not far from you.
He's moving.
He's moving. That's why I figured it's a hassle. Yeah. I've been there. It's a Robert hassle. But he casually mentioned it. I was like, hey, giving you a ride home might be a problem. I'm supposed to go pick up hoops tonight. And he's don't worry about it. Going to the Caps game. And I went, well, look at you. Going to you know what else he's going to do, Grant? This is what he told. He's talking big.
Okay.
He said not only is he going to go to the Caps game with you, he might meet some friends after the Caps game.
That is.
Can you imagine that?
Young person energy, young person resilience, I think. Here's what I'm going to do after the Caps game. I'm going to get home as soon as I possibly can and plop down on the couch, watch a little baseball, catch up on some of the things I may have missed around the sports world during the evening while at the game, and then we will call it a night. Everyone in my house will be long asleep. I guess Thursday Night Football will actually be on as well. I'll be monitoring that from the phone, but I'll probably do that as well. But when you're young and it's Thursday, that's a fun night to go out. Don't forget about that. It's been a while, I know, Danny. That's a fun time.
Thursdays were awesome when old Randy Newgate was 20 years old with metabolism. Just annihilating beer. Like no beer was safe within my grasp. And then rally the next morning for weightlifting, conditioning, and regular baseball practice. I was good to go. No longer. If I'm in the same room as the alcohols, I'm hungover for 6 days.
What did you think of the Bengals stadium when we were there? It's called Paycor now. It was Paul Brown Stadium. It was the best football atmosphere I've been in a long time, so that's going to color how I feel about the stadium. And I'll be honest, I didn't really walk around a ton. I kind of did a little walk through the club level where we were sitting, but I didn't really see a ton of the behind the scenes of the stadium. But what did you make of what you saw?
Pretty solid. Like, not one of those stadiums where I'm going, I've seen it. Like, when I went to San Francisco, I call it Pac Bell, but it was AT&T. Now it's like something else after something else. I don't really keep up with the sponsorships, but their baseball stadium. That's my favorite stadium in sports. I went and I was there and it was twilight and I smelled the garlic fries. I walked around and I go, this is it. This is the stadium.
I do think baseball's different than football in that way.
No, it is. That's fair.
Ballparks, there is a mystique and a beauty and there's water and there's all kinds of things. Football's just kind of seats generally.
Yeah, it's a bit more bullish. Yeah, I'm with you. I went to the Ravens Stadium. I thought, oh, this is pretty nice. So I wasn't blown away. I go, this is fine. This is solid.
At the time that I stopped being a beat reporter, I had been to all but 4 NFL stadiums. Cincinnati was actually one of them. Let me see if I can remember them top of my head. I had not been to Houston, which at the time was Reliant Stadium. I don't know what it's called now. I had not been to Cincinnati, Paul Brown, which is now Paycor. I had not been to Foxborough, Gillette, which is now whatever that is. And there was Atlanta, actually, which is now new anyway, Mercedes-Benz. So those were the 4, I think, that I did not go to while I was on the beat.
Mm-hmm.
There might be 1 or 2 others now, like Minnesota, the new one I have not been to. I only say this to tell you that I thought the Bengals Stadium was awesome. I really, really liked it. My analysis is colored by the fact that I had a blast, that the team played really well.
I was going to say, what if they got beat 38-5?
Maybe it feels a little different. I don't know. I mean, I'm not naive to that. I do think when I rank cities, so to speak, so my buddies and I, if we're sitting around, we're talking about our least favorite cities in America. A lot of times I'm basing how I feel about a city on the fun I had over 3 days. I went to Seattle. It rained for 3 days. I barely left the hotel. Probably not going to have as glowing report on Seattle if it was beautiful and I was on the water eating some delicious fresh caught seafood or something, right there, and boats are coming by.
I went to Charleston and every dish I had rice in it.
Yeah.
And I was so fat afterwards, but it felt great. I love Charleston.
Probably was beautiful.
Yeah.
The weather's nice. So I don't know. I'm not naive enough to say that the experience we had and just Monday Night Football, Bengals fans going nuts, everyone being nice, added to it, but I did like Paycor Stadium. The reason we bring this up, though, is the Cincinnati Business Courier is reporting that Hamilton County, which I guess is the county where the stadium sits right there in Ohio on the border of Kentucky. They are considering right now and looking into the logistics on how much it would cost to add a dome to the venue. Now, hear this word. To me, dome means full-time roof. If it's a part-time roof, you would call it a retractable roof. Or if it is a partially open dome, you would acknowledge that. You would say that it is moderately open. They are considering adding just a dome over that stadium all the time. I think this is going to be happening in more stadiums on the East Coast, in our region, north, south, wherever, but in the Mid-Atlantic and beyond, because I think what teams are realizing is it is so hard to get anyone to come to games. It is impossible to get someone off of their couch, which is comfortable, not eating their own foods, which they've already purchased, not having their own drinks, which are in the refrigerator for free, not watching their 5K, 8,000 HPI TLR television, 6U screen where everything, like the players come out after a tackle and go, "Did you like that one, Danny?" And you go,
"Yes, I did.
Yes, I did."
Thanks, Frankie.
That's what we're watching.
See you back in the huddle.
When it rains, no one's coming. I could go. Diehards will go. You're not going to sit in the rain all night. When it's really cold in the winter, am I going to go? Am I not going to go? It needs to be a nice game to have a chance to get anyone off their butts. And I think what everyone's realizing is we can't risk this anymore. We can't have rain games. We can't have cold. We can't have hot. We need this Goldilocks game. We need it to be just right. We need 72 in air conditioning just to have a chance. Because if that's the case and the team's really good and there's a good environment with a good road opponent in the house and we give away a towel or a bobblehead when you walk in, maybe Danny forgets about his fantasy team for 3 hours. Maybe he decides to grin and bear it with the traffic. But there's an angle here for the Commanders, too, which is to say they're building a stadium. And it's going to have a roof.
I'm of two minds. And let me just try to let's explore the space a little bit. Put on our reflection trunks, take a swimming like us here. There's a part of me that says you're giving away willfully an advantage. If you are a Northeastern team or a cold weather team and the playoffs roll around and, like, let's say for the sake of argument, you got Miami on the schedule. If you're Buffalo, I want those guys that did nothing but play in 80 degrees to come up here, have it be zero, have them be miserable. Or the West Coast team that used to be in San Diego or LA that's got to come to Chicago now and play me outside. I don't want to give that up.
Last year in the playoffs, here's your example. The Dolphins went to the Chiefs at Arrowhead. It was the coldest game in the history of football. Do you remember this?
I do now, yeah.
All the people treated for like hypothermia and stuff.
That's right.
The game was over before it started. You could pregame, you saw the Dolphins, they're all bundled up like they're about to live in an igloo, and the Chiefs are running around with their Vaseline on their arms, shining and everything. But they had no chance.
Yeah.
I mean, the weather said you have no chance.
But you also said it very well in the beginning part. People were treated for hypothermia. You know what I mean? Like we sort of can't do this anymore. And that's the second mind is where's the trend line going? And we talked about this years ago, only tangentially football related here, but it was with concussions and youth participation and CTE and everything. The trend line was, this doesn't affect you, but we think this might. And then, well, this definitely affects you, but we think this might. The line and the arrow was pointing significantly in one direction. And that's where it's going. It's too hard. It's too expensive. It's too much. Everyone's so busy. Everyone's got so many demands on their attention. Too many streaming services, too much comfort, too much hassle. Everyone's busier than they've ever been to just say, I'd like to spend a ton of money for a not that great of an experience.
Right.
I'm not doing that. I know a lot of people aren't either. So to that end, you've got to cater to that. Even if that means you sacrifice that potential, that home field advantage outdoor weather game for a non-weather city, it may just be where we have to go, period. And I think having planning where you go, I may have to not have that one special time every 5 years where I'm hosting a playoff game against a team who is not used to dealing with inclement weather. I may have to sacrifice that for some good attendance in those other 4 years of 364 days.
Yeah, and plus, if you're the Bengals, Joe Burrow is going to be your quarterback in perpetuity here during his career. You got a decade of Joe Burrow coming up. They're going to be a pass-first operation, probably. I don't think you make a decision with a dome, which is forever, based on your current design offensively, but it's not going to change a lot. You're about to pay Chase or Higgins. The other one you'll kick to the curb, and you're going to have a pass-first offense with Burrow. And maybe there's something to, this is our identity, Zach Taylor, Joe Burrow. If it's not Zach Taylor, it'll be the next O coordinator that comes in here to call plays with this Heisman Trophy winning passer, pocket passing savant. So maybe you want more good weather games. Like in baseball, I remember there was this book I read years and years ago that you could probably find from Kevin Kennedy, who I worked with at MLB Network Radio, former manager. I think it was called Twice Around the Bases. And one of the early pages in that book was about like getting an advantage. And I remember him talking about when he was the manager of Texas and Boston, they would configure different things that they could, that
of course,
homestand based on the team. So like they'd called up a couple of fast guys and they were going to try to basically be a speed team for this homestand or stretch or whatever because of some injuries. And he told them in advance, like, grow out the grass. We're going to be laying bunts down. Like stuff like that.
Yeah.
And that's real. Like
you let the grass grow on the foul lines so the bunts stay fair.
The Orioles changed their entire outfield wall and ruined Camden Yards, in my opinion. And I think went way too far, by the way. But they basically said, no pitcher wants to come here. We cannot sign pitchers. We cannot get Corbin Burns to come here without trading for him. We need to be able to sign an ace when we want to. Now, they don't spend money anyway, so maybe it doesn't matter. But we're not going to be able to do that unless we change the dimension so that that left field wall gets pushed back, and it's gone from being the easiest ballpark to hit a home run to left field in to by far the hardest. Again, I think they went way too far and it's extreme, but you build your dimension sometimes based on your team, the personnel you want, the wants, whatever. So maybe that's a small part of this. I don't know. But I think what is the bigger conversation is you're trying to fight a losing battle. Stadiums are going to get smaller. They should. You should not build a 70,000 seat stadium anymore. You don't need to. It should be 57, 58,000 seats with the ability in standing room only, Danny, to be low 60s, something like that, because there just isn't as much demand. And when you have the giant stadium, see the Cowboys, see what was the Redskins before, the 20 years ago when they started ripping up seats in the old organization. It just gets overfilled and overflowed with other fans because the demand internally is going to ebb and flow for your own thing. But I think they should put a dome on that stadium. And I think we're at a place where every single stadium built now moving forward is going to have a roof.
It's going to be rare that it doesn't. Like if you build in, again, I keep picking San Diego where the weather's perfect at all times. There's never a time where it's not unbelievable.
So that's
then
the
maybe.
caveat. I think when I say
But
that,
I
mean East Coast. I mean where there's weather.
Yeah.
Where there are seasons, where there's rain beyond the occasional rare day. I know that's like windy and can get cool in San Francisco, but that's a different thing.
Yeah, but point taken. I'm refuting the general with the specific. Like my axiom for a long time has been we have to stop having weather problems with baseball. Like I know we're talking about football, but like somebody is sitting there going, is the game happening or not? Is it happening or not? I go to the stadium, the game's about to start. There's no update. I'm there for 2 hours, and then finally I leave. But hey, they just started.
You spent $1,000 on your 5 tickets.
Like, enough.
Yeah,
enough of that. And that problem. Okay, that's you got 81 of those home dates. Well, this is a much bigger to do.
Totally.
If I got a similar hassle, I'm not coming back. I'm not doing that.
I was talking to Dad about this yesterday.
Love you, Dad.
Not my father, Dennis, but the dad on our staff.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah. And I think the point we kind of came to was, I was telling you about this, Darius, with Baltimore this weekend. The weather was immaculate. It was the best weather day for an NFL game I have been to, certainly this season, and I'm sure there was one like it last year, the year before. But, I mean, this is textbook weather. And going to the game was a gigantic pain in the butt. Now, I know that it was in Baltimore, not home, although, for me, living in Virginia, it's not that much of a difference, to be honest, in terms of commute. But just as an example, the traffic around the stadium there was awful. Everyone complains about the traffic here. It was worse for me getting to and from the parking lot up there. And then I jumped in an Uber to come back. I rode up with Chris Russell. I jumped in an Uber to come back with a couple of buddies who had been at the stadium enjoying themselves all day. And I sat in the very back of a Uber van that couldn't have been hotter or smelled worse, but that's beyond the point. In the third row of a van. And I get in and I'm like, all right, Baltimore to DC. It's going to be 45 minutes. Grin and bear it. You got this. The GPS, he's like, it's going to be about an hour 49. And I'm like, kill me now. I mean, it was just, so luckily your boys got YouTube TV and I just put, watch Kirko Chains light up the Panthers for a couple of hours. And Sunday Red Zone, everyone else is like falling asleep around me. And we had a blast and it was fun. And we chopped it up and caught up about the game or whatever. But it was a long drive. My point is, you got to want it. That was 72 and sunny in Baltimore for a 4-2 or whatever, 4-1 Washington team and a good Ravens team. And it was a great game. You can't ask for anything better than that. It's Lamar Jackson. It's Jaden Daniels. It's a couple MVP candidates. It's good football. It's a fun stadium. And if I think about the alternative of just, what if I just sat at home, watched the game, enjoyed my Coca-Cola Zero Classic with my chips and my dip, kids running around in the basement, but I also watched 4 other games. I got to watch every play of Jared Goff and fighting Dan chest muscles, just embarrassing the Cowboys. That would have been fun too. Yeah, it would have been. And I probably still actually owe someone for that Uber ride because
it was probably cheap too.
Oh, I'm sure.
Yeah.
What the guy did, he's like, he punched it in. He's like, this is what it would cost. I'll take cash. Like, that was basically what it was. And she's like, yep, let's go.
Okay.
Here we go. 140 some, whatever the number was to get back.
Oof.
Point of the dude's story is it's hard to get people to go to games.
Yeah. And it's not getting easier.
No.
Like that is the thing. And that's where so many different teams and orgs for so many years, really with Washington, with the foosball group, they just assumed at the time, we're the Redskins. This will work itself out. We're the Redskins. We could just pretend to have a season ticket waiting list. We could pretend that the demand is still there. We just act as if we're this organization that everyone wants to be a part of, and they were losing fans left and right, losing interest left and right, to the point that it was a farce. It was a joke. So there's a lot of work to be done to go uphill as it is. So talking about the Harris ownership group most specifically, as it applies to the stadium, they're already fighting uphill. They're doing a great job. There's nothing wrong with what they're doing. Not a criticism at all. But they got here and everything was a mess. And then now you're also fighting these other headwinds that are going on while you're excavating the rubble, And that just thinking about that, you've got to do everything possible at all times to make it as easy as can be for people to give you the money and to get something out of it.
Here's my question, though. Is there even an argument for not having a roof on the stadium? We all want a retractable roof. That's the best of all the worlds. It's very unrealistic. The more I've talked to people with the team, the more it just sounds like it is cost inhibitive. It's not going to happen. It's unlikely, I should say, to happen. The amount of cost it adds to the stadium is astronomical. And the logic is it's not worth it. Like, it's one thing to pay for it. They could probably figure that part out. Is it worth it? Can you justify it? I would say yes, selfishly, because I like when it's nice out to open the roof and sit in an outdoor game. But what the teams that have the retractable roofs do is they just keep it closed because the noise is better for the team and the home field advantage grows. And you never even, the Astros have a roof that could be open, let's say 40 dates a year based on the weather. And it turns out to be like 10. They never open the roof. October baseball could be awesome. Open the roof in Houston and Texas. They're in the ALCS every single year. It's closed because it's super loud and they want the best home field advantage possible.
Yep.
So I just think we need to prepare for the roof on the new stadium. And I think we all are starting to understand that. But I wonder if there's any argument against it from anyone at this point. Is there anyone that says, I actively don't want that? That would be a bummer to me. And if that is your thought, why is that? We can open up the phones at 800-636-1067, 800-636-1067 on Grant and Danny. Double play at 3:45, and in 40 minutes at 4, we're giving away Caps tickets right here on The Fan. Are you ready for some indoor football, DC? That is the question. Where Grant and Danny are listening to the Fan. Hamilton County, which is the county the Bengals Stadium sits in Ohio, right on the Ohio River across from Kentucky. They got a great stadium, very popular. People seem to really like it, and they are looking into adding a roof, a dome to that stadium. No more outdoor games. And while that seems probably like something that fans will bristle at, it's just the way things are trending. And I don't think you're going to see new stadiums built in this area of the country without a roof. It's too hard to get people to go to games, and the weather affecting games is a dagger to the owners and to the turnout.
Story here from Front Office Sports that just came across the wire, almost apropos, like they were helping us plan our show. They knew what we were doing. The Cleveland Browns are planning to leave the city of Cleveland for a new $2.4 billion domed stadium in Brook Park. Mayor Justin Bibb has announced. So there you go. That's in a handful of years.
Great stadium. Has anyone been to that stadium?
No.
They have an awesome stadium right on the lake. I love that stadium. Why are they doing that?
I think you just heard. It's a brand new domed stadium.
I guess so. I mean, you could add a dome.
5 years from now, or 4 years from now, I guess. So, like,
how old is that stadium?
Here's what I'll say real quick about domes, etc. My ideal is to not have to have one. Ideal is the weather's nice, you go to a game, everything's nice, and you go home. That's not practical. Same thing with Nats Park, or same thing with a baseball field. Like, I wanted, if I could have my druthers, the weather would be nice every day. It wouldn't be too humid. It wouldn't be too hot. The sun wouldn't be beating down on me. I'd be able to sit in right field without having to squint and hold my hat over my eyes to be able to see home plate at twilight here in the middle of the summer at Nats Park. There'd be a lot of things that'd be different, but it's also not realistic.
Yeah.
Right? The great days where it's perfect, those are awesome. Those are, what do you call those? Not town hall days, the Chamber of Commerce days.
Chamber of Commerce.
Right? Those are great and those are worthy. The point is, if I can have a 7 out of 10 every time, so I don't have the 1s and the 2s and the 3s and the miserable times where fans don't feel good or even want to go anymore, I have to do that because that number is going to be bigger at the end of a season.
That stadium was built in 1999 in Cleveland, and I don't think it's aged poorly. Now, I haven't walked around the bowels. Like, we got that tour of Great American Ballpark, which is awesome. In Great American Ballpark, like the places that you don't see that we saw on the tour is not aging very well. It's just like kind of not being kept up well by ownership, in my opinion. Maybe that's the case at that Brown Stadium. But you didn't see this. You're always facing me and your back is to those guys. This will be a deep cut for our P1s. Do you remember when Ryan was the stadium guy and then Darius challenged him to his crown?
I only remember Darius being the stadium guy.
Right.
I don't remember the time before that.
They had a competition because Ryan always claims he knows the most about stadiums.
Yeah.
Then Darius said, "You're a sucker. I know more." And Ryan called him out and challenged him and laid down the gauntlet.
Yeah, it was 4-1.
And then Darius just swept the floor with him in a stadium challenge. Well, I bring all this up to remind everyone of that because moments ago I just looked at Darius and talked back and I'm like, when was that Brown Stadium built? And Ryan just jumps up in his chair and says the year that it was built. And then I see him like jawing at Darius, like pointing at him like he's an NBA player, just, got blocked or something. So did you know it right off the top of your head?
I did. And it was actually, I'm not going to lie, like it's not really because of my stadium knowledge, although it kind of is. But when the Browns originally left Cleveland to go to Baltimore, that was Municipal Stadium that they were at. Obviously, that was there for years. That was a cathedral up in Cleveland. And then First Energy Bank, I believe is what it was called. When it first opened, I know that was the name of the stadium prior in like
stadium. I'll confirm.
So none of that was about the date. He was just really trying to tell you that he knew what the stadium was.
He's basically, I walked into his
Darius,
office.
is any of that right?
He's doing the Anchorman bit where he's like, "Oh, I didn't know you were coming."
105. I just did so many.
Yeah. So back to the point though, is 1999. Did you call it correctly, Darius? Did he say that? He had his chest out like he called it off air.
He nailed it.
Wow.
He absolutely nailed it.
Are you looking to challenge again, Ryan?
I would love to.
Do you want the #1 headband?
I would love to.
Are you a little bit salty right now, D?
A little bit.
Did you know it was 1999?
I didn't. I was heading to go and do some research.
Oh,
via
so
the
he sung you
interwebs.
while you were Googling it.
Yeah, like before I could reach the Google, he had already said, "Oh, it was in 1999." I'm like, "Oh, okay."
Stadium guy, Larry.
I'm the stadium guy.
He gets his weather back, and now he's coming for his stadium.
Do we have to do another challenge?
We're gonna have to at some point.
As Eminem said, "The real Slim Shady, please stand up." Will the real stadium guy please stand up?
Wow.
I stood up.
Oh wow!
How about that? All right, let's hit the phones. 800-636-1067. So the Browns are gonna have a dome. They don't even need a stadium. They're going to get one so they can get a dome.
Yep.
The Bengals look like they're looking into adding a dome at this point. We're just preparing everyone. That is what is going to happen on this stadium. Are you cool with that? Does anybody not want one, and why? Let's go to Ray in Baltimore, home of the Ravens. What's up, Ray?
Hey, what's going on, fellas? Great to talk to y'all again.
Hey, Ray.
You too, buddy.
I don't want it. You know, at the end of the day, when you think about the great Marv Levy, when they say it's tough for them, but it's okay for us. When you think about the Tampa, Bucks back in the day, Dredden going to Green Bay to play in the playoffs, or Dredden goes to Philadelphia before they got over the hump in 2003. So, there's something about the cold. When you think about Mike Singletary breathing out on the NFL film, seeing the late great Dick Butkus and Gale Sayers running through in the mud, or even recent times, Shady McCoy running through Detroit in the snow. It's something historic about football being played in the snow. So to hang up the phone, no, I don't want to say it. There was talks about it in Baltimore, but it was just a pipe dream, and I don't want to say it in Washington because there's something to be said about the home field advantage, about the cold. This is the Northeast.
It is. You're right. I mean, but as much as you want those conditions for the players on the field, people don't want to sit in them and watch the game. The diehards will be there. You cannot fill a stadium on a winter snow day. It does not happen.
And so, you take the old NFL Films clip with John Facenda, the autumn wind is a pirate,
right,
but not inside the stadium where it's 72 and sunny. Like, you know what I mean? Like, or,
it's not the same.
Yeah.
And he's so right about snow games.
Totally.
I have so many great memories. The Brady Tuck rule game.
100%, man.
I don't even know like the specifics, but I think it was a Thanksgiving game. Would have been, no, because they would have been in Dallas with the dome. But the Cowboys played the Dolphins one time. I was watching with my Uncle Rick at my house as a little kid, and they're all like trying with their hands to wipe the field to get a kickoff in this like 10-3 snow blizzard fest. I mean, it was crazy.
Michael Vick in Atlanta went on the road to Green Bay when it was 0.
The best.
I remember all
Playoff
those things.
games
Of
in
course.
the cold. You definitely lose something.
You do.
1,000%. Not seeing the steam coming off someone's breath in a playoff game, that would be a bummer.
Mm-hmm.
But do you want people in the stands or not? Let's go to Tom in Manassas. What's up, buddy?
Hey, Bob.
Hey, Bob.
Hey, yeah. This is a lot of blasphemous talk. People is attendance down? That's just a question I just thought of. I don't think Buffalo is not selling out in December because it's cold, or Green Bay or Chicago. Ray put it eloquently. That's football. We don't need to whitewash the game so the owners can have sunny and 70 and everybody comes to spend their money. It's old school. That's football. It's not, a knitting contest. So, but if numbers are down, you look at it, but I don't see numbers being down in those cold weather cities.
He makes a great point. Thank you, buddy. It's good talking to you, brother.
Man.
He makes a great point about those stadiums. This is never an issue in Buffalo or Green Bay.
Right.
And probably never will be.
But in those kinds of markets where it's cold, yes. But the other thing is, this is not you've got a million options in Green Bay or a million options in Buffalo. This is the thing you do. Whereas in major metropolitan environments, say your LAs, your Chicagos, your New York, your DC, your Philadelphia may be different, but you know what I mean? Like Cleveland is as blue collars you're going to find in this country. Ravenous fan base. Like, yep, we're going to a nice temperature controlled dome stadium. No more, freezing Bernie Kosar breath by the lake.
Well, Colleen tweeted me at Grant H. Paulson. Well, I'm on Twitter and Instagram, Grant H. Paulson. Danny's at Funny Danny. And she said, Buffalo, new stadium, no dome. Weather is a part of the experience. I totally agree with you.
It is, yeah.
And yes, they are building one without a roof. They are in the minority. And that's part of the fun with them. I don't want, by the way, 32 teams without roofs. Or excuse me, with roofs. I don't want no weather in football. I'm just saying they're going to build a roofed stadium here. They're going to. Be prepared. They cannot fill the joint when it's freezing or when it's raining. It's not going to happen. Now, if this was the number one seed in the NFC every single year for 8 years running, if they were the Chiefs of the NFC, could they? It doesn't really seem to stop people in Kansas City. I guess possibly, and maybe that is the pushback. Maybe that's part of the conversation. If they were better, they could fill the stadium regardless of weather. Harold in Upper Marlboro, you're on the Fan. What's up?
Hey, thank you, Danny and Grant.
Hey, buddy.
I'm against it because you take away your own home field advantage. You just even it up for your opponent. I remember back in the day with Riggins. I mean, we actually had an outside advantage.
Oh yeah.
When teams, so we took it. We used that advantage for us. For the AFC East in particular, or every team except for Miami, has the advantage over Miami. So it's like, why make it easy for, comfortable for Miami, come to play or whatever.
It's the Marv Levy quote. Thanks, buddy. That's a good phone call.
So my counter is, you don't think New Orleans had a home field advantage on their way to a Super Bowl when it's the loudest you could ever imagine anywhere being?
True.
Inside that dome. I mean, I hear you. I hear your point, and you're right. It's the thing that I'm going to miss, right? Is that when it's not my team playing in it, that cold weather game or the snow game or the, making that dichotomy of a matchup where a warm weather team has to go on the road and play a cold weather team. I'm going to miss all that.
Herb sounds like he's in, which is in the minority right now. You like the idea of putting a roof on the stadium?
What's going on, fellas?
Hey, dude.
Hey, so here's my take on it. I want to go ahead and put a roof over it, and it has nothing to do with the actual game or anything like that. I want to bring big-time games to the DMV. I want to see Super Bowls. I want to see, WrestleManias. I want to see, college football championships.
Mm-hmm.
I want to see basketball championships. I believe because this is a big market for sports, we should be able to host things.
Oh, we
Don't
will.
get me wrong.
Yep.
Yeah,
That's part of the plan.
I am here. I am all here for. Hey, if the stadium is retractable, hey, let's retract it for the sake of a playoff game.
Yep.
Or hey, let's close it because we got the loudest Rockets fans and our stadium, our new stadium, can be put on and made it just as loud as Kansas City or Seattle. Now, do you want to put it on this stadium right now? Hell no.
No, you're not putting lipstick on that pig in that regard. It costs too much money. That's a great phone call. We had not mentioned what other possibilities come with having a roof in this area. I think that is something we've talked about ad nauseum when we've actually talked about the stadium in the past. I'm kind of more thinking about this just from the fan perspective of going to NFL games. But yeah, that's why there's going to be a roof, first and foremost. Number one.
Yep.
Is that without a roof, you lower the amount of events you can have and the types of events that you could have. And when you build this thing, you want as many dates as possible in that stadium to make money back.
So I know a lot of fans may not be as moved or care about that as much. And they're like, well, it's going to help the owners. But it really is. It's a way probably for the city or whatever municipality is helping to pay for the thing to help make their money back.
But in D.C., we should be hosting all of these things.
Yes.
We have the hotel rooms. We've got the businesses. There's no reason. There's not 5 better cities in America to host these major events than Washington, D.C. Let's squeeze in one more here. I think Neil had some details on the Bills Stadium. What's up, Neil?
Yeah, I was just calling in to verify that, they're also building a stadium based off of the soccer stadium. It's either Chelsea or Tottenham, where it's going to be open but closed to the upper levels.
Open but closed to the upper levels means what? You mean like where it hangs over the fans so that they're undercover?
Yeah. Yeah.
See, I think that design is actually awesome.
Yeah, me too.
If the surface itself can be covered with snow and weather and rain and they're playing football, but you can't touch me because I'm sitting in the stands and all of the stands are covered.
That is pretty cool. That's cool.
Isn't that?
Yeah.
I mean, it's a better version of what the Cowboys had and probably still have. Remember when they had their stupid glory hole or whatever Jerry called it that one time, which is not what he should have called it.
Right. Well, I think he was talking about like wanting some success and he just totally mixed up his metaphors, which was classic. But they had that stupid light.
It was like so God can shine down on the Cowboys.
So God can see the day.
I don't mean the new light. I mean the old stadium.
Yeah, had the hole in it. So the sun would come in every 4 o'clock game. Like you were going one way, you couldn't see.
That's the new stadium has that.
Yeah, it has the same thing. They kept it.
But the 35 to the 35 was just like a big block of sunlight because it was open on part of the field. I think if you could have technology where the entire field is basically open air, but everyone in the stands is covered, then that kills 2 birds with 1 stone. Without a retractable roof, mind you.
Now you're solving some stuff.
The only problem is it's still cold or hot. So
it's better.
But you're
pretty
dry.
good.
Dry is most important, I would say. Good feedback on that. That's good. Just get ready for a roof, is what I'm gathering at this point.
That's right.
Grant and Danny on the Fan. Our double play is next, and in 15 minutes, we will be giving away Caps tickets on G&D. Halloween night, the Capitals are playing the Montreal Canadiens at home. We have tickets for you that you can win right here on Grant and Danny. We're giving those away coming up in 10 minutes. You've got to be listening to the Fan. By the way, what are your kids being for Halloween?
We've got Darth Vader, and I'm not sure what my oldest is doing. They lead the league in enthusiasm when they think about the costume.
Yes.
Money spent on costume, then losing interest in it, which is I just love that. Isn't that fun? That's my favorite.
I'm not sure what we're doing yet. There's some debate between, it's always a princess of some type, but I think there might be a Taylor Swift situation developing.
Princess Swift.
Or that would be fun. Or maybe like just generic concert girl.
Okay.
Which is inspired by Taylor Swift.
Okay, I was going to say, she's going to a Taylor Swift show.
My daughter now just wants to be a concert girl. That's what she calls it. I think it means famous singer or Taylor Swift. I'm not really sure.
Oh, do you think it means an audience member or like the performer?
No, the performer. She wants to do what Taylor Swift does.
I misunderstood.
Yeah. No, she doesn't want to be a girl at a concert.
Like, I like going to concerts.
We could
have some
actually
candy
arrange for that. Like, we could take her to a concert.
Yeah.
So I think that's where she's leaning. My son, either Jaden Daniels is in the running here.
All right.
With his new Jaden Daniels jersey. Or it sounds like, I always think Spider-Man is a thing. But my wife told me the other day for the first time he wanted to be a fox. That's very random 3 things.
Okay.
Spider-Man, Jaden Daniels, or a fox.
Or full Fox ensemble. Just go full De'Aaron. Yeah.
I'm the same thing every year. When I pass out candy or walk the kids around.
What are you?
I am one of 2 things, whichever I grab first in the box. It's the same box in my garage.
Uh-huh.
I have to climb up and get it, and I just see which one I can find. I'm either a hot dog or a burger. Both of them are these big puffy costumes I never have to worry about. I slide them over my head, and the face either comes right out of the hot dog, or
and you find out as you put it on which one it is.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Or I'm a big cheeseburger. But it gets so hot.
Yes.
It also rains on Halloween for some reason every year. Have you noticed that?
It was either last year or the year before. It was pouring.
Can we get clary weather? By the way, what's Halloween night as I'm walking around?
It's a couple week outlook for Rhino.
In Northern Virginia, going to be like about 2 weeks out from right now. It is time for our double play, by the way. I deked Darius there.
That was a bit of a head fake. You shot faked.
I'm just giving Clary a minute to pull up the weather. He's got to look 2 weeks in advance. You think he just sits on a Doppler all day long?
Yes, I do. He's obsessed with it.
All right, what
He
do you
is
got?
the weather guy all of a sudden. So I mean,
Well, I'm the weather guy, the original, the one and only weather guy, the guy who fed the other weather guy all the weather there. So I'm the weather guy.
The feud behind the scenes between these 2 guys is unbelievable.
Yeah, it's escalating.
CK has to just pull them apart all the time. Montagues and Capulets, these guys.
Yes. I will
What's
say.
that from, Clary?
No idea.
Montagues and Capulets?
Dumb and Dumber.
That's it.
How does he pull this stuff?
You said you've never seen the movie.
I've seen the movie.
Oh, I thought you'd never seen it. Okay, never
So
mind.
who are they? Which characters in Dumb and Dumber?
Bob and Freddie.
What?
I don't know.
How do you know it's Dumb and Dumber then?
I don't. I just guess. It's either Dumb and Dumber or Austin Powers. That's the only 2 movies that you guys talked to me about, and I'm just kind of like, okay, it's fine.
So you're going with Dumb and Dumber, not Austin Powers.
I'm gonna go with Dumb and Dumber.
What were the names I said?
No idea.
Yep.
Anyway, what's the weather report on Halloween?
The weather report on Halloween is, as you said, it's looking possibly a little rainy.
You got to be kidding me.
Yep. It's going to be a high of 64 degrees. I do expect it to go maybe up to as high as 68 degrees, but also when it gets down at night, it could be high 50s, like 58 degrees, which is fine.
Temperature's fine.
Temperature's fine.
Tell me more about the rain.
But there's a chance of rain later on in the evening, of
How
course.
much of a chance?
There's a 40% chance as we sit here today. But again, we are 2 weeks out.
Yeah.
But when they show a chance of rain this early on, that usually is not a good sign.
Who's
So-
they? I thought you were reading
The
your
weather
own-
gods.
Okay. I'm just making sure you're not just grabbing somebody else's weather report.
No, it's my sources.
Got it.
Mm.
Danny, it always rains on Halloween.
It feels like it does now, yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It's dumb.
Now it's time for our double play. What's going on in our lives? Nothing to do with sports.
Do it as quick as we can here. Darius, game show music, if you have it, please, sir. This is the top 10 rated television shows of all time using combined audience and critic scores. So keep in mind, there's going to be a bent more towards more recent shows because, like, no one was getting online and being like, that, Andy Griffith show was awesome. You know what I mean? Like, in terms of an audience score. There are a couple shows that are sort of this period in time, but I will say more modern emphasis here. The top 10 shows of all time.
So let's see how many we can get in 2 minutes because we're already super.
And
late.
that's the idea. One does not belong and is incorrect. I will tell you that at the 10.
Breaking Bad.
That is number 1.
MASH.
No.
Wow.
Sopranos.
Yes, that is number 4.
The Wire.
That is number 6.
Game of Thrones.
That is number 2.
Orange is the New Black.
That is not on there.
What? we're naming the greatest shows ever.
Not a good first season where they ran
Seinfeld.
out of a premise. No, see that should be on there instead of the one that is.
Wow.
Friends.
Friends is on the list further down, but not in the top 10.
Okay.
Law and Order.
No.
Cheers.
No. See, these you're in the genre where they should be, but are not.
Okay.
You got to go later.
The Andy Griffith Show.
Nope.
Later meaning more recent.
Yes.
Okay.
Nothing from the 90s in the top 10. Although Sopranos originated in 99.
Garris, help me out here.
Oh, this is getting tough now.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
Spin-off for Breaking Bad.
Band and Brothers.
Band of Brothers is on there, number 5. There are 5
that was a
total
good one.
HBO shows in the top 10.
I love that. Top
Did
5.
you say spin-off of Breaking Bad?
Yes.
What's the name of that? Better Call Saul?
Correct, number 7.
Wow.
And there's how many more HBOs do we have?
1, and it's a 1-season only miniseries.
I mean, I'll never get that.
You watched it
I did. How recently?
a few years ago.
Ted Lasso.
No, that's Apple TV. 3.6 round again. Not good, not terrible. Correct.
That was a great show.
Yep.
I don't know what's left.
There are 2. There's one show that ended up on Netflix, one in Netflix original, and then number 9 is Sherlock, which is wrong. That's incorrect. That show does not belong in the top 10. It belongs in the top 10 of shows that start with SHERLO. Maybe it cracks the top
There
10
might
there.
be a couple Sherlows that were really
Yeah,
good.
Sherlock is fine. Let's all calm
You
down.
forget the show Sherlock.
Sure.
That was
Sure.
well acted.
Sherlock.
Or what do we miss? Because we got to say goodbye. Now.
Number 10, Peaky Blinders. Number 8, Stranger Things. And I think that is the list of the top 10.
I
we
should have
got.
gotten Peaky Blinders.
Mhm.
I'm not going to apologize for not saying Stranger Things. That's way outside my wheelhouse.
Right, which I understand. And that's on you, but Peaky Blinders rules.
We're giving away Caps tickets next, top of the hour, then a Beltway Blitz right here on Grant and Danny. For the penultimate time this week, let's give away Caps tickets. Congrats right now to caller 10 at 800-636-1067. You're winning 2 tickets to see the good guys take on Montreal on Halloween night. For tickets and more information on the Capitals schedule, go to thefandc.com/contests. Fired up to make somebody a winner. We'll have one last pair of tickets to give away tomorrow ahead of the Blitz right here at this time on Grant and Danny. The Beltway Blitz today to cover the Commanders, the aforementioned Capitals, looking to make it 2 in a row tonight at home, and the NFL. So let's get to it. Our buddy Chick Hernandez. Watch him on television on Channel 9, WUSA TV in town. Chick, the Commanders are 4-2 after their loss to the Ravens with a great chance to get to 5-2. What's the demeanor been like around the facility this week after a loss in a kind of a statement game?
Well, I think if you paid attention to them at all in the locker room afterwards, and if anybody watched any of their digital stuff, Andrew Wiley, coming off the field, said, just a lesson learned. Just a lesson learned. They played a really, really good Baltimore Ravens team and felt like they were in it till the end. And they were without Brian Robinson. So there's a lot of positives that came out of that. I don't think they blinked. I just think it's, here we go, next game. And that's really due to the culture, as we've talked about ad nauseum, that Dan Quinn has built. They're ready to rock. Oh my God! I just used one of Dan Quinn's phrases. What's going on here?
It happens. The osmosis happens, Chick.
It's insane. Yeah.
After a couple years of Ron Rivera, we just kept saying more so than anything else a lot, and we didn't even know we were doing it.
Yeah. Or I really do. What? What are you talking about?
More so than anything else. Okay. Next thing you know, you just be finding your true north all of a sudden. Chick, what's the most important thing for them to take care of business this weekend?
I think having B-Rob back is bigger than they would really want to admit. If they had him in last week's game, I think whether it's a different outcome or not, I think it's a different offense. So I think that's the biggest thing, is to once again establish the run. And Baltimore held them 52 yards under their game average. So that's a huge deficit. And I think having him back in there, I said it yesterday, when he rounds the corner, comes through the hole, DBs have a business decision to make, and some want to miss, and then Austin Eckler comes in and he makes a miss. So I think that's your key, at least it is for me. I think the defense is still coming. Obviously, you got some communication issues that Joe Whitt Jr. talked about today, but I think they're going to be okay.
Speaking of this offense getting back to normal with the running game, how about Jaden Daniels winning Rookie of the Week offensively for the 5th time in 6 weeks?
Yeah, I got a problem with that. Okay, now ultimately, and look, I love what the kid is doing, and for years to come, this is going to be a lot of fun. Okay, and it's a popularity contest. That's what it is right now, because Caleb Williams, DC native, has had 2 back-to-back games where he's had better numbers, and he's got the Bears on a 3-game win streak. Granted, it was Jacksonville, who I think is still in the league. Is that right?
Technically, yeah.
So, yeah, technically. But it's a popularity contest, and the Commanders, Jaden, are the still hot topic in the league. Now, having said all that, the kid is still performing at a very, very high level, and I think you're going to see some huge numbers come this week.
How do they replace John Allen, or do they? I mean, is it, it's not just Johnny Newton gets more reps. There's something else has to happen, right? Whether it's leadership, the production. How does this defense is already struggling, Chick? What's next?
Yeah, I don't know how you replace Jonathan Allen, other than everybody, as Joe Whitt said today, we had, I think, 4 plays where they didn't communicate or get the proper communication. And, there's a process. Communicate it, acknowledge it, and execute it. And 4 times it didn't happen, and they were gashers, big plays. So I don't know. What I do like is the Mike Samerstill, got his first pick. And I just sat down with Daryl Green. You guys did it on your station as well. I just sat down with Daryl Green for half an hour and listened to him talk. And I'm sitting there watching. And Mike Samerstill is the only DB who reached out to Daryl in the offseason and worked out with him. We're seeing a future, not as fast, but we're seeing a future guy who's going to be a leader in that locker room, even at this rookie season. So I think those guys have to just step up even more with the absence of Jonathan Allen.
I love that little nugget there. Sanders still
smart
enough to reach out. Just tells you so much about the kid, man. That's a rookie doing that this offseason.
It's huge.
Yeah, for sure.
It's absolutely, because another cornerback who was told to do it didn't.
Yeah, that's pretty telling. I want to ask you about DG before we let you go because it's his weekend.
Yep.
He's going to get a key to the city. You obviously, more so than just about anybody else in town, more so than anything else.
More so
okay?
than anyone else.
More so
Okay, it
than
really
anything
is.
else. You were here. I mean, I think my first time
You really
being out
were.
there was 99, end of his career. You were here for
Yep.
a good chunk of his career. He was the old man in the locker room when I was there. But what do you remember about Green as a player and then the foray into kind of the post-playing career?
Well, I'll give you another nugget. I've been honored. I've been asked to be on the field at halftime to help with the ceremony. And
Nice.
that's
Very
huge,
cool.
Very, very, very cool. I will become a DC kid again when that moment comes. But what I remember was he didn't blow you off. You know, right now we're in that locker room. We get a lot of blow offs. You know, and it's happened the last couple of years and stuff like that. But Daryl Green, once he was, his agreement with the media was, let me get dressed and I will talk to you. And he did. And he gave long, thoughtful answers. So I remember that about him. And just the fact that, as fast as he was, and he's known for, running guys down, Daryl Green didn't mind sticking his nose in and hitting somebody. If you look back at some of the tapes, he waylaid some people with that little body. He just was a guy who played football. That was not him. He was not, football was not him. He played football. He was so much more to the community. And the fact that he's come back here, as he says, after 20 years, because of prior ownership and all the BS that was going on there, this is huge for the area. And I've been told that the alumni turnout for this one will be the biggest for one of these ceremonies. They're all coming back. And, we're talking guys from 1983 on to 2002 during his career.
That's great. Chick, well, congrats on that, man. That'll be really cool to watch. Appreciate the time as
Thank
always.
you. Appreciate it, man.
Yeah, man.
Yes, sir.
Hit that Capital Sounder for me, Darius. Our pal Sammy Silver covers the Capitals. That's why she's going to talk about the Washington Capitals here on the Beltway Blitz. Sammy, how cool was Jacob Vrana getting a goal in his first time back in the Washington Capitals sweater? Just what did that mean to him and the guys around him? What are your thoughts?
Yeah, no, it was really a full circle moment. I know for Jake, it meant a lot for him to score, not only, at Capital Arena where it had been, over, 1,300 days, but in front of fans where it was even longer since he had that first goal in front of, a home crowd of Caps fans. It was really special to him. He said he's really, enjoying his time back in DC. It just feels like home to him. It always has. So him to be able to get that goal was just huge for him and his family and the Caps organization as a whole.
What deets do we need to know about tonight? The Caps are playing another really good hockey team at home. They could get 4 points against Vegas and Dallas in consecutive games. That would be really impressive.
Yeah, no, it'd be really good. I think for Washington, what the Caps have to do is they have to stick to their game plan. Not try to overthink things. Just play a simple game, play the same game plan that they played against Vegas. Try to up the ante on offense and really keep trying to maintain pressure and possession. That's really going to be the key against a team like the Stars that have Rupe Hintz and, so many different offensive weapons. For Washington, they've got to stick to the game plan. The defense, Jacob Chikrin and company have to keep jumping up in the rush, and all the lines just have to keep gelling, as they gel. And if they keep it simple, it should be no problem.
Sam, what was the difference between game one and game two? New Jersey is so fast that it made the Caps look slow in comparison. I didn't feel that same way against Vegas, although I feel like they can move a little bit as well. What was the difference in terms of how the Capitals played?
Yeah, I think it was different in the sense that they had a game under their belts, right? I mean, you go into a game like the season opener where you haven't played yet and you're dealing with all these new guys in the lineup, but at the same time, New Jersey's already 3 games into their schedule. You could definitely tell, in that season opener that, Washington hadn't played a game yet. New Jersey had played 3. The players said they felt that way too. I think, in the second game, it was just, they were back in the rhythm of it. They were talking with each other, communicating, everything was going as simple as can be. It was just hockey to them again. And again, it's after a long off season when you're incorporating so many new faces, when you get in an opener against a team that's, already been the rhythm of everything, especially a team like New Jersey, like you said, is so fast. It can really throw you off. So I think for Washington, the difference in that second game was, okay, we know the mistakes we made in the first game. We're not going to make those again. We're just going to stick to our game plan, play simple. We're in the rhythm of it now. We know what to expect, and you can see it on the scoreboard.
Do you make much of Ovi on the right wing? whenever that happens, it seems like there's this massive reaction. And then you watch the games, and he's almost never on the right anyway. So I don't know how much I should really care about that. It is odd, but it tells me that they're a little bit left-handed. It seems like they've got, I don't want to say too many, but they put the team together with a bunch of lefty shots.
Yeah, I mean, talking to there's some. Sorry, excuse my dog. There's some differences between playing on the right and left, but really it's only on the face-off. Like you said, once you get off the draw, you can pretty much go anywhere, and he kept going left. Even if he was on the right side, and then I think as the game went on, he kind of got more in sync of, okay, if I'm on the right this shift, I'm on the right side. And then there were some shifts where he went to the left wing and Protas started on the right. It's just, for him, it's all about just, getting his chances and getting to the open ice and finding the space. So yeah, like on the draw, sure, it can look a little funky, but it's nothing to, really, shake up too much, just because, like you said, yeah, I mean, he's going to go to the left and players are going to talk to each other and find the open space out there. So nothing too crazy.
Just turn my mic on. Sammy, thank you as always.
Yeah, thank you.
Talk soon. Hit that NFL sounder, please, Darius. PJ Glasser joins us from the BetQL app to go around the National Foosball League. At this point in time, PJ, is anybody great?
I would say, the Chiefs I still like. Danny, they haven't played their best football. They're still undefeated. Their defense hasn't given up more than 28 points since the Super Bowl against Philly back in 2022. So I still think the Chiefs are great. I think the Ravens are great on offense. If the defense can come around, they're going to be really good. And I would say Detroit, but that Hutchinson injury I think is really going to hurt them moving forward.
I actually want to dabble down to college football with you, if you don't mind, because when I occasionally bump into PJ in the office here, and almost always it's when one of us is going to the bathroom, I will say. Like I'm walking in or he's walking in.
Okay.
I'm like, oh, PJ, what's up, dude? I never see you like in other parts of the building. I don't know why that is. He works downstairs. I work upstairs. But when I see you, I always ask you about college football, and I want to do that here. Georgia, Texas has my attention and the rest of America's attention this weekend. First of all, what's the line looking like, and how do you handicap that game?
So Texas is 4.5-point favorites, Grant. They were 1.5 on the look ahead, 3.5 on Monday, and now all the way up to 4.5. I like Georgia, fellas. I know Texas eye test wise looks like the best team. My problem is their first 6 games, they haven't played an offense that can throw. Michigan can't throw. Oklahoma can't throw. Their top 5 receivers were out on Saturday. Their offensive line was banged up. Carson Beck's a top 10 pick. I know Georgia's skill position players aren't as good as what they normally have, but this is by far the best team that Texas is going to play. And this is the first time Georgia's an underdog in their last 50 games. I think when you get a team like that, that isn't used to being in this spot, they tend to play pretty well. So Kirby's going to have his guys ready. It's going to be an awesome game. I think Georgia keeps this one close. If not, wins it outright. So I like Georgia in that game.
50, you said, straight games as a favorite?
50 straight games.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll have to go back to season opener 2021 against Clemson.
That's a show. What about Bama, Tennessee? Last I saw, I think Bama's laying 3 as favorites in this game. Tennessee has been strong at the quarterback position. What do we think here?
Yeah, Bama laying 3. I would just take him on the money line, guys, because Kellen DeBoer, his MO going back to last year with Washington and what we've seen already in SEC play with Bama, his teams play everybody close. They play the level of their competition. It doesn't matter if you're a top 5 team or one of the lesser teams in your conference. Last year, guys, Washington played 10 straight games that were decided by 10 points or less. They won all those games. And then already this year, we've seen Bama play Georgia tight, Vanderbilt they lost to, South Carolina tight. So they play everybody close, but DeBoer's excellent in these big games. It's one of the big reasons he was hired to be the guy after Saban. So I like Bama. Much like Texas, Tennessee hasn't played an offense this year that can really challenge them through the air. Milroe and Bama are going to be able to do that. So it's going to be a close game, which is why I don't want to lay the 3, but I like Bama to win, so I take them on the money line.
Let me go back up a level, PJ, to the old NFL. There are a couple teams that haven't performed yet, and we're making excuses for them or explanations even, but thinking of San Francisco most specifically. How sure are we that San Francisco is going to be there at the end, right? Or is this one of those years where it's that nothing goes right and they're 6-10, and then next year they're back in the NFC title game?
I think it's the latter. Yeah, I think that's what it is with them, Danny. It's just, they've had so many runs where they've been deep in the postseason, and obviously they've had injuries like the last couple of years, but they've been able to overcome it, and then come playoff time, kind of get going. But with the McCaffrey injury now, and Debo's in and out, Kittle's in and out, it doesn't feel like the same San Francisco. With the ascension of the other teams in the NFC, obviously with the NFC North doing, how Washington's been playing, Tampa and Atlanta maybe in the NFC South. I just think the NFC as a whole is a lot better too. These teams are kind of gaining ground on the Niners, while it feels like this might be kind of the year where they slip up a little bit.
PJ, great to have you on our Blitz, buddy. Thank you, brother, and be good.
Absolutely. Thanks, guys.
Thanks,
Check
PJ.
him out. PJ Glasser is over on the BetQL network. We're Grant and Danny. You are locked into the Fan. We're taking you up to 6:30 this evening. Let's get you a Commanders stock report as they get ready to head in to their matchup with the Carolina Panthers next on G&D. We are excited for the start of the football season here on Grant and Danny, but we do know that folks around us may have been losing loved ones. The exclusive sponsor of our show, the law firm Kandori and Murad, can guide you through the difficult probate administration process that will help you to bring clarity and closure to a loved one's estate. Schedule a free consultation with their probate and estate planning attorneys today. Visit kmlawyers.com. Be sure to tell them G&D sent you. That's kmlawyers.com. It is time to get you a Commanders stock report as we get ready for Washington's game with Carolina on Sunday at home, a chance to get to 5-2.
Let's throw a little stock report up, Darius. Who leads this team in sacks? Rhetorical question. Grant knows because it's his job to know. But if you're out there, Radio Land, you're listening, you're going, is it Farrell? Is it maybe John Allen? It's Dante Fowler Jr. Increased role, probably. No John Allen. Maybe Dorrance Armstrong banged up. All of a sudden, number 6 has shown up a little bit more over the last couple of weeks. I would give him a nice, tidy little stock report up with 5 tackles for loss, also among the team leaders, and he leads the team in sacks.
Let's go with another positive. News trending up on Brian Robinson. Did not play against the Ravens. Running game missed him dearly. Only played in the first half against the Browns. Had just 18 yards on 7 carries. That was okay because he scored 2 touchdowns. So no one really thought I talked about it. But 2.6 yards per carry, wasn't really himself. 2 of his last 3 games, he's averaged under 3 yards per carry. Because remember, the Bengals game, 16 for 33. Now the Browns game, 7 for 18. Didn't play against the Ravens. So he's basically had one really good game over the last month. So the stock, you could say, is down on the production and on the health. But the 25-year-old is coming back. He is having a good year, 4.5 yards per carry. And I think we saw once and for all how important he is to this offense, to this running game, when he missed against Baltimore and they weren't able to run the football. Also, I posted this on Instagram and on Twitter. You can check it out at Grant H. Paulson. But I weirdly put together this graph. Like I went to a website and made a pie graph just for the visual of it.
Good for you.
Of the touches for Commanders players offensively so far this season. The touch graph, if you will. And Brian Robinson, that sliver of pie that he gets credit for, is the biggest of everybody else's, obviously, is their RB1. But I think it's just revealing as to how big a piece to this puzzle he really is. He's having a good year. They need him back. They need him healthy. They need him slamming the ball in between the tackles.
Broken record a little bit, but my guy, Austin Eckler. I think we really need to understand what's happening here and how valuable he is to this offense. I know they went on the road to Arizona and took out all their power tools and had a demonstration for Arizona. But this is a dude that is 7th in the league. I say again, 7th in the league in yards per target. He's up there with Alec Pierce, who catches a deep pass every week. Jamar Chase, Sam Laporta, Jaden Reed, Nico Collins, Jamison Williams. What do all they have in common? They are receivers and one tight end there in Sam Laporta. 7th in the league in yards per target is Austin Eckler, catching passes at or behind the line of scrimmage. It is impossible to quantify how effective he has been, and he's the easy button on this offense. We think of easy as Deshaun Jackson going deep or Tyreek Hill going deep to bust the defense. The deal is he's making first down chain moving plays that kind of get lost in the sauce. Doesn't have a ton of TDs, but everything else among the league leaders in yards per target, yards per touch, yards from scrimmage. He would lead the team in yards per scrimmage, but he missed a game due to injury. He has been fantastic for Washington.
So this is health related, but Dorrance Armstrong has not been a full participant at practice over the last couple of days. He came off the field injured, didn't finish the game against the Ravens. He was on a bit of a roll, had a half sack against the Bengals, then a sack and a half against the Cardinals in a breakout. Then he had a sack against the Browns. So he had 3 combined sacks over 3 games going into that Baltimore game when he got hurt. He was coming off of performances where he had 2, 3, 1, 2, and 1 quarterback hits. He's hit the quarterback every single week prior to the Lamar Jackson-Baltimore matchup. This is a guy they paid good money to start at defensive end 1. He's the 27-year-old that came over from Dallas who played with Dan Quinn before. I like what he's actually done. It seems to me like he is a pretty good player. But the stock is down because after a fairly quiet early performance against Baltimore, then he got hurt. I don't know if he's going to play or not. So this isn't really about his performance at all, but there are questions about his health. They already don't have John Allen. They already don't have Baptiste. Javonte Jean Baptiste. I always want to call him Jason Pierre-Paul. They don't have Jason Pierre-Paul, to be clear.
They don't have him at all.
He definitely will not be available this weekend.
Well, he's not going to play for Washington?
questionable.
Okay.
I'm told he's questionable.
Jason Pierre-Paul.
They could still sign him. But I know who isn't going to play is Javonte Jean-Baptiste, JJB. Let's just do it that way. So they need Dorrance Armstrong, and his health is down, so I'm going to put the arrow down right now on him.
I hate to pile on, but just noteworthy. As a secondary is struggling, as a group that can't really stop the pass, and there's no end in sight, last year's first-round pick, Emmanuel Forbes, can't even get activated. Who do you have to beat out here? It's not as if it's Deion Sanders on one side and Daryl Green on the other. This is not a crew of juggernauts, and you can't crack the lineup. He's been inactive here of late. So that is a troubling trend for Emmanuel Forbes.
4 plays last week before not playing this week.
Yeah. Again, it is not going particularly well for a guy. Remember, they were trying to sell as, hey, let's give it a shot. Let's see what happens. Lasted all of a couple of weeks.
We've talked a lot about the offensive line playing pretty well. Andrew Wiley had a couple of impressive pancakes this past week. I think we could just acknowledge that he's played very solid football at right tackle. Hasn't been perfect or clean all the time. You're occasionally going to see tackles in this league get beat and give up a sack. But Andrew Wiley through 6 games has been far from the problem that everybody kind of penciled him in as. My point all offseason was he finished a lot better last year than people think. He gave up 9 sacks 2 straight years, Chiefs and Washington, and that's all anyone wanted to talk about. But if you separated like the first 2/3 of the year and the stretch run, kind of played like a different guy, I would say. He has picked up where he left off. He's been very, very solid at right tackle. He is a guy that's very popular seemingly in the room, good buddies with all the other linemen, 30-year-old veteran who was at one point in time undrafted out of college at Eastern Michigan. Andrew Wiley, a couple of times Super Bowl champion, arrow trending up.
His running mate on the opposite side, Brandon Coleman. I think we've forgotten about this because of how much fun all this is, right? How well Jaden Daniels is playing, how this everything sort of looks right in terms of their program and the front office and stuff. One of the big deals of this offseason is idiots like me screaming, hey, you're drafting a rookie quarterback you're turning the franchise over to. Wouldn't you do everything possible to make sure it doesn't get slammed into the ground? Wouldn't you do everything possible to make sure this offensive line is excellent and you give them every option possible in the passing game just to make things as easy as all heck? And they're going, watch this. Journeyman, backup swing tackle, and 3rd rounder that a lot of people think is a guard. And they're sort of walking around nodding. And I'm going, oh my God, what a terrible plan. Sorry, the plan's great. Brandon Coleman plays half the time like they're the Florida quarterbacks with Tim Tebow and Chris Leak, and it's working somehow. But Brandon Coleman, arrow trending up.
Mikey Sanristil at his 2nd position. They started him in the nickel. That's what he was drafted to play. That's eventually where he's going to settle in, and I think be an excellent player for a long, long time. But out of necessity in a pinch, they kicked him inside, the outside from inside, and kicked Noah Igbenogany inside because Sanristil, in addition to being their best nickel, is their best corner as well. And so now he's playing technically out of position. This is a former receiver who is very, very cerebral. You see that when he jumps some routes and has a pretty good idea of what quarterbacks are doing. Why is the arrow up? Well, in addition to him getting more comfortable on the outside and I think playing better, he's broken up a pass in 2 straight games, 3 of his last 4. He picked off his first pass against the Ravens. And it was a Johnny on the spot, let's make a play on the ball kind of interception. Didn't read anything out or jump it, but Lamar Jackson targeted a throw to his big tight end. Even with a big catch radius, it was too hot and too wide, off his palms, up into the air, and Sanristil made the play. He's always going to make that play. He's been doing it since he helped Michigan win a national championship with a pick 6 in the title game. He's a baller, and I'm a big Sanristil guy. He has been good since day one at training camp, and he continues to come on. The 24-year-old who Washington drafted in the 2nd round at number 50 overall is a legit player.
Larry Izzo, take a bow. Special teams coordinator, right? Austin Seibert signed in the middle of the week, gets NFC Special Teams Player of the Week when he does. There have been no disasters on kick returns, punt returns. Everything is a seamless operation to this point. And if you're good, that unit sometimes can derail you. They can be your undoing if you aren't able to spend the resources there. Those guys have been coached up, disciplined. They fly around. We've noticed this multiple times. They lay wood on those returns. They're kicking it inbounds, letting guys return it because they know they're about to lay the smacketh down like The Rock in 2000 on Monday Night Raw. They are playing hard. They're playing well for Coach Izzo.
That is your Commanders stock report on Grant and Danny here on the Fan, with you until 6:30. There's some stunning college basketball news with one of the local programs that I didn't see coming. I don't know how many people super plugged in saw this coming, but massive enough development that we certainly got to stop what we're doing to talk about it next, right here on the Fan.
Breaking news from college basketball. Virginia Cavaliers head basketball coach Tony Bennett is retiring, per Jeff Goodman and several other sources. The school has announced a news conference for 11 a.m. tomorrow in Charlottesville, where it will be streamed. Bennett guided the Cavaliers to the 2019 national championship, their first ever in men's basketball, and had just signed an extension in June of 2024. We'll have more on this breaking news coming up. Byron Kerr on the Fan.
Wow. Tony Bennett retiring, University of Virginia head basketball coach, national champion. What's his legacy as a guy whose teams got to the tourney so many times and played his way? Defensive first, oftentimes struggled to recruit offensively because of that. But one of the great, most successful college basketball coaches, certainly in the area, in a long, long time. We'll react to that news next, right here on the Fan. pretty stunning breaking news into us here at 106.7 The Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny. There aren't details yet, and I don't know when we'll get them, but Virginia head coach Tony Bennett is stepping away. He is retiring. This is being broken in a couple of different places, but initially it was the Field of 68, which is a college basketball media network that had this. That is pretty staggering, kind of stop you in your tracks news. This is a young, highly successful head coach at the University of Virginia who has won a national championship, who has that team as a perennial power in its conference in the country. He's been there since 2009, 2010, first tournament run in 2011, 2012, and they're now a mainstay in the tournament. And it sounds like, and we don't know why, we'll have to keep figuring out what the details are, he is retiring immediately.
He is one of those dudes that wears it. You know what I mean? Like he doesn't, drain 70 pounds of moisture like Gary Williams used to, or John Thompson back in the day on the sideline, but it weighs on him. You can see how much it matters to him. Just that constant weight of the world that he carries. And I wonder if that's, just speculating. Maybe it was the stress, but just put that aside for a second. That's a great basketball coach. So there's a couple different ways to do it in college hoops, and it's morphing now with all the transfer portals and the NIL, and we're in a new landscape. We'll figure it out in a second. As the dust settles,
exactly.
But for a few years, it was the Calipari method, where it's you go get the McDonald's All-American, you tell them I'll make you an NBA player, and you got more talent than everybody else, and we'll see what happens. This was I can't get the 5-star, and I'm not even going to try to. What I'm going to do is get people that are willing to come here and work their what's off, grind it out, play defense, and have to compete against the Dukes who can rearm, the Carolinas who can rearm, and now to a degree lately, Florida State and a couple other programs that are really, really good, and you get 1 seeds out of that. I mean, listen, they've got NBA players, but it's not the lottery pick guys. It's the Justin Andersons, the Malcolm Brogdon. I'm really good NBA player, but Ty Jerome and DeAndre Hunter and
DeAndre Hunter was a lottery pick.
Yeah, but these are not the superstars, right?
And was on that national championship team, not, by the way, as a coincidence. I think the most talented team in terms of NBA guys they had. Ty Jerome was on that team who made it to the NBA. That's the team he won the championship with. But Tony Bennett, to announce his retirement, it sounds like at a press conference tomorrow, it's being reported at 11 a.m. And it's not going to be this is my last ride press conference. From what we're hearing, he is announcing he will be retiring immediately as of 11 a.m. tomorrow. Now, there's going to be critics that'll talk about the lack of success in so many tournaments. Obviously, they were very offensively challenged over the years based on the way that he operated and ran things. But he was a hell of a coach at Virginia. You look at their preseason rankings and where they ended up as their high ranking point. In 2013, they were preseason 24. They got to 3rd. The year after that, they were 9th. They got to 2nd, 6th to 3rd, 8th to 6th, unranked to 1st, 5th to 2nd, 11th to 5th. There was a year where they were ranked 18th before the year and finished 2nd. I mean, just some really, really good coaching along the way. One of my favorite college basketball experts is Patrick Stevens, who you see in the Washington Post every year during the tournament as their bracketologist. Does just an amazing job covering college hoops. He's joining us now. Patrick, I can't imagine what's going on, but I guess we should start there. Were there rumblings of this in the circles that you operate in?
I certainly didn't think it was necessarily going to happen, on October 17th or something like that. But I think as you've seen over the years, a number of coaches, call it quits in this era. Whether Jay Wright's a guy that comes to mind. You think about Bob Stoops in football, where these guys have a lot of money in the bank, presumably, certainly should. And the world of college sports has changed a ton over the last 5 years or so. And so if you don't necessarily have to deal with it and you don't want to, well, it's not like previous generations where you're still trying to, you got to make that big salary. I mean, he's already made plenty of money. And, I think his legacy is pretty well cemented, not just for what he did at Virginia, but at Washington State before that. So probably didn't see the timing of it coming, but if you had told me that he wasn't going to coach into his 60s, I certainly wouldn't have been surprised by that at all. I believe Tony's 55 at this point. So, maybe would have thought another year or two, but gosh, it's really not that startling to me that he would choose to call it a career at this point.
Just, I think the timing of on the precipice of a new season, and so many of us kind of blindsided, seems maybe like the big surprise. Patrick's on Twitter. You should follow him if you like college hoops. Discourse with a 1 for the eye. D1 scores.
So I'll give you an idea on the timing of it all. There's a couple variables in there. One, you could look at it as the Dean Smith scenario, right? Remember, he stepped down in 1997, coming off a Final Four, and everybody was stunned him doing that in October. Bill Guthridge takes over for him, and the argument that Dean Smith made was, I don't want to walk away at the end of a season. I want to see if I can recharge, and if I don't feel like I'm up to it in October, then it's probably time to walk away. So maybe that's some of what's going on there too. Another variable possibly, is who gets to take over, right? On October 17th, you really don't have very many choices. You're almost certainly going to elevate somebody from your staff. You look at the Virginia staff; they're one of their 2 associate head coaches is Ron Sanchez, who had a brief run. I shouldn't say a brief run. He was like 72 and 78 over 5 years at Charlotte, and hung a CBI banner while he was there, and has been, aside from those 5 years, has been with Bennett going back to his Washington State days for the last 20 years. He followed him from Washington State to Virginia, and then now on to back to Virginia when he got the associate head coach job a couple summers ago. So is that a scenario where you're trying to help one of your colleagues out? Tough to say. Who knows? I think those are questions better answered by Tony Bennett than by me. But there's certainly a couple of those types of things that would help at least explain the timing of it as much as anything else.
Can you quantify how great a job he did at Virginia, Patrick? And I guess what I'm thinking of here is when I was just a little tiny kid, I don't even remember this, but you get like those Ralph Sampson years where they're the number 1 seed. And my adolescence, it's Harold Dean and Norman Nolan and Curtis Staples, and they couldn't get better than like 7th or 8th in the ACC because everybody was incredible in that conference, and nobody was winning there. No one was doing anything for it seemed like decades. And he brings this group to be the fact that it's now routine. They're in the tournament. They're a 1 seed. They got a national championship. Just unbelievable to me where they were when he started versus now. Your thoughts?
I want you to think about this. When Tony Bennett took over at Virginia, it had won 1 NCAA tournament game in the previous 14 years. I mean, that's how much of an afterthought that they were. They won a game in the 2007 tournament with Sean Singletary and J.R. Reynolds and all those guys. I think it was a 5-12 game. They shared the ACC regular season title that year. And so for them to become what they have become, certainly I think exceeded just about everybody's expectations. I remember thinking when they hired Bennett, it's like, great. They've got a guy that's going to give them an identity. They're going to play defense. And maybe this will be a little bit like what NC State was like under Herb Sendek, which was a reliably good year in, year out NCAA tournament team, which based on having won 1 tournament game in 14 years, you would have signed up for that if you were Virginia. And then it turns out that he was able to build an excellent program. I know people like to take shots at the offense, but I do want to point out, when they won the title, they had the number 2 offense in the country, according to KenPom. In 2016, when, I think, everybody likes to point to that UMBC loss as how did that happen? I like to point to the Elite 8 loss to Syracuse when they were up like 15 points with 10 minutes to go. That team was a top 8 offensive team in KenPom, made the Elite 8. So they had some good offenses over the years. It just didn't happen to be really the last couple years in particular. And so, they played at a pace. They had a style. They had an identity. And that's so hard to build. And I think in this current era, so hard to maintain. And I think that when you look at it, it makes a lot of sense that might be something that you sort of stare at and go, this is getting tougher for sure. But it's still just a remarkable thing that he was able to do down there, building a program that really hadn't been much in the 15 years before he got them there. One other thing I want to point out, Bennett walks away after 15 seasons. Terry Holland, the previous best Virginia basketball coach ever, walked away after 16 seasons at around age 48, 49 or so to begin a career as an athletic director. So there's a little bit of an echo here for a guy that, could have stayed for a long, long time if he'd wanted, and going out not necessarily at the very peak, but certainly as somebody that's had a lot of good teams over the years.
Got less than a minute here, Patrick, but I do want to get your thoughts on. I'm not talking about snarky Twitter guy, the haters, so to speak. But what will be said in terms of? I think when you win a championship, it makes up for the rest of it. But 1 versus 16 loss since the title in 19. They lost in the first round to Ohio at 13, in the first round to Furman at 13, and then in that play-in game with Colorado State, I think it was in 2024 by like 1 million points, and they didn't even score 50. I think they had like 13 at halftime or whatever crazy thing that was. I mean, what are people going to say about those things, or does the national championship and what he did for the program that you just pointed out outweigh those things?
Well, let me ask you this. Would you rather be Virginia over the last decade or Gonzaga over the last decade that makes the Sweet 16 every year, has made a couple national titles, but hasn't won a title? I think at the end of I think at the end of the day, people measure that postseason by so much that the championship is the answer. And you've got guys like Kyle Guy and all these other dudes that were on that fabulous team. They're basically like legends in Charlottesville for life. And so, I kind of look at that as, that's the answer to everything. It's silly that a 6-game stretch does that. Right. But ultimately, I think that is the legacy, the proof that Virginia could climb the mountain, that system could work, and again, yes, they played great defense, but they had teams that ran incredible offense and plenty of above average offensive teams. It just didn't show up in the scoring total because of the pace that they played at.
Yeah, I'll take 66 and 6 over a 2-year span that you're talking about there, Patrick. Thank you, buddy. Really appreciate it.
Good info.
Take care.
Thanks, man.
Thank you so much. There's Patrick Stevens of the Post. Get you some quick reaction. The breaking news here on the Fan. Stunningly, Tony Bennett retiring as the head coach of Virginia basketball. According to reports, he will make it official and announce it tomorrow at an 11 a.m. press conference just before the start of a brand new season. Patrick thinks it could be the latest of what is a movement of college coaches who just kind of aren't having as much fun anymore and don't want to keep dealing with it. We should get into that because that's not just happening in basketball. That's happening in football and everywhere else. Early next hour, we'll pivot back to the Commanders as well. What is your level of concern as they are heavy favorites against Carolina? About a letdown spot here. But let's see if anyone wants to hop in on this. 800-636-1067. There is a clear movement of coaches that are not enjoying coaching to the same extent, and they are leaving earlier. Do you blame them? And what do you make of that? This is the Fan. Welcome back to Grant and Danny on the Fan. We will absolutely get back into our regularly scheduled 5 o'clock hour here. The Commanders are taking on the Panthers on Sunday. This is the most confident as a fan base, it feels like, that we have been in a long, long time. Is that still nerve-wracking, or are they past the point of you being worried about that because they're just good? That's something we want to sink our teeth into here on Grant and Danny. But we have an opportunity to react to what is some huge breaking news. One of the most successful and popular college basketball coaches in America, who just so happens to call Charlottesville home and is in our backyard, a guy that we've had on the show a couple of times over the years, Tony Bennett, is retiring from the University of Virginia. And it's pretty sudden and stunning, and nobody really knows why. He will do a press conference tomorrow. I think the immediate assumption is that, like so many other coaches that stepped down in sports over the last couple of years, Nick Saban, Jay Wright, among some of the legends, that he's just not having as much fun, that this player empowerment, player entitlement, player movement, players getting paid, players holding out essentially and telling you they want more money, that it's not as fun. You know, that they don't want to continue to do this. And so the assumption is maybe he just doesn't want to keep playing the game. But I think we have to, let's just say, assume that that is the case for our conversation. Because we could find out tomorrow.
So let's say it's not, but even still, there's a greater pulse at work here, right? I mean, even if Tony Bennett's reasons are totally different, that's still a phenomenon. And it kind of his walking away when he's still got plenty of years to be a really good college basketball coach kind of helps open the window to that conversation.
And Danny, I'm hedging because like tomorrow he could come out and we could find out.
That's what I'm saying. Yeah.
It's health, it's medical, it's whatever. Like we don't know.
Right.
So I'm leading with we don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But there's a lot of smart people speculating right now that are plugged in on college sports and UVA, and they also don't know and haven't heard anything else. And until they do, I think the assumption is put another one on the pile as far as these great coaches who said, not for me anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I do think there's a conversation to be had there. It doesn't even have to be about UVA. In fact, it probably shouldn't be about UVA. It's about college sports. And this is happening very fast.
So this is always very complicated, and everybody for so many years had a very simple battering ram that they wanted to hit the castle wall with, or yell at the NCAA. You want to yell at the NCAA? I'll stand there with you. Let's pick a topic. I'll yell at them about something. They were the worst, continue to be the worst. But it was basically pay the players, pay the players, pay the players. Okay, once we've gotten here, you now have this chaotic environment where there's no governing body, there's no CBA, there's no real set of rules. And what was supposed to be, Grant, my backup point guard, you're my backup on my team, by the way, Grant. I mean, you got a chance to start next year if you stay around. My backup point guard, Grant, was supposed to be able to go work at the car wash for $25 an hour to have a little extra spending money. It's now basically a big legal slush fund where you have to recruit your own guys and treat it like you're a football general manager. Now, that's one side. The other side is I have very little sympathy in a lot of ways for college coaches where the whole setup for so many years was so slanted towards them and what they were allowed to do, what players weren't, that, again, it's kind of like deal with it to a degree, right? Where you could gray shirt guys. Scholarships weren't necessarily guaranteed for 4 years. You could just cut guys because they didn't like the way they looked at you. You could leave in the middle of your contract. Whereas if I wanted to go transfer to another school, I'd just sit out for a year. All sorts of stuff was punishing players and rewarding coaches to make it easier for them. So the pendulum has swung back so violently in the other direction. We're dealing with chaos. And I guess everyone's cool with that. But to me, college sports is less entertaining and worse because of what's happened here. Even if it's justice, even if it's the right thing to empower players and help them, it's not more fun to watch.
Yeah, NIL is a no-brainer, for the record. I do believe that. But what you've seen with the lack of regulation on paying players with the teams, and if you haven't watched the documentary yet on LSU and their collective,
I need to.
It's stunningly eye-opening, but it's an amazingly well-done documentary. You should check it out. But players go back to the teams when they don't like the deal or something. It's like free agency where you just brought in someone else that makes this. All right, never mind. I don't want to do this anymore. Give me more. And we actually had a college football coach basically come out at a press conference and say, we're closing business down. No more negotiating. Because if a guy has a big game or whatever, someone comes back for more money and says, if not, I'll leave. You just can't tell me. I think people have their mind made up that no matter what happens, this is still the right way to go because players needed more influence, power to be paid. And all of that is true, but it doesn't mean you could just do it with no ramifications. right? And I think people are going, whatever bad is coming from this, so be it. And I'm not a so be it guy. I'm a, is this working or not? Because I agree with you. You should be able to make money off of your name, image, and your likeness, and your jersey should be sold, and you should get money based on that. But that doesn't mean the rest of it is good for anybody. This was Patrick Stevens just a few minutes ago, covers college basketball for the Washington Post.
I certainly didn't think it was necessarily going to happen, on October 17th or something like that. But I think as you've seen over the years, a number of coaches, call it quits in this era. Whether Jay Wright's a guy that comes to mind. You think about Bob Stoops in football, where these guys have a lot of money in the bank, presumably, certainly should. And the world of college sports has changed a ton over the last 5 years or so. And so if you don't necessarily have to deal with it and you don't want to, well, it's not like previous generations where you're still trying to, you got to make that big salary. I mean, he's already made plenty of money. And, I think his legacy is pretty well cemented, not just for what he did at Virginia, but at Washington State before that. So
that was a few minutes ago right here on the Fan. Let's go to Ian, who wanted to hop in Vienna. What's up, Ian? How are you?
Fantastic discussion. I have a lot of thoughts on this. So, Danny, like you, I played varsity sports at a Power 5 level. I played tennis at Northwestern, and I agree with you. For so long, the dynamic was so tilted in a way that it was, forget a democracy, it was a true dictatorship. And I saw it firsthand in good and bad ways. You see coaches that feel the parents are getting too involved or the player's not happy. Well, that scholarship just vanishes. And for most people at a private school, that means you're out of there. And that was really disappointing to see. The flip side, and this is where I agree with you a little bit, Grant, is that it's filtered so far the other way that now there's no corrective balance. And I think, like with any rapid change, whether it's political or athletic or anything, there will be a little bit of a market correction that comes within the next couple of years. You've already seen the tightening of the transfer window where a player can't transfer middle of the season. I think that's going to be an improvement. I think you'll see some more guardrails around it. But in terms of the holistic issue or the larger issue of these coaches aren't having fun, my goodness, how silly, because the Dabo Sweeneys of the world, the Nick Sabans, the coaches that kind of rule with the iron fist, be better. You have to figure out how to communicate with these players and build the concept of team and a brotherhood or something larger than yourself. Because if you're mad that these players have a chance to get more money, you sure weren't mad when another program called you with a chance to get more money. How often do we see a coach every offseason flirt with another program just to come and re-up their contract?
I totally agree with that last point. It's a great phone call, Ian. Thank you, buddy. There's a hypocrisy unequivocally with these coaches that have no problem taking their gig and leaving and who will expect players not to do the same. Although generally, if you have a contract, you got to play out the contract until you don't, because you can get out of it. But where I'll disagree with him is when he says, oh, you got to build your roster, you got to learn how to make the players happy or whatever. Who's done a better job of program building than Tony Bennett or than Dabo and Clemson as an example that they want to do it their own way? What I would say is the issue to me is not that those guys don't want to play the game. In a lot of cases, I don't know how many people listening have kids. Like, my kid yelled because he wanted to have ice cream for dinner last night. That was the big dispute, right? Like, I want ice cream. We don't need ice cream for dinner. There are players that don't want to be coached, that don't want to be yelled at, that as soon as you coach them or do any of the things that you're trying to do to make them a better person, which used to matter in college sports, or more of a good man or whatever it is, they don't want to hear that from you. They'll go play for somebody else. So I'm going to bench you and take away minutes because you need to learn this lesson. No, you won't, because I'm going to leave and go play somewhere else.
Super quick, Jeff Borzello, ESPN College Basketball Insider, just posted this quote that he got from Tony Bennett just last week. It was asked about, are you ever going to leave like Jay Wright did? Listen to this. And you get to choose if you want to be part of it or not. And when you feel it's time, like Jay did, like Coach K, maybe Saban, it's their choice. And you could sit here and complain and gripe, or you have a decision to make. Either you try to do it your way, or you get to make that decision. So I think Jay Wright probably foresaw where this is going. It'll be better whenever there's regulations. Is that 3 to 5 years away? Who knows? But if it's not, those are decisions that every man has to make when it's his time.
Wow.
That sounds like a guy who doesn't like the way it's going.
That's pretty
right?
amazing. Let's bring on our buddy Chris Noi, who, of course, is one of the voices synonymous with Maryland basketball. He himself a coach at the collegiate level. Mr. Noi, it has been too long. How are you?
I'm well, guys. Well, what a day. Holy
Crazy.
cow.
I got to tell you, I did, with all due respect, I did not have talking to Chris Noi in the office pool today. I mean, I was hoping you might text me or something, but I didn't think I would walk in and be like, we need Noi and we need him right now.
We got to get Noi.
Yeah.
The red phone.
Well, I appreciate that. Use the bat phone for me. Seismic day in the sport. He's built, as you were alluding to, Grant. I mean, it's built a culture down there, and he's done it the right way. This doesn't happen. He didn't just walk into the office today. I wouldn't suspect that he walked into the office today and told his staff, fellas, I'm leaving. I've had enough. My guess is this has been coming over time. This allows him, I hope there's no health issue behind any of this, and it allows him to offer up a 1-year audition for one of his assistant coaches, I would think, to take over. But, man, there's a lot of the old lines, and they're not even that old. A lot of the lines of coaching stepping aside, and it's crazy.
What do you make of like the timing, though? I mean, why wouldn't you have done this? Like, how does this change? How did his opinion change 3 months ago to now? I guess I'm wondering.
Well, I think that one of the things you do is, he did a solid for one of his assistant coaches. One of those guys will be elevated. You allow a 1-year audition for that guy, and I think that may have played a small role in this. If you do this in May or June, there's a national search. UVA is a brand name in the sport in college basketball now, and there's going to be a boatload of interest in that job. So that might have been a part of it. Tony's an up and up guy. He's one of the most honest guys that ever coached or played in the sport. He was an absolute killer for a guy as devout as he is and was. I mean, he was a real baller back in the day, and he's a gentleman. He does things the right way. This is stunning news.
Chris, try to quantify it for us. You've been around a minute and seen a lot of college hoops. Where Virginia was, right? I mean, thinking of no disrespect to these names, but the Pete Gillen, the Dave Lato years, et cetera. Like there wasn't much happening down there when they were frisky in the 90s, when it was, the North Carolina Duke wars, and, you'd get a Wake Forest team would jump up and be really good. There were plenty of ACC powers. Virginia was always frisky, but never on that same level. There was a dry spell there, and they have a national championship and a bunch of 1 seeds. Like, it's unbelievable what he did.
And I know you meant to throw the Terps in there back in those some of those glory days of the ACC. Yeah, mediocre is the word. And I know all those guys, and they're good men. It's a tough job. Charlottesville, it's not like, bringing a kid to a big city or a big town. The JPJ Center is a relatively new phenomenon. The building that they play in down there, they played in U-Haul, I think, for a long, long time. Wasn't a great building. So, he made it relevant. And one of the lessons here, in terms of just the X's and O's part of it, it pays to be different. It pays to play like Syracuse, where you're the only team in America playing a 2-3 zone on every possession. It pays to play like UVA, which is, pack line defense and, grind out possessions. It's hard to prepare for teams like that when you've got 2 days to do it in the middle of February. And he did a great job with that. Strangely enough, I read a quote from him last week where he swore that he was going to change the style this year, and that they were going to be more up and down.
He just couldn't handle it, and they walked away.
Well, maybe he knew that the assistant had some ideas when he took over. They opened, by the way, November 6th against the Campbell Fighting Camels. So that is coming up.
The Camels
in just 2 weeks.
I think Tony, to one of the points you guys are making, Grant, I think it was you. I think Tony is a guy who played the game and has coached a long time. I think Tony would be the first guy to tell you these guys deserve to be paid. That does not mean they deserve to be eligible immediately when they transfer. It does not mean that they deserve to be paid in an uncapped world, in a non-structured world where where certain schools are able to pay 10 times more.
Naki,
than
I
other
don't get
schools
why
that are in
this
the-
conversation has become this way, because you're so right about this. It's like this binary good-bad. Like anyone who says anything other than everything that's happening is awesome is like evil toward the kids. Like, how dare you? The coaches are bad. The students are good. They deserve to be paid. And I'm just over here going, NIL's a good thing. I agree with NIL. Also, maybe let's not let guys hop from 6 programs in 6 years and go back to the school after game number 1 when they caught 11 balls to say they need more money.
And pro sports have salary caps, so the Yankees could probably spend a little bit more than, say, the Kansas City Royals, but we'd like them to be able to play games against each other, not have them be a joke. But there's no governing rails here, Naki.
Well, there are 3 rails to this. There's NIL, there's immediate transfer eligibility, and there is the complete castration of the NCAA. And the fact of the matter is there is no governing body. Where we are headed in the next 3 to 5 years is 100 schools breaking off, forming their own sort of association. There will be some sort of governance there, whether it's a commissioner or czar or whatever. We're taking applications tomorrow. I think that's probably where we're headed. And that's when there will be mechanisms put in place to sort of, I think, to get a hold of the NIL especially. But the toothpaste is out of the tube right now. I don't know. I don't know how you get it back in. It's broken. And here's the other issue, guys. To me, the only reason why a lot of people will be following college basketball is not because they know the players. It's because they're gambling on the game. And there is no allegiance. You don't feel, hey, that guy, he's been here 3 years. Boy, I hope he has a really great senior year. You're not doing 3-4 year planning anymore. This is 1 year at a time.
Mm-hmm.
You go to practices. I've been to practices around the area here, and I always have to say, give me a program. I don't recognize any of these guys from last year.
Chris, always great, man. Appreciate you joining us on short notice.
All right, guys. Talk soon.
Thank you,
That's our buddy Chris Naki. Next time we chat with him, it'll be closer to college hoop season. We get the State of the Union on all the teams in the DMV. But one State of the Union changed a lot today. University of Virginia. Sounds like Tony Bennett, effective immediately in a press conference at 11 a.m. tomorrow, is going to announce he will be retiring. And while we don't yet know why, the speculation is that he's decided that it's no longer something he wants to continue to do with the current state of college basketball. But we'll wait until tomorrow to get more details or pass them along as they come. Next, let's get back into the Commanders. They're getting ready to try to get to 5-2 against the Panthers. Is that little voice in the back of your head keeping you from getting overly confident? Or do you feel like Danny and I do, where this is shaping up to be a pretty productive week and a Sunday where the good guys are going to score a lot more points than the bad guys? This is the Fan. Thanks for listening to the program. We're taking you up to 6:30. That's 1 hour from right now. In a half hour, our guy, the Birdman, flap those wings, boys and girls. Ian Eagle is on the show. That's my guy from CBS. He is on the call of the Commanders and the Panthers on Sunday.
Here we go.
We get the supposed CBS B team. I got a news flash for you. That's the A team. Eagle and Charles Davis. We're fired up for the start of the season and how the Commanders are playing. The sponsor of this show is as well, and they are ready to help you. Condori and Murat will guide you through whatever's going on in your life. Probate administration process. They're going to bring clarity and closure to a loved one's estate if need be. Schedule a free consultation with their probate estate planning attorneys now. KMLawyers.com. Tell them G&D sent you. That's KMLawyers.com. We've had this ongoing element of the show that's been kind of fun where we've talked about what the little voice in the back of our head is saying at times. Like right before week 1, if you remember, we had these little voices that were going, what if they're actually good? What if Jaden Daniels is awesome? Before the Bengals game, my thought was the Heisman Trophy winner last year at LSU, every time he played a big night game, all he did was ball out. What if he just has this incredible game and they beat Cincinnati?
What if that's the thing?
What is the little voice in the back of your head saying now? As you're starting to believe they're good, they're going to pummel the Panthers, is it trying to talk you down a bit and calm you down and say, come on, this is a letdown spot. It's going to be an ugly win or it's going to be a close game. Maybe they'll lose. Or are you all systems go? Because I don't remember feeling this confident myself and just touching the people. I don't remember this much certainty that Washington was going to win a game in years and years and years.
What I'm hoping is the little voice. That's what we're calling it because you know it. The little voice used to be the positive voice, right? Where you know what was going to happen, but it was like, and it was British for some reason. Maybe for true. They could put off upsets. Even though they're big underdogs, maybe they could come through and make you happy one time. You know, for so many years, that was the little voice. Now the little voice has been kind of annexed to the
British boy?
Yeah, to the kids' table. The little voice is at the kids' table, but it's still in the room. I want to banish him altogether. But now the little voice is saying, they haven't beaten anybody any good. They just haven't. They've played 2 good teams, and they've lost both games. One non-competitive, the other, they weren't really a danger to win. They beat a couple of teams, eked out wins against the Giants and the Bengals, even though those performances were fun. Beat a couple dysfunctional teams that didn't know which way was up.
Do you buy what the little voice is selling?
I can hear it. So I if I have to pick, I'm not agreeing with the little voice, but he's still in the room.
They beat the Giants by 3. If not for the injured kicker, Graham Gano opening kickoff, maybe
you don't.
The Bengals felt like a really good win at the time, except that subsequently the Bengals have lost to the Ravens. They've won 2 out of 3, but they barely beat Carolina, and then they barely beat the Giants. To say they haven't really gotten their act together, I think, is an understatement still, right? I mean, it's not like the Bengals are really good. They're 2-4, and they took the Ravens to overtime, which was a really quality performance.
Mm-hmm.
But 2 wins in their last 3. They could have lost to Carolina or New York, like 2 of the worst teams in the league.
And again, Washington, one of the most reliable kickers in the sport, misses a kick he makes 1,000 times out of 1,000, changes the way they have to go for 2 after each touchdown, even though I probably wouldn't, but that's just a side point. And that's the 5-point difference in the game, is 2 failed 2-point conversions and a missed field goal. They gave up a whole bunch of points in that game. So my point is, the Arizona win, that stands because Arizona's bad and they killed them.
Okay, but everyone says they're bad, and maybe they are. I don't know. Their record's bad. They're 2-4. Arizona beat San Francisco.
They did.
Arizona didn't just beat the Rams. They crushed the Rams. Them. How bad are they? I know they beat the Bills, but they had them on the ropes. They should have beaten them. They collapsed in week 1. The Washington game is quite literally what we're talking about, where the Commanders just pummeled them. But they hung with Detroit, neck and neck until the final minutes. Really, the only other game they've been blown out in was at Green Bay. And they're a different team in the 1 o'clock time zone pretty clearly. But I can't say the Cardinals are terrible when they have wins over the 49ers and a 30-point blowout win over the Rams under their belt.
You may be right. So the little voice is saying that's their best one, where they had some weird game plan where they were like, we're going to keep Kyler Murray in the pocket today. Thank you for doing that, by the way. Please do it again if we match up in the future. But they beat a dysfunctional Cleveland team. You know what I mean? The little voice is going, this is prime letdown stuff because the 4 games are awesome, but are you sure they're not just 4 games where they played well?
We probably should have workshopped this before the segment, What little show meeting on air? Garris, I want Randy Orton's walkout song. I hear voices in my head. You know that song? And we could play that before each person tells us what the little voice is saying in the back of their head as a Commanders fan. So can you define, though, the little voice? Is it a negative voice?
It is now. Usually, it used to be the positive one.
So it is basically the contrarian voice.
Yes.
Like when we were all sure this team at best would win 7 games, the little voice was saying,
they might do it.
But what if they win 11?
What if they win in spite of Dan Snyder and Bruce Allen and Ron Rivera and Marty and the other Marty and all the Martys? What if they win?
And now that we all think they're pretty good,
Mm-hmm.
Jaden Daniels is the real deal. That little voice is saying, what if they catch up to the offense? What if they figure out what Cliff Kingsbury's doing?
Uh-huh. So I'm out here puffing my chest.
Yeah.
I'm feeling pretty good. I go, they should be one of the biggest overdogs of the weekend. They should beat the pants off of Carolina. But the little voice has a seat. The little voice is at the table.
800-636-1067. I guess to me, and I don't buy the little voice, but the little voice is saying they are due for a regression. The little voice is saying they have not had a bad luck game yet. The botched snap that gets kicked into the linebacker's stomach, and now it's 1st and 10 at the 19-yard line for Carolina. They haven't had the kickoff return that's fumbled to start the second half in a tie game, and the Panthers are set up. They haven't had a game where they have 3 or 4 dropped passes and a ball just goes off of someone's hand. And after I keep waiting on that game because I've seen it for my entire life because this team's never been good. But it doesn't have to be like that. Patriots fans don't have those games during their 10-year run or whatever, their 15-year run. And so I keep going, that game's got to be coming. Not if they're good, maybe. Maybe they don't have that game. But that is what the little voice in the back of my head is saying is they're due for a stinker. Because even in their losses, well, I should say their loss to Baltimore. Since week 1, so you're going on now almost 2 months, they have not really had a dud. Feels like maybe they're due. That's what the voice is saying. You got the song? Randy Orton coming out from gorilla position. Let's do this. Are you familiar with this, Danny?
No. Give me a time period.
Current.
Oh, this is like right now?
The last 25 years.
Because
It's a silly song. Play it again. Listen to the first lyric. It's perfect for this. Just grab that part for the calls. Ready? The opening lyric is that he hears voices in his head. He's supposed to be like this weirdo, I don't know, like Venom snake.
Is he doing like a Mankind bit? Like where he's a weirdo?
No, he's a little bit strange, but he more just RKOs people. I don't know. I know just enough about wrestling always to like give you a little bit, but nothing.
Yeah, and I have follow-ups, and you're like, I don't know.
Yeah,
now,
exactly.
Is it as weird? Give me one more.
He
Spectre
wears
of Witness.
a Speedo and knee pads and nothing else.
Okay. On the Al Snow was the weirdest.
No, he's not that.
Okay. You see what I'm saying? Like how close
shtick
do we get?
is like, he's a troubled man. You don't know what's going on in that brain.
Okay.
It's Randy Orton. What is he up to? He's sadistic. He wants to beat everyone up. And then he comes out and he like looks around confused. He's always like, and he's so confused because
he's very confused.
He hears voices in his head. I mean, that pops the crowd hard every time.
Is he going to go pop?
Every time
Randy
that
Orton
pops
does?
the crowd. 800-636-1067. What is the little voice in the back of your head, that contrarian voice, telling you as we close in on Commanders-Panthers? And are you willing to listen to it? Or is it time to slap that little voice out of the equation? G&D on the Fan. on Sunday. He joins us coming up in 15 minutes right here on The Fan. Welcome back. Grant and Danny will take you up to 6:30. Caps hockey tonight. We're your flagship home for the Caps and the Nats. Tonight, we've got Virginia Tech football right here on The Fan. Excited to hear Topher time, Virginia Tech style. Toby Altizer working the scoreboard on that broadcast. But we've got the Caps on the family of networks. We've got Virginia Tech. What a great sports night it is. We'll get to the phones here in one moment. 800-636-1067. But, Danny, we are talking about with that little tiny voice, the contrarian voice in the back of our head, which has always been there to just give that 5% chance that maybe everything's going to be okay and good. And it's now reversed because everyone's expecting good things, and we've seen this good team, and now the voice in the back of our head is not really wanting us to get fully confident or have a lot of fun yet.
Yeah, how sure are you? Are you sure they're really good? They've beaten 4 bad teams. 2 of them aren't that impressive when you look back on it. Are you sure they're good? Isn't this a letdown week? Are you sure? That's kind of what the voice is telling it. I can't banish him just yet.
That's the voice in Danny's head. The voice in my head is, what happens when defenses catch up just a little bit? What happens when the offense doesn't have a banner game? Can the defense bail them out? Have we seen anything to believe maybe that the defense can do that? Let's go to Harlan, who's in Winchester, on Grant and Danny. Harlan, how are you?
Hey, Grant and Danny, I love you guys, man.
Appreciate you, bud.
I got to tell you, I haven't been this excited about a Commanders season in so long, guys. I haven't been this excited since my ex-wife got hit by a semi-truck. You know what I'm saying? But one thing in the back of my mind is, how do we get Sydney Sweeney to become a Commanders cheerleader? I mean,
Thank you, Harlan. I'm a Sydney Sweeney fan, too. I don't know where that was going, so I'll apologize in advance for cutting him off. I just didn't like where we were headed. It could have gone nowhere, but we were shot out of a cannon with shtick. We're a little off topic with Sydney Sweeney as a cheerleader, and those aren't things necessarily that are bad to talk about. I just don't know where we were going next. That's all.
So if Sydney Sweeney played for the team, then the defense would be? No, I got nothing.
Yeah, I'm not really sure.
Thank you, though.
Occasionally, you've got to use your spidey senses.
Were they tingling a little bit there?
Is someone playing a joke on us? Are they going to try to say something that they can play for their buddies later? And the radar was going off just a little bit. Clary, did you have any spidey senses going at all?
So I will say he actually used the Sydney Sweeney line after he made his actual point. And
by the way, I'm not bothered by the Sydney Sweeney.
Of course. Yeah, yes. It started off where I was like, okay, like that's not.
I think he
great.
said something about a car hitting his ex-wife.
Yeah, he never said that to me. He never said that to me.
I mean, again, it's not illegal. You're allowed to say things on the radio.
Yeah.
There was like a zing in there. Then there was I just didn't know where we were going, Dan.
I was lost a little bit.
I think I gave him a lot of confidence because his Sydney Sweeney line just popped me.
What's a great line?
It was a great line,
Oh,
but
so
again, he answered the question at first.
Listen, Clary's taking the blame for the whole thing. You think you laughed so hard that he's like, I got to tell the guy.
So now he's like, that killed.
I was actually giving Grant the sign being like, hey, get to this guy. Like, he's got a great line. But then
that was that guy.
That was that guy.
Clary answered a call and was like, go to one.
Yeah.
And I'm like, we got to go to break.
Yeah, we got to go to break.
So that was so we could hear the Sydney Sweeney line.
Yeah, that's it. Because it was great. Like, he was like, it's almost as if like when you have that voice in the back of your head, like, don't you wish Sydney Sweeney was a cheerleader? Like, why not? And I was just like, this guy's great. Like, he's got great confidence, great energy.
You want to go see him do a stand-up set?
Yeah, he's great.
I loved his energy. He was very complimentary.
Yes.
I'm a fan of his.
Yes, Harlan. Thank you.
If he wants to come out to one of our events and we can discuss all things Commanders or Sydney Sweeney, I would love to do that with him. He sounds like a fun guy. Maybe I jumped the gun. I will admit that possibly I was too aggressive.
Well, the thing is, better safe than, we have been on the business end of some of those before.
Yes.
So we're all, when you're a little too confused, all of a sudden you get that rug pull. Next thing you know, that dump button gets worn out. Yada yada yada.
All the boxes got checked of like, is this person off topic? Did they compliment you very quickly?
Have they gone down a winding road?
Right. Have they made a zing that didn't make sense to me? Like, then that always ends in disaster. Now, if he was circling back to a hell of a point, that was the okay.
And that's why Brian Robinson coming back against Carolina is going to work. Okay.
I just thought it was like a bunch of guys in the car, and they're like, let's just ruin these guys' segment.
I dare you to work in the following 4 things: a Mack truck, Sydney Sweeney.
I've never gotten that, by the way, because you get dumped. No one ends up hearing it anyway, and you just wasted your own time. Not that he was doing anything wrong, but the people that actually do that.
Yeah.
We got people waiting. Let's go. Daryl, Rockville, you're on the Fan.
What's up, Daryl?
Hey, what's up, fellas? What's going on?
Hey, dude.
Chilling. What's that little voice in the back of your head telling you, getting ready for the Panthers?
See, this is that PTDSS going on. Is what's going on, fellas. We gotta beat that dude down, get him off our shoulders, and let's move forward. We try and get more competitive this year. We got a quarterback, we got a coaching staff, we got an owner, we got a GM. What else can go wrong?
See, we're aware of all those things.
Daryl's right.
No one's disputing. Daryl, what you just said, as my kid says, I think as young people say, facts.
Daryl's right.
That's factual information. No one's disputing that. But there's a voice, man.
Chris in Hyattsville just tweeted me. We're at Grant H. Paulson at Funny Danny. He says, stop censoring the callers. Free Sydney Sweeney. It's hilarious.
That's a good bit.
I love Sydney Sweeney just as much as the next
She's
guy.
a great actress.
She is my favorite current actress. She should be in every film.
What are her favorite roles of yours?
I've got so many.
Name a couple.
Anyone But You.
Remember the role she played?
Yes, she played the girlfriend.
She played you, I guess.
Glenn Powell.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
That's a movie she was in.
Yep.
I loved her in that Spider Girl remake thing.
Spider Web.
Yes.
Madam Spider.
Yep. She was great in that.
Spider Lady.
Is she in the film? Then I love it. There's a film called Voyeurs. You should check that one out.
Really?
Yeah.
Is there good acting in that?
She is the best.
Does she act really well in
that movie? She's also pretty good in Euphoria, I will say. Like Academy Award winning good.
Really?
If I could say
What do they give awards for? Never mind.
Let's go to Matt Stafford. Hello, Matt.
Hey, Matty.
Hey, White Lotus, right?
There you go.
Oh, I like
Season
her in
1.
White Lotus.
She was acted so well in that.
She was very good in White
The
Lotus.
thing is, she's Roman Wilson's girl, and Steelers don't have cheerleaders, but if she was going to be a cheerleader, she'd be a Steelers cheerleader. But the voice in my head, can I get the music?
I hear voices. Let's go. What's the little voice telling you?
The voice is saying, the voice is really positive, and it's like, could Jaden Daniels really throw for 400 yards?
Oh,
what
wow.
if they unleash Ben Sinnott?
So this little voice in the back of his head.
He's got a positive voice
is
still?
a very positive voice on Grant and Danny. How about that? His voice is on top of all the other positivity.
Think about just
Normally,
the fact that that's
voice
possible.
is supposed to be a contrarian.
Think about the fact that that's even possible. I know I'm overdoing this where it's like smelling the roses, but dude, we got roses for the first time in forever.
And his voice is giving him more roses.
Yes.
Let's go to Sean in Auburn, Alabama, home of Auburn. Football team. Home of that.
Hey, how are you
Auburn.
doing?
Hey, buddy.
What's up, Sean?
So I got two things. First thing, the voice is still, this team is still too young to really show what it's doing or what's going to happen. And the second thing is, I don't know if you guys had a chance to look at it yet, but the injury list for the Panthers, quite lengthy. Jadeveon Clowney's on it. Did not practice today.
We talked about that. Deontay Johnson got carted down to the field to watch practice.
And that's all I got. But War Eagle.
I was going to say, can I say War Eagle to this guy? I really
what's appropriate there?
Did he say War Eagle?
He said War Eagle.
I thought he said no more War Eagle.
No, he said War Eagle.
War Eagle.
Yeah.
God, that's our first War Eagle ever.
We haven't had many.
Like, that's so cool.
We haven't had many.
We got a War Eagle. We've never gotten a Roll Damn Tide. Why can't we get a Roll Tide?
I mean, we had Phyllis on tape, but not like to us.
No, but we've never had an actual person call from Alabama and say Roll Tide.
Alabama's dynasty has just begun. Roll Tide.
I agree, Phyllis. We've never gotten a War Eagle until right then. I'm fired up about that.
How dare you?
Such a big moment. I'm still reeling too. I feel terrible about what I did to Harlan. I'm sorry, Harlan. I think I took you for you ever been arrested when you weren't supposed to be? I think that's kind of what happened.
No.
Like he walked out of a bank with a mask on.
Yeah.
And it wasn't COVID time.
And a bag with a dollar sign on it.
He like, to me, I looked at him, I said, "You are guilty." And I just threw him on the ground. I cuffed him. I threw him in the back of the car. It's like, dude, what's going on, man? I'm sorry, Harlan. It seems like everything was on the up and up with your call. And I thought you were up to some tomfoolery.
We thought there were shenanigans. Speaking of which, tomorrow, join us at Spanky Shenanigans with Leesburg. Come on, everyone, having fun.
We'll be at Spanky Shenanigans.
We will be tomorrow for the
people.
show. That's where we're going to be to do the show tomorrow. It's in Leesburg, right there on Market Street. It's going to be awesome. 2 to 6:30. Your boys will be hanging out.
Where was Harlan from?
West Virginia.
Okay, so
Didn't get where specifically.
If you come to Leesburg tomorrow, I'll buy you, something off the menu.
He was actually from Winchester, so it's not that far.
All right, come on out.
It's not that close either.
I need to see your ID to make sure you're Harlan. I apologize, buddy. Ian Eagle joins us next. He's calling the game on Sunday. We're Grant and Danny.
Roll Tide.
Do this one. It's got an intro to it, right?
Absolutely. Not a music guy, so I never really know bands, songs, anything in the industry. We asked Iron Eagle, I said, who's your band? What's your song of choice? He gave me the Doors. I said, Danny, what Doors song should we play? You named it. I'd never heard of it, but I've heard of this song.
So I wonder what he thinks. I wonder what he would have picked, because this isn't my favorite Doors song, but it's like got that little intro. The business picks up pretty quick, and now we're ready for a segment.
Grant and Danny on the Fan will take you up to 6:30. Commanders-Panthers on Sunday. We are excited as we get closer to kickoff to have the CBS crew that we look forward to all season, Iron Eagle and our buddy Charles Davis, on the call. And the Birdman joins us now on the BetQL guest hotline. How did we do, Ian, on our Doors choice? And by that, I mean Danny's Doors choice.
Yeah, top 7. I probably would have gone Peace Frog, number 1. Danny, I don't know if you're a fan, but really good intro, tremendous beat, just keeps you coming back for more and more.
Well, it's a good point on the intro. It's hard to go. I don't want to say that's not a B-side, Ian, but it's like that. It's like a secondary hit for them, maybe not as pops, and all of a sudden it's like that's a risk that I'm taking. That's like me going on a limb. You know what I mean? I didn't have the guts to do that, to be frank with you.
No. I was really comfortable with what you came back with. The fact that Grant even had a hint of what it was is a double win.
That's a win.
In my mind.
Victory.
Just read Robbie Krieger's autobiography, so I'm like really up on Doors stuff. I've been a huge fan my whole life, but up to date beyond belief based on my summer reading list.
Oh, you're all the way.
But
Iron Eagle is with us on G&D. While we're on the topic of music, while we've got you here, I don't know when this started, but it's definitely in the last several years. It seems like all the networks come in and out of breaks with either current music or sometimes themed music. Do you remember like when that began as a play-by-play guy? And do you have any input or care at all about that? Is that something that you think is added to the broadcast at all?
Yeah, I think NBC really started it a number of years ago on Sunday Night Football, and then other networks started jumping on it. Yeah, we do it occasionally. Sometimes it's on purpose. Sometimes it's just a moment that the audio guy has a feeling, and it's going to match either where we are or what we're talking about. Yeah, I think it can add to it because it creates some conversation. But I don't know if you're going in with the idea, third break, second quarter, we're doing this. I don't tend
right.
to view broadcasting that way. It has to be more instinctual and more of a feel. If it works in the moment, go with it, but don't force it.
So as your prep leading up to this game, you've done all your research, you've talked to all the appropriate folks, or any conversations are TBD at this point. What have your eyes told you? Like what have you seen from Washington? We think we know, but we're not used to being here, if that makes any sense.
No, it makes perfect sense. And I think that's part of it. With the NFL set up the way that it is, you can improve very quickly in this league. It doesn't happen with a snap of the finger. So many things have to line up. You have to have the right quarterback. You have to have the right coach. You have to have the right schedule. You've got to catch a couple breaks along the way. And here we are now entering week 7. And I would tell you that Washington is one of those teams that now feels very relevant when a year ago, 2 years ago, 3 years ago, 5 years ago, 6 years ago, they were not. So it's been a while. And that's why Commanders fans are feeling the way that they're feeling. The fact that you go into a Sunday optimistic, excited, looking forward to what your team is going to do, even if it's not a win. Last week, to me, was a prime example of that with Baltimore. There were Commanders fans that still walked away in a loss saying, oh, no, I see progress. I see good signs. And a lot of it, of course, has to do with Jaden Daniels. A lot of it has to do with a tone that's been set with Dan Quinn and the fact that it feels like there's now a plan in place and there's stability at those two positions. And it might take a little getting used to for Washington football fans, but it's a much better place to be, where you are now in a column that people are talking about you, thinking about you, watching you, care about you. And it's a big step in the NFL. And I feel very strongly that the Commanders have taken that kind of leap in a very short period of time.
I know you're coming to town and you'll get a lot of your access and both in the meeting rooms and on the field on Friday. But I'm curious. You did a preseason game. I think the first preseason game we saw where Daniels dropped the ball in a bucket on like his first throw, essentially, of the preseason. What do you make of what he's done so far?
Well, it was interesting. In the preseason, you tend to chat with either opposing broadcasters or PR people, somebody from the other team, just to get a feel. Because, as you guys know, the preseason broadcasts are set up so differently. You're doing a local broadcast on preseason. So often you're going 90-10 with the team that you're covering. Hey, you still have to know the names. You still have to know the numbers. You still have to know the storylines. But it's not the focal point of your broadcast. But when I was doing my prep, I wanted to at least get a vibe from the other side. And everybody that I talked to in regards to the Commanders said, oh, man, you're going to be impressed by Jaden Daniels. And I thought, okay, yeah, I've done a lot of rookie quarterbacks, and I've heard that chatter before. I'll just wait and see. I'll just observe myself. And you nailed it, Grant. It was the ball that he dropped in the bucket on third down on the first drive of the game for Washington, where I looked around and my partner was Anthony Becht, whose son is lighting it up right now as the quarterback at Iowa State for the Cyclones. And we looked at one another, and that look that you get when you see something that is obvious and real. And it was in that moment I thought, oh, yeah, no, this is actually correct. It's accurate what people are saying. And it's just carried over from that moment to now. He looks the part. He is the part. And there is something very visceral in the NFL when you know you're looking at something that is going to stand the test of time. And it's not a knock on other guys that were one-hit wonders or did it very briefly. It's just so obvious. And I felt the same way with C.J. Stroud last year. And I had a bunch of Houston games. I had him early. I had him late. And the one thing you felt with him was command of the situation. And I feel the same way about Jaden.
Ian Eagle with us here on Grant and Danny. So one of my least favorite words that gets used around, I don't have another one for it though, but it seems to be working here. Every new coach wants to talk about the culture. Every coach that succeeded, failed, and everything in between has referenced the culture, the tone, the thing they want to set.
100%.
It seems to actually be working here though this time. Every previous coach wanted to do a cultural thing. Now it seems to be happening. What is kind of your prep and study and your experience now with what Dan Quinn showed you?
Yeah, I think what ends up happening, and look, we are all in a position to see what is presented to us in the roles that you guys are in. You're taking a daily temperature of the team, the fans. You're working alongside sometimes people that are covering the team, so you're getting a sense from them what they're feeling. And ultimately, you only get to see what the team presents. So you're not privy to what's going on in a locker room, unless you start talking to players and off the record conversations, or a friend of a friend who knows something or is on the coaching staff, and you can get the real deal. But for the most part, you're right, Danny. That is the buzzword. That's the go-to. That's the default mode. If ever in doubt, what do you say? Oh yeah, we're trying to change the culture. It takes time. Well, in this particular case, I do think Dan Quinn is very genuine. I do think he's had a lot of different experiences as a coach, and I do think he's connecting with players on the right level. And who you hire is a big part of it too. Cliff Kingsbury was a really good hire. He turned out to be maybe the perfect hire for this team and for this quarterback, and that goes a long way. The staff goes a long way. What your message is day in and day out, how you hold players accountable, how you handle success, how you handle failure, how you handle adversity. All of these things over the course of a long season are key ingredients into what kind of team you have. And yes, I'm going to say it, what kind of culture you have. So I hope to get a better sense tomorrow when we're in there at practice and sitting down with the head coach, sitting down with some players at the facility. But at least from what I'm watching and from what I'm reading, it really does feel like there's been a complete turnaround here.
Ian Eagle, one of the best in the biz. We'll see him on CBS with Charles Davis. Of course, he works out in New York on the Yes Network, where he has won now 10 Emmys in 12 years calling hoops. I believe 9 in a row from what I remember from earlier this month. So congrats on that. I do not want to shortchange you there.
I was absolutely going to correct you if you got the numbers wrong. So
Exactly.
thankfully, you nailed it. You're a big numbers guy. Thank you so much.
You know, I'm data driven. All right, I want to get Ian to the other side of the equation here, and that's the Panthers. I am normally team. You're bad. Play the young quarterback, please.
Right.
It was so ugly early.
Hard to watch.
It almost wasn't fair for everybody else or for Bryce Young.
Correct.
But at some point, he's got to play again. Like, what kind of situation are they in right now, and how do they get back to being able to put him on the field again?
It's as if these two franchises are in two alternate universes and sliding doors. One goes one way, the other goes the other way. Because look at the situations. They're not all that different. These two teams have had a tough time finding consistency, finding the right head coach, finding the right mix, finding the right GM. Ownership has turned over. All of these things are similar. And yet it comes down to the choice that you make in that draft room on that night, how important that moment is. They went out and made a very clear statement that they got their guy in Bryce Young. We can go back and hear from others that might say, well, no, it wasn't my guy. It was who so-and-so want. It doesn't matter. That's what the organization decided. So when you make that decision, everything is riding on that. Just like Washington with Jaden Daniels. It's no different. The difference is that Jaden Daniels has acclimated himself and he has looked the part, and Bryce Young has not. Heisman Trophy, highly decorated, big-time recruit from the West Coast. It's the same story. Bryce Young and Jaden Daniels, literally the same story. But one is flourishing and one is currently a backup, wondering when he's going to get a chance again. You're right. You're right, Grant. The fact of the matter is at some point they're going to have to play him. But the decision right now from Dave Canales, the new head coach, is Andy Dalton gives them the best chance to win, compete, and probably keep the rest of the team motivated to go out there and play hard, because it was so bad. It was so un-NFL-like in the previous stint. Last year with Bryce Young, remember we had a game early in the season last year. We had Carolina against Seattle. Andy Dalton started that game. Bryce Young was hurt. And they didn't win, but Dalton threw for like 378 yards. The Seahawks had a tough time stopping him. And you thought to yourself, because we had watched the previous tape, like, oh, yeah, that's what an NFL offense is supposed to look like. It just wasn't resembling an NFL offense. And the eye test comes into play with that as well. As much as we praised Jaden Daniels for what he's done, you have to look at the other side too. When it doesn't look right or feel right, it's probably not right.
Ian, pretty cool thing, I think, coming up for you and your family. My son and I, we took on a project. We play a PS5 game together called Jedi Survivor, where we'll take turns.
But they're good at Jedi Survivor.
He's pretty good.
I need to say that.
Yeah. And I'm good. I love Star Wars, and he has kind of lost interest in it. You and your son are doing NFL games on Christmas Day. That's pretty neat, huh?
The Netflix games, baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if that was official, but I did see some rumblings a couple of hours ago. So if indeed it all works out the way that we think it's going to work out, it's going to be really, really cool. The biggest part of that storyline, though, Noah just recently got off my Netflix account.
That's a big deal. That's huge. Yeah.
A month ago.
Is he still doing your health insurance?
I was going to say, not yet your Verizon wireless account or whatever, but at least
he's
your
still on
Netflix
that.
account.
He's still on that.
Well, the family plan's practical.
Off the Netflix account. I can probably get you on my Verizon wireless account. The more, the merrier, is what they tell me.
I'll give you a call as soon as the segment's over. I'll add to the Eagle family plan. That would be fun. By the way, I'm going to a hockey game tonight. Now I've just piqued my interest here before we say bye. Have you called hockey?
Did a couple games in college. Went to some minor league games and just called them. But no, nothing professionally. Did some pre and post game with, ironically, Kenny Albert during the Rangers run to the Stanley Cup. So he and I ended up doing some FAN pre and post game shows. We called it A&E at the time. It seemed clever, not so much now. But Albert and Eagle.
There was a time. That worked.
There was a time that worked. That killed. Oh my gosh, the New York radio audience loved it. They ate it up.
Well, we look forward to seeing you back in town this weekend over at the newly named Northwest Stadium. A different name, same great stadium.
I gotta write that down.
Yes.
I realized very quickly as I was about to put on my board, which I do every week, the name of the stadium, and I thought, oh wait, don't write FedEx. They have a new name. So I'm going to have to go through drills in the mirror the night before the game just to make sure I'm saying it correctly. It seems pretty straightforward, but Northwest Stadium. Welcome back, Northwest Stadium.
You've got this. Always great to have you on. Thank you so much. We'll see you Sunday.
All right, guys. Looking forward to it. Really excited, truly, to head to Washington and call it, or Landover, but to call a football game. And I'm not sure I've said that in a while with regards to the Commanders. So this is a great time. I think fans should be very, very elated by the direction of this franchise.
Check out Ian and Charles, CBS, on Sunday, joining us here on Grant and Danny. How about that? Always good to have him on number one. But he's right. Like, it's fun for these guys to come in to see Daniels in this operation.
So you know the difference, right? When you're, team 6 or 7 or whatever, you're part-time coming in, you got to convince yourself of a storyline with 2, 3, and 11 teams, right? Where this is what I want to see. Who's going to really try down the stretch? It's not exciting. This is exciting. This is the highlight. The whole thing's a buzz. Everybody cares, right? And even though the Panthers are just, lukewarm dog water at this stage.
Dog water.
It's been a minute. I thought I'd throw that in there. My son's listening. But that, even though they're terrible, we're still one of the stories of the league. There are a couple of great games this weekend, and it's still one of the marquee attractions because we got the dude.
It's time to get you ready for tonight's hockey game, which is coming up in about 45 minutes. So let's get after it on the Fan. Caps, Stars. The Stars are one of those really good teams. They're 4-0.
They should play more undefeated teams, by the way.
It's what they do. 3-0 at home, 1-0 on the road. It's a tough start to the season, but they got 2 points against Vegas with a 2-goal win, by the way. And they'll look to make it 2 straight impressive victories in their first 3. The NHL schedule's weird. The Penguins have played 5 games. The Stars have played 4 games. The Caps have somehow only played 2, but whatever. Charlie Lindgren between the pipes for Washington, a 4.16 goals against average. The Stars have a goalie who's so good that he just signed an 8-year deal for like $8 million a year.
Okay.
He will celebrate that contract by sitting on the bench and watching tonight.
You relax.
He has the evening off. Casey DeSmith, the former Penguins goalie, will be between the pipes.
Number one for, is it Ottinger?
Yes.
Who's the goalie? Yeah. He will be able to say, my feet is up. And I hope he has to watch Ovechkin score. I need OV goals, please. I need them now. Thank you.
Reminder, tomorrow, we're in Leesburg. You can come hang out and watch the show with us in Leesburg. We are at Spanky's Shenanigans.
Mm-hmm.
It's our Field Trip Friday series. It is our first official stop. We're very, very excited about it. So come on out and kick it with us. We'll have a special guest or 2 along the way.
It'll be fun, man.
We're excited about tomorrow's show in Leesburg on Grant and Danny. It'll be a Football Friday, getting you ready for the Panthers contest. Next, Virginia Tech football on the Fan.
Thank you for coming.